You're listening to The Look Back Machine. I'm your host, Jake Cannon. And now it's time again to take a revealing peek back into history.
Where are we going this time?
The time, 1996. The place, Walt Disney Studios.
Paul's a very emotional fellow. So he had this feeling, it's like, oh, I don't want to work for Disney and all this kind of stuff. But we had this idea. They wanted us. We came over. We pitched it to them. They liked it. We started making it. Pretty quickly, it was like everybody was saying, oh, you can't do that. You can't do this. And Paul found himself fighting. He'd call me at night and goes, I'm so upset about what happened today. I'm just so upset. And it kept getting worse and worse. He'd come to work upset. He was just upset. He says, I just feel like I'm in a war. And so I had this book of the Civil War, and I just Xeroxed a picture of Grant. And I Xeroxed a picture of Sherman, because I thought they're a team, you know? And so I took these pictures and I put them in a frame.
He marched into my office like this, and he had these two framed photographs, and he put one on my table like this. And I said, what's that? And he said, it's a picture of Ulysses S. Grant. And then he said, and here's my picture that's going on my desk. It was a picture of General Sherman.
And I said, Paul, I know you're upset. He was like, I'm just so upset. I said, let's look at this as you're Grant, I'll be Sherman. Let's march through Georgia.
We are going to burn a path through Disney. That's what we're going to do.
He slowly smiled and he goes, yeah, that could be kind of fun if we think about it. It's like, yeah.
And I knew just what he meant. No mercy.
As strange as it may seem, No Mercy became one of the guiding principles of a Saturday morning cartoon show. Those are the voices of Paul Germain and Joe Ansolabehere, and that strategy stems from earlier in their careers when both men had lost battles for creative control and artistic credit, which in turn left major scars. They were jointly determined not to let it happen again. So in 1996, when they were developing their new show Recess, they implemented the tactics of William Tecumseh Sherman's March to the Sea. Sherman is best remembered for making Georgia howl during the Civil War, by burning homes, destroying rail lines, and stealing supplies, a strategic brutality in efforts to end the war with the South as quickly as possible. In Paul and Joe's adaptation of this hard war policy, this meant contesting every single creative battle with such vigor that the studio would eventually see the futility of arguing with them, and simply let them have it their way. And so Paul and Joe fought about content, animation style, music, and Jim Neighbors, which is to say, just about everything.
It got to the point where we'd call and we'd say, we need something. And they'd say, really busy. He's really in the middle of something. Tell him we're coming down. And we would get down there and he'd be already gone. Like he'd be gone for the day. Like he didn't want to see us. So we would don't tell him. We would call up his down there. Yeah, I don't think he's here. Then we go, now it's time to go. And we'd run down there and just say, we need more of this. And he was like, oh, and we would double team him so he couldn't get out of the office and stuff like that. You know, we just get what we wanted, you know, and it was pretty funny actually to us. Rather than taking it personally, we just thought, let's make this fun.
Their adversary was a company that historically had ignored, usurped, or minimized creative efforts of anyone other than its figurehead Walt Disney, a practice which continued even after his death. And yet Paul and Joe's scorched earth policy worked. Recess has the look and feel of a show that couldn't be further from the usual Disney fare. Instead, it would be more in line with the new Hollywood filmmaking of the 1970s, complete with its staunchly liberal politics, including episodes about gender identity, peaceful protest, and the falsehoods of religion.
I had one of those things where you wake up in the middle of the night, you write something down, and I just wrote the Recess Gang. And I called Paul and I said, I got an idea, it's called the Recess Gang. And Paul said, oh, I don't like gang. What if it's just called Recess? I said, okay. Even that night, I remember just thinking it's a group of kids, standing together, looking at camera, going, fuck this.
And it's silly to think back at it now, but we saw this as where the 70s filmmaking, we could still do some of that stuff. Like we looked at these shows as growing out of things like Taxi or Mary Tyler Moore or Harold and Maude, great comedies that we liked that had meaning and were emotional and really funny as character comedies.
What Joe and I have always said about Recess is that it's, for better or worse, whatever you like about it, whatever you don't like about it, it's our show. We did it the way we wanted. It's one of the few things that we can look back on and say it's purely us. There's nobody to blame and there's nobody else to take the credit. Whatever it is, it was us.
The show was a hit. With Recess, ABC's Saturday morning lineup went from last to first, which led to an animated feature release in 2001. The film took the subtle leftist ideas of the television show and went full-blown hippie. To put it simply, Robert Goulet sings Green Tambourine over the credits. Paul and Joe had indeed burned a path through Disney, but something else happened when they reached the sea. In the long run, by fighting to put their personal stamp on Recess and making it their way, the show is consistent with Paul and Joe's aesthetics, but not their patrons. It does not look like a Disney show, it does not sound like a Disney show, and although Walt's name is on it, it is not in the Disney canon, and never could be. It is only Disney in name. It is likewise dismissed from Disney history. In fact, it's been buried. Even in a time with an abundance of content services, and despite its proven track record, the Recess television series is not available on DVD. It is not on iTunes, and it is not available for legal streaming in the US. Instead, it is in the Disney Vault, and may remain there for the foreseeable future. That is not to say it is too controversial or too progressive, or that this is the show that Disney doesn't want the public to see. It's a far greater likelihood that Recess was incompatible with what Disney was then and what Disney is now. The show was not even of its own time period. Paul and Joe created a cartoon steeped in 70s filmmaking in 1996, a style which was dashed upon the blockbuster rocks of Jaws and Star Wars by the end of the 70s. And in the 21st century, Disney would further the doctrine of the big blockbuster with not only sequels, but linking franchises with crossovers in the massive and massively profitable Marvel Universe. Recess at the time was a small show, and with time it has only gotten smaller in the vast sea of the Disney library. So how did this little oddity get made in the first place? The answer is it was a different time. And time is everything.
There are these little pockets of time that you can jump into when you see them. If you're lucky enough or if you're wise enough to see them, you can find yourself in them and all kinds of amazing things happen.
This is the story of Created by Paul and Joe.
To reach the unreachable stars.
Some people have pictures of their wives on their desk, their kids, a dog perhaps. Rarely are those photos next to Civil War generals. But the more you get to know Paul and Joe, the more Ulysses S. Grant and William Tecumseh Sherman desk portraits make sense, or were perhaps inevitable. Paul Germain is bearded and bespectacled. He looks as if he played a pivotal role in developing the first Macintosh. Paul was described in a New Yorker article back in 1993 as rather intense, which is a fantastic description if you scratch out the word rather. Take a listen to the ferocity at which he tells stories that are over 20 years old.
Robert Goulet walks in the room, a little tiny short guy. And I said to him, the joke is that you're going to sing this. You're really going to sing it with heart. It's like you're singing Mozart. It's like an opera. He goes, Mozart didn't do opera. You don't know what you're talking about. It was so scary, because it's Robert Goulet. But he calmed down after a minute, and we did it. And it was great.
During his interviews, Paul would ask for a break at about an hour in. During his break, Paul wouldn't use the restroom or ask for water. Instead, he'd just keep talking, and then eventually ask if I wanted to record what he'd been saying. The point is, Paul Germain does not take breaks.
When I was producing, I just was like a storm, like passing through. I talk really fast and my level of energy is really, really high and I know what I want. I just leave the room and sometimes people would go, whew, whoa.
And yet, despite his fierceness, he and his stories can take a surprisingly reflective and emotional turn.
It was a period where I was learning to find myself as a producer and how it worked and what I could fight for. And I was reluctant to take people on. It hurt me in those days tremendously that I wasn't brave enough, I wasn't strong enough, I wasn't sure of myself enough in those days. And one of the ways I wasn't was in defending him.
And of course, it would be remiss not to mention his infectious laugh.
April Fools! My heart at practice was, boom, 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 pounding. It totally got me.
His partner in crime is Joe Ansolabehere. Joe has a white head of hair and is as deeply engrossed in thought as any of the students in Raphael's School of Athens. He is a talker, and there are signs that it has gotten him in trouble now and again.
What happened was, and again, I don't know how much of this stuff is important or how much Paul would want to be told, but...
And again.
Anyway, that's it. I don't want to say anything more about it, but I probably said too much.
And again.
You're asking me something, probably we should cut this whole thing out, but now I've said it, I've let it out of the bag.
And again.
I'll give you an example, like this executive, and this is another guy who's around, and he's a big deal executive now, and I don't want to put him down. I like him, but...
And again.
I'm getting in a lot of trouble saying this stuff, but that's what it feels like anyway.
And again.
You're asking a question that really gets to some stuff that I almost don't want to say, but I'm going to.
Joe has the energy of a protester who maybe lost some of his idealism after one too many bouts with the man. There are times when he is reminiscent of one of his own characters in Recess, Principal Prickly, who lost the passion he used to have for his field and is waiting for inspiration to take hold again.
If I were fighting for something that was about characters who I thought were really interesting, or a thematic thing I thought was really interesting and subtle, and that was an extension of that 1970s filmmaking, I think I could probably go back there and fight. Hopefully. But when you're fighting about a kid who lives in outer space and rides a surfboard around or whatever, it's like, if they want it to be different, I don't care. Which is not necessarily the way to make something in this world. You know, if you really want to like make something good, you have to really be that passionate about something, I think.
However, it is essential to remember that Joe is the one who stormed into Paul's office with the headshots of Grant and Sherman all those years ago, and not the other way around. He once had an intensity that rivaled Paul's, and at times exceeded it.
I remember getting really angry, kind of yelling at somebody on the phone, and I pulled the phone, and I just like, God damn it, I pulled the phone out and I just threw it across the room, and I was so mad.
An intensity that even scared Paul Germain.
I said, Joe, you just destroyed your phone. He goes, I know.
Together, they are a self-admitted married couple, and they do all the cute things that old married couples do. They interrupt each other.
That was at the very end of 1995 that we thought it was going to go.
Because we were doing it over Christmas and into January.
Were we? Okay,
Yeah, so we kind of had a sense that it might not happen.
Yeah, it felt like it wasn't going to happen.
But it was like
you could feel when these things are going south. When like you go, the executives aren't enthusiastic about it. You can just feel that it's not going to happen.
they were happy, and now
They were there. No, they're not.
They protect each other.
Yeah, there's one famous meeting.
I don't use names.
They try to remember the names of old acquaintances.
It was Joe Ross.
No. It was Joe. He was gone. It was what's his name? You know the guy.
Tom?
No, it was before Tom. I can't think of his name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That even in the movie, it didn't really affect us that much. Yeah. Don't you remember? No.
And like most older couples, they try to remember if someone is still living.
So we had this great guy named, what was his name again? It was John.
I can't think of his last name. He died.
No, he didn't. I don't think so.
There's also the occasional moment when their two voices become one.
We're Joe and Paul.
Paul and Joe.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering, yes, they've been to couples therapy.
I'll tell you a secret about Paul. Mind if I do? I don't know what it is.
He's not. He didn't like.
Mind saying that?
Yeah, I do mind.
Okay.
That's the relationship of Paul and Joe in 2017. But their journeys to Hollywood and Grant and Sherman began all the way back in the 1950s. In our next episode, the boys are born and raised and make their way to Hollywood via UCLA. You can find bonus material for the Look Back Machine on patreon.com. Our address is patreon.com/lookbackmachine. You're listening to the Look Back Machine. I'm your host, Jake Cannon. And now it's time again to take a revealing peek back into history.
Where are we going this time?
The year 1959. The place, Hollywood.
He's raised communist, basically. His parents were communists. His grandfather was blacklisted.
It would be difficult to start anywhere else than that quote by Joe. It's the best quote. Joe's words fill the mind with scenes of Paul's parents singing communist lullabies over his crib, with a mobile of hammer and sickles above his infant head, and a stuffed Karl Marx doll held close to his chest. Joe's quote is short. It's powerful, it's bold, and it's funny. If it had been Paul was raised Catholic or Mormon or Republican, it's not nearly as potent. Not only that, it's a quote if said in the 1950s would have ended Paul's career. The only problem with the quote is it doesn't happen to be entirely true.
That's an exaggeration.
Throughout their story, there will be many competing narratives, misinformation, over-exaggeration, as in this case, and sometimes flat-out lies. It calls to mind Pliny the Younger, who wrote letters to Cornelius Tacitus detailing Mount Vesuvius's eruption, which destroyed the city of Pompeii in the year 79. This is the only account of that event from an eyewitness in history. In effect, Pliny's version is the oral history of Pompeii's destruction. One guy, one story. As far as we know, he was the first to tell the story. He was the last to tell the story. But had there been another eyewitness whose letters had survived to the modern age, rest assured that they would say Pliny the Younger was full of crap. So enjoy these stories that these people remember to be true. But beware of the great quote, because no matter how flashy, it does not tell the whole story. But the danger is it can be the only thing that people remember, especially if it has the great fortune of being said first. And so Paul was raised not exactly communist.
My grandfather was a Stalinist. He wasn't a communist, but he was a Stalinist. He would get angry when people would criticize Stalin. And this is in the 1980s. The Soviet Union itself had condemned him 25 or 30 years before.
My grandfather was a guy named Simon Lazarus. He was a theater owner in Los Angeles. He was a Russian immigrant, self-educated. He was never officially in the Communist Party, but he supported a lot of leftist causes. And in the 1950s, when the blacklist happened, my grandfather was friends with the Hollywood 10 and other blacklisted people. And my grandfather and a bunch of those guys got together and decided they were going to make a movie called The Salt of the Earth. He became a producer on this movie. For doing that, I believe, if I have my chronology right, this is all but way before I was born. My grandfather was called before the California Un-American Activities Committee, where he took the Fifth Amendment and refused to answer any of the questions on the grounds that it might incriminate him. And after that, they tried to blacklist him. But if you're a director, or a writer, an actor, it's very easy to blacklist you because they can just say, we're not hiring you, we'll hire somebody else. You're out of luck. But my grandfather owned the theaters. They needed him. So they couldn't really do anything to him. So he got a lot of threats. He got bomb threats and scary phone calls and letters. But the studios themselves couldn't do anything to him because he owned the theaters and they needed access to those theaters. So he was not really hurt.
I was born here in Los Angeles, in Hollywood, as a matter of fact. When I was about 10 years old, my family moved to San Diego for about 6 years, and we moved back to Los Angeles. Never stayed in a house longer than about 6 years. We were just moving all the time. I just always loved movies my whole life. My favorite film was The Third Man. I loved the great films of the 70s, The Godfather, Chinatown, kind of gritty, more realistic stuff, and really interested in storytelling and using movies to tell stories. I kind of was interested in animation when I was younger, and I remember that they used to show Eastern European films on the local PBS station in San Diego, and I kind of loved those crazy Eastern European kind of grungy animated movies from that period. I just remember thinking, oh, those are kind of cool. They're not nicey nice, Like you think of Disney animated movies and they're all kind of sweet. All the characters have way big eyes and they're kind of sentimental. Not my thing. The Eastern European stuff was ugly and kind of mean and funny and black humor. But animation was never a particular interest of mine. I'm not fond of Disney animated movies. They were never my thing. Disney was kind of an anti-Semite. My parents knew about that. My parents wouldn't let me go to Disney movies when I was a kid. I'm exactly the right age, and I never saw Mary Poppins until I was an adult because my parents thought that was garbage. And I kind of think they're right. I admire the single vision of this guy and it being a creative vision and not merely a cynical. I mean, he was a money-grubbing, awful guy in a lot of ways, but he really did have a vision. He had an idea of the world he wanted to present visually on the screen. And I sort of admire that. I think it's an ugly American version of the world that I don't like and never have. We watched cartoons on Saturday morning. Everybody did in my generation. And I liked them fine, but it wasn't something I ever had any big ambition to be involved in. I was interested in movies. I wanted to make movies, live action movies. I stumbled into animation in kind of a funny way. I was studying economics at Berkeley. And then in the late 1970s, when I was a junior in college, I realized, God, I hate economics. My politics was kind of left and I wasn't interested in it. And I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. And then I needed a bunch of credits to graduate the year that I wanted to. And so there was a summer course at UCLA in filmmaking. And I thought, hey, I can get 8 units for that course. I'll take that. So I took the class. I loved it. I really connected with the teacher. I asked him if he'd write me a recommendation for graduate school. And so I graduated in economics the next year, 1980. And went immediately to film school, started film school at UCLA. So I just knew this is what I wanted to do, but it wasn't something I ever even thought about until my junior year in college.
Germain's writing partner, Joe Ansolabehere, was born 12 days after Paul, on June 18, 1959. Joe comes from a very left place, but still marvels at Paul's family history. He's like a childhood friend that thinks your family is so cool because you eat dinner with the television on.
My dad wasn't really a communist. He wasn't like Paul. Paul was really raised in the middle of it. Like his grandfather was blacklisted and stuff. Paul's named Paul because of Paul Robeson, and that was a family friend. So it was like he was really communist. I mean, his grandfather was a communist, out and out communist. And I was just raised by a liberal guy. My dad was a school teacher, and then he, I don't know, he wanted something more, I guess. And so we moved down here the summer of '65. We came down here for the Watts riots, basically. Then we went to Detroit for the riots. And then we went to Champaign, Illinois, just missed the Kent State riots. We were just looking for wherever the politics was happening. He was actually just getting higher education. He was getting his master's degree and his PhD and stuff.
Joe's family history is not rich with Hollywood tales, spies, or the FBI. So there's only a couple things to remember about Joe's childhood.
I have a bad thing in my family of quitting jobs. I'm the guy. My dad was a kind of a bit of a job quitter, and I'm a bit of a job quitter too. Where I'll just say, enough. Either you do it this way, or I'm going to quit. And then eventually people won't do it your way, and then he's like, well, I'm quitting then. Paul and I both have the same thing. We're very loud. We're both the oldest of all boys. There were 5 boys in my family and 4 boys in his family, and yelling and screaming and hitting is kind of how you say stuff to each other. I always wrote. I think I always had it in my head that I was going to be doing something with movies. So when I was in high school, I remember saying I wanted to write a screenplay, which I didn't even know what one was. This is like the 70s, and it wasn't like the days when everybody was writing a screenplay. But I just said, how do you do that? And my teacher said, well, I'll get you a screenplay. And she got me a screenplay. I had no idea what I was doing, and I tried to write a screenplay, and it was really bad. So I was always going to be like a high school teacher or something. I always loved history, which I think is just when you're in school and you like stories, that's a place to go. So I was going to the University of Nevada to be a history teacher, but I never could get film out of my mind. I just loved films.
Like their television shows, their personal stories take on a cinematic quality, especially the events that altered the course of their lives. There are 2 events that shaped Joe. The first positions him as a Benjamin Braddock character, drifting in the wind.
There was this film class that I took over and over, a guy named Howard Rosenberg. He always taught this film class, and I took every film class over and over, Hitchcock, horror films, whatever. And I kept taking the class over and over, and he finally said, you can't take the class anymore. I was like, yeah, but there are always new movies. I want to watch movies. It's like, you can't. But I would still go to the class. And I had a lot of friends in the class. And so this one night, my friends were in the class, but they were taking a final. So I went outside and I was sitting on the steps. And this woman walked up the steps, and she probably about 40, but I thought this was an older woman, but she was really beautiful, blonde woman. And she went in and she looked in the class, and she came out and she was pacing around like she was waiting for somebody from the class. And I said, oh, they're taking a final. It'll be a while. And she goes, oh. And she was kind of pacing around. And she said, so what are you doing here? And I said, well, I'm just waiting for my friend. She said, but what are you doing here? And I said, well, I'm a history major, but I want to be a filmmaker. And it was the first time I'd ever said it. I'd never spoken it out loud. I don't know why I said it to this woman. I don't know who she was. And she said, well, what are you doing here then? You should be at USC or UCLA. And I thought, I shouldn't I? People like say things like that, and all of a sudden that changes your life.
And then there are the other events that are abrupt and life-changing in a way that is unspeakable, that films can never quite capture.
And then some other things happened. I had a brother who died around that time in a car accident who I really loved. And I think all these things sort of conspired to make me think that I didn't want to waste my life, that every day is precious and I wanted to do what I want to do. So anyway.
And so now Paul and Joe were both at UCLA. The UCLA film program had the newly acquired distinction of being the alma mater of Francis Ford Coppola. The director had quickly come to fame in the 1970s by directing The Godfather, Godfather Part 2, and Apocalypse Now, while having directed Tonight for Sure in 1962, a softcore pornographic film. Coppola was now part of a cinematic revolution called the New Hollywood, along with directors like Martin Scorsese, Peter Bogdanovich, Hal Ashby, and Robert Altman. Their films were grittier, darker, and artist-driven. Directors were given far greater autonomy than they were accustomed to. In the late 1960s, the once tried-and-true formula of epics with epic stars had seen catastrophic financial failures. At 20th Century Fox, Cleopatra almost bankrupted the studio. As smaller films became giant successes, the studios increased their independent productions, hoping for another low-budget cultural phenomenon like Easy Rider. The film was directed by drug-crazed Dennis Hopper. The drug use on camera was real, the drug use off camera was real, and it was a major hit. On his next film, The Last Movie, part of his directorial preparation was to plot out which drug to take during which scene. The result was a disaster. Like Hopper's directorial success, 70s filmmaking was as iconic as it was ephemeral. The studios soon realized that the only thing more important than artistic prestige was money. This epiphany came in the form of the box office juggernaut Jaws, directed by new Hollywood filmmaker Steven Spielberg. Then came Star Wars and Star Wars toys, and the studios returned to bigger blockbusters. But now they were marketed at high school crowds and children rather than adults, a process that would be further expanded upon by Disney's Marvel Universe, when several franchises would effectively intertwine. The blockbuster could change a studio's fortune in one foul swoop, and the right franchise could last forever, which left 70s filmmaking out in the cold.
Joe and I, one of the ways that we connect is we both loved the films of the 70s. Well, we were living that, that just it was so vibrant and rich and exciting, and the politics was just our politics. And we go, that's what we want to do. But by the time we started film school in 1980, all that was over. We didn't know it, but it was over. The dying breath of 70s films was Raging Bull. And that bombed. After that, we were into the 80s and it was a whole other ballgame. But we didn't know that. We were in film school. We thought it was just going to keep going.
Unaware of the seismic shift in the industry Paul and Joe were about to meet. Neither of the two remember their first meeting. Based on their current relationship, you'd expect Dreamweaver to have been playing in the background.
We had a lot of mutual friends, but we hadn't had a lot of classes together. He was kind of in the writing program and I was in the production program, and we didn't really know each other. And then both of us ended up working at audiovisual services at UCLA, which are the guys that came in with the projectors and the stuff. We became friends there, but we weren't really that close. We considered ourselves friends, but not important friends,
He was just a guy I knew from film school. I liked him, he was a friend, but we weren't that close.
Strangely enough, they were both better friends with a guy by the name of Steve Vixton. And Steve Vixton deserves special attention. There's a story that best describes him, and also gives you an idea of the work that Paul and Joe appreciated. But it happens in the future, when Steve was writing on a Nickelodeon television show by the name of Hey Arnold. And it has to do with Christmas. And Vietnam.
I'll tell you that story. So that's Steve. That's kind of like a good description of who Steve is, but it's also kind of an interesting way of like how weird things happen. So the thing with Steve was, and I loved Steve. I really loved this guy, but he was a strange guy. He was an odd duck. And the most important thing was the art, the writing, and getting what his worldview was across, right? And so there was going to be a Christmas episode coming up, and Steve was stumped. I was listening to him and he was telling me that he wanted to do this Secret Santa thing, and he wanted to do somebody in the apartment building that Arnold was going to give a gift, but he wasn't sure what the gift was and how would that be in a whole half hour. He wasn't sure what to do. And I don't know why I had the thought, but he had been pitching also for years this story about Mr. Win, who was the Vietnamese guy in the apartment building, finding out that his daughter, who he had left on the top of the building in Vietnam, as the helicopters were going off, that he somehow reconnects with his daughter and Arnold helps him reconnect. And it kept getting rejected, this story, but Steve kept saying he wanted to do it. This is classic Steve. So I said, why don't you take that story and make that the Christmas story? We'd worked together so long. We kind of knew what the other guy was thinking all the time. And I just saw him smile. And he said to me, do you think they would let me do that? And I said, I don't know. But if you did, that would be the first Christmas show that I've ever seen where you cut to Vietnam. And for sure, the first animated Christmas show I've ever seen where you cut to Vietnam. So what happened is he went off and he wrote this script. Somehow he got this thing through. I don't know how he did it. And they kept approving it with notes, and he kept changing it, adjusting it. And finally, he got a really good version of the way he liked it, all the way through animatic, which, if you know what an animatic is, it's like a filmed storyboard with sound. And then the executives saw it. And then they all went, what the hell is this? We didn't approve this. And Steve said, oh, yes, you did. No, we didn't. Now, they haven't animated it yet. They could pull the plug right here. And Steve begged them to at least give it a chance. So Catherine Weitz took the tape home and thinking, I don't know if I want to do this or not. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. And her son, who was, I guess, like 8 or 9 years old, he watched the first 11 minutes, which ends with the Vietnam scene, which is very emotional. If you've ever seen it, it's an amazing piece of filmmaking. And the little girl gets separated from her dad, and the dad holds up his little girl, little baby, in the...
I beg the soldier, please take us. Help us find a new life. But he could not. He said there was only room for one of us. Then I had to make the most difficult decision of my life. I knew I had to do the best thing for Mai. I knew if I gave Mai to the soldier, they would take care of her. They would find a home for her. And then, as soon as I could, I would get out of the country and find her again. As the helicopter left, the soldier called out the name of a city.
The soldier takes it and takes the baby, and the helicopter flies off, and it ends with Mr. Wynn saying, I know she's in the United States somewhere, but I don't know how to find her. And then the 11 minutes ends with Arnold saying, I'm going to find this little girl, for Mr. Wynn. That's going to be his Christmas present. Very emotional. And supposedly the little boy, Catherine's son, watched the end of it and turned to his mom and said, is that what Vietnam was all about, Mom? Is that how it happened? And what Steve said happened was that Catherine told him, she just thought in that moment, okay, we're going to let him do it. So, again, I'm the only one telling this story now, but if Steve was alive still, I'm sure he'd say, oh yeah, I remember that, because that was such a big deal to him. Because I remember him telling me the story,
It was getting toward the summer of 1983. I was at a party this friend of mine threw, and I was talking to him, and I said, hey, I'm looking for a job for the summer. Do you know anything? And he said, actually, I do. I'm a PA on Taxi. The show's coming to an end right now, and the executive producer partners on that show are all kind of going in different directions. 2 of them are doing a new TV series, and the third one is doing a movie, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. All of us have gone over to work on the other TV show. The guy who's doing the feature, he needs some PAs. Would you be interested in doing that? I said, sure, I'd love to do that. That other producer was Jim Brooks, right? So I went in and I interviewed, and his secretary looks at my resume and she said, gee, you graduated in economics from Berkeley and you're at UCLA Film School? You're kind of overqualified for this PA job. And I looked at her and I said, I will do anything. I will clean toilets. I'll do whatever you want. Please hire me. And she said, you really want this? And I said, yeah, I really want it. I don't care. And she said, okay. And she hired me.
Paul ended up in the perfect place for his predilections, the production company of James L. Brooks. Brooks began as a page at CBS, then became a news writer, but left as the young and crazy do for Hollywood. He jumped to an unstable job working on documentaries for David Wolper. The job inevitably fell through, and Brooks was out of work. Later on, Brooks reflected back on the period. I don't know if this is true for everybody, but I had this image of a job I'd have to get if I couldn't get the job I chose. For me, it was always selling shoes. Either I got a good job, or I sold shoes. There seemed to be nothing else in between. But I met Alan Burns socially, and I wrote a spec script for a show he'd created, My Mother the Car. That sold, and I started to pick up a few more. I did That Girl, I did Hey Landlord, and within a year and a half, I'd created Room 222. It went very quickly right in there. He would go on to develop Mary Tyler Moore with Burns, and that would put him on the map for the rest of his life. In the 70s, he would also create Lou Grant, Rhoda, and Taxi. The shows were progressive and character-based, and they changed television. After his success on the small screen, Brooks attempted to break into movies. But in trying to master his first script, he noted it was the hardest thing he ever wrote in his life. The difficulties would continue from script to screen, and the film Terms of Endearment would take 4 years to come to life. The studio it would eventually land at was part advantage and part disadvantage. When Brooks couldn't crack the script before deadline, he asked Paramount Studios to exercise the option on the script so he could finish writing it. They agreed. When Brooks finally finished, the reaction wasn't positive. Brooks found himself explaining that the film was a comedy even though it was about cancer. In fact, Brooks himself thought if he couldn't get a laugh on the word cancer, the script wouldn't work. There were also deeper ideological issues to overcome at Paramount Studios. In 1974, owner Charles Bluedorn hired Barry Diller, then 32, to be chairman and chief executive of Paramount. He had gained fame at ABC TV for the miniseries Roots and the movie of the week. In 1976, Diller hired Michael Eisner as president of Paramount Pictures. Eisner was the writer and practitioner of the Paramount Coda, which he released in a company memo in 1981. It read, "We have no obligation to make art. We have no obligation to make history. We have no obligation to make a statement. But to make money, it is often important to make history, to make art, or to make some significant statement. In order to make money, we must always make entertaining movies. And if we make entertaining movies, at times we will reliably make history, art, a statement, or all three. We cannot expect numerous hits, but if every film has an original and imaginative concept, then we can be confident some will break through. We should generally resist making expensive overall deals with box office stars and top directors, because we can attract them later on with strong material." Eisner wanted high-concept films which you could easily pitch in an elevator. He preferred low-budget films that could be singles or doubles. But he wasn't immune to the glitz and glamour of the home run. The studio, after all, did pick up Indiana Jones from Lucas and Spielberg. Eisner loved the low-budget hit. But the content had changed in the 80s. The films were now easier to digest. Flashdance, Footloose, Beverly Hills Cop, 48 Hours. There were still challenging films, but even David Lynch made a straightforward narrative for Paramount with The Elephant Man. To put it more succinctly, Rosemary's Baby was now Friday the 13th. The budgetary policy would directly affect Terms of Endearment, and almost stop it from being made. In an interview with Film Comment, Brooks said, "Then after 6 or 7 months after the script was done, Michael Eisner wrote this note. Okay, we're going to make your picture. And I said, put it in writing. So he put Terms of Endearment. Go picture at $7.5 million. Delivery, Xmas of 82. And he signed it. I permaplacked it. The movie would not budget out at 7.5. Even with Closing Your Eyes here and there, it would not budget out. Paramount felt that he had to draw the line someplace. So $7.5 million, he said. $7.5 million, he meant. $7.5 million, I couldn't do it for unless I was willing to not make a location picture, which I was unwilling to do. So the picture went into turnaround. Everybody turned it down. Nobody even took a meeting with me. Nobody called me in and said, well, we might be interested if you could get so-and-so. Just absolute cold turndowns. One exception, Paula Weinstein and Willie Hunt, who were at MGM and UA under David Begelman, said they'd like to do it, but there was a certain amount of turmoil going on at their company. I could never quite get people on the phone. I could never quite get a drive onto the lot. Then, nobody was there, and I was dead. But I still had my office here at Paramount, and I was speaking to Michael Eisner, and he said, I still like it. I still like it for 7.5. Then my agent thought of MTM, the production company of Mary Tyler Moore, for the money that I needed, and Arthur Price agreed. He said to me later that his associates told him he was crazy to make the investment. He said, I don't expect to make money, but I think it will do well enough to where we will break even. By fighting to make the film he wanted to make and not compromising, Brooks delivered a hit to Paramount. Terms grossed over $100 million and won 5 Oscars, including Best Director and Best Picture.
But they didn't know that. Nobody knew that it was going to be this big thing. The film had already gone through production and it was just in post. So I was the PA on post on that movie. I was never on the set or anything for it. I did whatever I was told and stayed out of the way. My idea was do what you're told, learn what you can, be quiet, be a little mouse in the background. Don't be noticeable. But one of the things that Brooks used to do is he used to ask me to drive him to and from his house, right? One day, he asked me to drive him home, and he said, listen, I'm having a screening of the movie, and I'd like you to come to it. And I thought, wow! There's this major motion picture. I was so blown away. So I went to see the movie, and it was an early cut of the movie, and it didn't work for me. And I'm sitting there watching it, and I kind of snuck out when the screening ended because I thought, I don't want to tell my boss that it doesn't work for me. So the next day, his secretary calls me and says, Jim wants you to pick him up at his house in Malibu and drive him back to the studio. And I thought, oh, shit. So I go to pick him up, and I prepare like some banal things to say because I don't want to tell him, I don't want to, who am I to criticize? I mean, he's Jim Brooks, and I'm like some little putz out of film school, So I have these little niceties, and I pick him up, and we're talking a little bit, and as I drive him, it's just him and me in the car. And he started asking me questions about what I thought about the screening. I remember just trying to say kind of banal lies. Who was I to criticize him? And he just kept asking me questions rapid fire until I could not come up with little niceties quickly enough. And so finally, I just started saying what I thought. And he would just listen. He didn't get angry. He just listened to what I had to say. And then lo and behold, He implemented some of the things I said in his movie. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. He was always like that. He was always really open to hearing what people had to say and allowing the possibility that they might have something to contribute. It's kind of a valuable lesson, right? Nobody is an idiot who doesn't have anything to say. Nobody's an ignorant little putz who doesn't have anything to say. Everyone has value. It's kind of a way he operates, and I think it shows in his movies.
The world of Hollywood was beginning to enchant Paul Germain.
You know, I remember I got a burger for Jack Nicholson once, and he said to me, "Thanks, kid." And I still remember that. It was a big deal for me. One time I was sitting, so he had a secretary, a woman by the name of Barbara Duncan, who worked for him for years and years and years. And well, sometimes she'd go to lunch and I would take over while she was at lunch. But I remember one time I was at his desk and I was sitting there and this woman walks in and it's Carole King. And he comes out and he greets her and they go into his back office where he had a piano and she starts playing Carole King songs and singing. And the door is half open and I'm hearing Carole King sing the songs of the 70s that I remember from being a kid, and hearing Jim every once in a while go, "Great, that's great," like that. And I thought, this is the weirdest experience ever. So I had a lot of experiences like that. I don't remember the first time I ever met Brooks, but he was kind of an amazing figure and this person who could do anything and revered by everyone who worked with him. After Terms of Endearment, he kind of formed a company and called it Gracie Films. And I was there for 6 years. And in fact, I never graduated film school. I kept taking a leave of absence and eventually it ran out. I never went back. So that's how I got into the film business.
Paul went off and got basically an internship with working with James L. Brooks. And we were all like, "See you later, Paul. See you on September. Okay, bye." And then he just never came back, so he was gone. And one of his really close friends was Steve Bixton. And he and I just started hanging out all the time and talking about movies, and lived in a garage next to John Lee Mahin's. He's an old screenwriter from the 30s. And he would say, "That's John Lee Mahin right next door." I was like, "No way," because we'd watched his movies. But anyway, I would stop on the hill because I had this old Volkswagen and I had to put oil in it. Like I could only get over the hill. I had to put as much oil as gas, basically. So like the oil would just run right through. So I had to like put in a can of oil and then I could get up to Steve's house and I'd put another can of oil because I couldn't get my car fixed. But I'd stop at Steve's house and we would just talk about movies. And I had all these theories, we both had all these theories and we would talk about all these crazy things. And then just this one day, I was telling him about the script I was writing. He said, "I should write a script too." And then he wrote a script. And then he had an idea for a script and we started working on it together. And then next thing I knew, we were selling scripts all over town. We were like, it wasn't even that hard. We thought, "Oh, this is easy. We'll get a movie made in no time." And it never happened. And we wrote one called Surfin' CIA that was really successful and did well, Anyway, we wrote a bunch of these screenplays, and around 87 or 88, it seemed like things were kind of coming to an end. We really weren't sure what to do. Like, we weren't able to sell, and we were like, we've been doing this for like 4 years, and we thought we should have gotten something made. So the writer's strike hit in 87, 88, and I was like, oh my God, and I just had a baby on the way, and I thought, oh my God, I can't keep this going, what am I going to do? And it was actually an interesting way of getting into animation kind of from the side, because what happened was I had never really thought that animation would be something I was going to do, but I always loved animation. I loved Warner Brothers, especially when I was a kid. But when I was in film school, it seemed like everybody I knew was involved with animation. My roommate was an animator, like David Silverman was there, from The Simpsons. There's a really great animation school going on there. And because my roommate, Neil Richmond, was an animator, I had great respect for it. And I was going and hanging out at the animation department and seeing these kids drawing the stuff from they draw right on the film. I was like, wow, like who else was actually dealing with the actual physical film, Animators. I remember going to class and I remember I was watching Morocco, Marlene Dietrich and Gary Cooper, and it was this beautiful print and it was so gorgeous and we were all watching the movie and it was amazing. And then the movie ended and I was with my professor and he got up to leave and I said, "Aren't you going to stay and watch the Fleischer movies, And he said, "What, really?" And I said, "Oh, they're amazing." And he sat down, he looked at me and said, "I don't know how you can watch this shit," and turned and left. And I thought, wow, people don't respect this, but this is great. So around that time, I wasn't sure what to do, wasn't sure how to get a job, and I started working just at UCLA with some other friends just like in the medical department, thinking, I'll do something else for a living, this isn't going to work. And around that time, this friend of mine, that roommate, said, hey, there's going to be a movie playing this weekend, and we're all going to go to the movie. Why don't we go down to Westwood and go to the movie? And it was Who Framed Roger Rabbit? And I didn't really know that this was going to be the beginning of something, which I kind of think is the point. You never know when something's going to change. So we all went to see Roger Rabbit, and there was this guy, Charlie Gibson, who was a guy I knew, and we're all talking afterwards, and he said, what'd you think of that movie? And we just kind of hit it off talking about the movie. And then Charlie said, I started a company called Rhythm and Hues. Would you be interested in being a producer? And I said, well, what does a producer do? And he said, can you type? And I said, yeah. And he said, you could be a producer. And I was like, okay. And I started being a producer at Rhythm and Hues. And it was really exciting times because things were breaking, things were changing. Like I remember John Lasseter coming down, and talking to them and pitching things. I remember Chris Belushi showing up and pitching, but we were making commercials and they were just starting to get into film.
Paul, meanwhile, was being groomed for an executive role at Brooks.
There was a little bit of a disconnect there because that's not really what I was interested in. I was interested in the creative side of things. I couldn't get my act together to try writing a sample, which would have been the smart thing to do. I was on track to be like a young executive or maybe like a line producer, which was a big mistake. If you were to get anywhere creatively at that company, you really wanted to be a writer. I had the opportunities, but I was too much of a dumbass to take advantage of them back then. I spent a lot of time as a script reader and, writing coverage, which they appreciated, right? Because they liked my taste. Brooks liked my taste. And one day, a book came through called Confederacy of Dunces. I read this book and I loved it. I just loved it. And I went to my immediate boss, a guy named Richard Sakai, and I told him how much I loved this book. Brooks read the book, and so he asked me to come into his office. And he said, well, I read a little bit of it, and I kind of have some issues with it. And I said, oh, okay, yeah, well, what are they? And he said, this doesn't make sense to me. And I kind of think this would make it very difficult to write a feature. What do you think of that? And I said, well, I think you made some good points, Yeah, maybe that would be a problem. And he said, what do you think of? Then I said, yeah, those seem like legitimate issues. And so he said, okay, thanks. And I left. And as I came out, my immediate boss, Richard, said to me, what happened? And I said, well, I told him why I thought it was a great book. And he said, but he had some problems with it. And he said, when he presented those problems, what did you say? I said, well, I told him I thought he had some good points. Some of those things were real problems. And he said, did you propose any solutions? And I said, well, no one asked me to propose solutions. And he said, oh, you really screwed that up. And I said, why? And he said, he was going to figure out if you would be the guy to write that script. And I said, oh my God. So I was being tested and I didn't know it. It was too dumb and naive to see that that's what that was about and to say, let me think about that or I'll come back with a solution. Just didn't do it. Even though I had been bold in many ways and as a student at UCLA, working for him, I was in awe of him and all the other people there. And I didn't understand that what was expected of me was to take the bull by the horns and come up with creative stuff and make it work and show what I could do and prove it and demand it, which I think is what you need to do in Hollywood. There's no room for insecurity. There's no room for modesty. It's a place where you have to be aggressive. You have to decide what you want. You have to go after it. You have to let nothing get in your way. I really wasn't in that space at that time. That's not where my head was at. And I didn't do that. And it was a tremendous mistake. I wasted 6 years not taking advantage of opportunities that I was at the time too naive to see.
What can you buy with $2.5 billion in the mid-1980s? Eggs, for the most part, are the traditional historical measurement of inflation, and back then they cost roughly $1.01 for a dozen, so roughly 30 billion eggs. But Rupert Murdoch only bought 7 things. They just all happened to be television stations from Metro Media, which gave birth to the Fox network back in 1985. Barry Diller had left Paramount a year earlier to become chairman of Fox, and now he had a new toy at his disposal. Diller would help build the fourth network into a competitor, but the LA Times was critical of Diller's process. Quote, "He is widely regarded as a man of great personal sophistication and taste, but as the architect of Fox TV, he was ultimately the pragmatic bottom liner in his programming. Part of the original programming for Fox was Sufficient Evidence, The New Adventures of Beans Baxter, a show about a kid spy, Women in Prison, a show about women in prison with a theme song imitating Tom Jones. One of the first programs on the network to rise above the fray was The Tracy Ullman Show. and it would give Paul Germain his next opportunity.
So it's 85, and Brooks decides he's going to go back into television with the Tracy Ullman Show. He'd met this young British comedian. He thought she did some really wonderful work, and he thought, I'm going to build a show around her. And I remember there was a big meeting in his office. He had this big office on the Fox lot. I think it was originally built for Frank Sinatra or something. It looks like this nice house, right? The room was sunken beneath the level of the rest of the building. So you take these 2 or 3 steps down to get into his office. And I was sitting on those steps, and there was this big meeting, and and he was talking about what he wanted to do with the show. And people were taking notes, and I was the kid sitting in the corner. He's talking about what he wants to do for the Tracy Ullman Show. And he says, I think that the show should have these sketches, but I want them to be more than sketches. They're like little sitcom stories. Tracy will be in different ones each week, but we'll bring some back if we're liking them, if they're working, and they'll be more elaborate, almost like little sitcoms, right? These will be like 6-7 minutes long. They won't be just little sketches. They'll be really elaborate little stories. Between them, I was thinking we'd do animated interstitials. Maybe 30-second little animated pieces. And somebody says, okay, that's great. So who do you want to get to do that? But what will the animation be? What is it? Brooks looked around his room. Well, someone had given him an original poster board from one of Matt Groening's cartoons. He had it framed and it was on his wall. So he's looking around his office and he said, let's get that guy. So I'm 25 years old, 26, something like that. And I jump up with youthful enthusiasm and I said, oh, that's a great idea. I love that guy's work. Because I'd read them in the old LA Reader. They were really hip at the time. And I thought, that's great. You should do that, though. That's an excellent idea. And Brooks looked at me and said, great, go do it. And I said, what? He said, go do it. We need about 30 seconds of animation a week. And so, we need to get that priced out and produced. Go ahead and make it. And I said, but I don't know anything about animation. And he said, well, you better learn.
Life in Hell started its lengthy run in 1978 with Wet Magazine. A few years later, it began to appear in papers nationwide. Its main character was Binky the Rabbit, with long ears and the look of a Simpson. The particular comic strip that had the honor of hanging on Brooks's wall was The Los Angeles Way of Death, which depicts the ways people die in Los Angeles, including cop, failure, and success. The framed strip was given to Brooks by Polly Platt, the production designer, on terms of endearment. And so with that bit of serendipity, Groening was brought in to pitch Life in Hell. But he was weary that the studio would ruin it and take his copyright, so he pitched The Simpsons based on his own family. Brooks approved and slated it for 1-minute bumpers in the Tracy Ullman Show. And Paul was put in charge of making sure the 1-minute shorts happened.
So I got tossed into doing this. So I cut out one of the cartoons from the newspaper and Xeroxed it a bunch of times. I knew that they were going to want really good animation, and I knew they weren't going to want the usual suspects like Disney or Warner Brothers or Hanna-Barbera. Something more interesting, something unique. I looked up animation in the old LA 411 guide. I mean, this is pre-internet. You had this book that had industry services, and I looked up animation in the book, and there were, 30 different vendors offering animation services. So I called every single one of them, and I said, I'm from this company. We're going to be doing this. If they were interested, I'd say, okay, I'm going to send you this cartoon. Please send me back your reel and give me a bid for doing 2 minutes of this a week. Within a couple of weeks, I had a big packing box full of VHS tapes of reels of all these companies with their bids rubber banded around them. And I thought, what am I going to do with this? I don't know how to do this. Finally, they hired an associate producer for the show, a guy named Jeffrey Townsend, who's a really great guy, still a friend of mine, a little older than I, a little more experienced than I. And he came in and he said, okay, tell me what's going on with this animation thing. What are you doing? I said, well, I've got all these reels. And he said, have you looked at them? And I said, yeah, I've watched them all. And he said, what do you think? And I said, oh, most of them are terrible. Jolly Green Giant commercials and Smurfs and all this awful 70s, and early 80s animation, just awful stuff. And I said, but there's this one company that has kind of an interesting reel. And he said, show it to me. So the reel was from Klasky Chupo, which I didn't know anything about them. They had a funny name, What was on the reel were these really cool cartoons. It turned out those were all the student films from the guys he had hired, but they were really cool. They were all this CalArts cool animation stuff, guys like Wes Archer and David Silverman, who would go on to become the guys who did The Simpsons. Anyway, I showed it to him and he goes, yeah, this stuff's really great. What was his bid like? And I said, they had a really good bid. It was a very good price. And he said, let's go meet him. So we went over there and met them. At the time, it was Gabor Chupo and his wife, Arlene Klasky. They had this little business on Seward Street. Gabor was a smart guy. He was this Eastern European immigrant. He was ambitious and he wanted to do something bigger. He didn't want to spend his life doing these little commercials and little spinning logos. He wanted to get into character animation. He got this call from me and he saw this as a big opportunity. He took it really seriously, gave us a really good bid. You know, when we met with him, he was really enthusiastic and we decided to go with him. We decided to hire him. So in a sense, I hired them.
Jeffrey Townsend.
Paul had kind of been tasked with the research, and then he sort of shared his research with me. And he did so very cleverly because he allowed me to feel like I'd had a role, but honestly, I had no role. He already liked Klasky Csupo. And I think that what happened was I had a different reason for liking Klasky Csupo as the choice. I think he genuinely liked what he saw on the reel, which is actually not true for me. But when I met them, I saw the right kind of desperation. I thought, oh my gosh, if we can just be bringing these little stupid short cartoons to this facility, it'll be all hands on deck. We will be the only job that they are actually paying attention to, and we will have their undivided attention. And I love that. That was my private reason for saying yes. Maybe that's a revealing story about him and me. I was more interested in what is this working relationship like in 8 months, week after week after week of impossible changes and deadlines and craziness. How soon before the animation house that we pick is sick of us and wants to get out of the contract. And I thought that they had a kind of hungry resilience that would serve us well and serve them well. I mean, it's that old thing of, is there a win-win here? And I felt like there was with them. I don't know how that makes me sound, but normally I'm a right hemisphere guy, but this is a moment of kind of, I guess, going after right hemisphere relationship instead of right hemisphere art. The truer truth is that I trusted Paul's judgment in some foundational way, and I wanted to honor that. That's the third win. If it's a win-win-win, I wanted it to be Paul's choice on some level. But I was also really liking how threadbare the studio was. Isn't that horrible?
Paul would be working under somewhat of a guru, or at the very least, a son of a guru. Jeffrey's father was famed executive Robert Townsend, who wrote Up the Organization, How to Stop the Corporation from Stifling People and Strangling Profits, which contains gems like eliminate company parking spots. Because if you're the most important person at work, you'll be there the earliest anyway.
I want to say that it was during the production of After Hours, a movie I designed for Scorsese. I was invited to be a resource at the June Lab of the Sundance Institute. I remember arriving for that, and they were having a kind of goodbye party for people that were leaving that had been there. And Jim Brooks was one of the people that had been there. He was still kind of a mystery to me. You know, I knew him as a TV guy, and then suddenly now this feature guy. And I liked that he was exploring in terms of endearment that pathos mixed with comedy, that movie that is basically a tearjerker and there's lots of good dialogue. So I made my way across the room and just sort of did, you know, the most tolerable version I could of, hey, I just wanted to express my appreciation for your movie. And he did that really polite thing of turning it around and making it about me. I mean, if it was 5 minutes, that might even be exaggerating. This little conversation at Sundance. And so I guess it's 3 years later that he's putting together the Tracy Ullman show, and he has someone track me down. The initial ask was whether I wanted to design the show. And I was kind of itchy for something different, but it wasn't to start designing TV. And so I took the meeting because they had sent me all this stuff about Tracy Ullman. They'd sent me, VHS tapes of her British TV show. They'd sent me some scripts that they'd been working on. And I thought the whole thing was stunning. So I said, well, I don't want to be your designer, but I want to get on your roster of directors. So they sort of chewed on that for a minute, and they came back with, will you be the associate producer on the show? I was still kind of wowed by the enormity of what I saw as Jim Brooks's talent, and that they were asking me to do something really different. I didn't know exactly what I was getting into, but I said yes. It just sounded the exact right kind of different. It was also going to be a journey of Jeffrey learning how to say no, which I didn't really learn at that point. And so they were throwing me as much as they felt like I could handle. And so I ended up basically being in charge of the live audience's experience. as well as being in charge of post, which is it's sort of being the Jared Kushner of the Tracy Ullman Show. You just have way too many things that you've been assigned. But I was having fun. One of the things that landed on my plate as the lowest ranking producer was, oh, and by the way, you have to handle the animation. And my reaction was kind of like, the what? And it's like, oh, we're going to have these little bumpers, these little short cartoons before and after each commercial break. And we've made deals with 2 cartoonists, Matt Groening and M.K. Brown. You're in charge of getting those cartoons made. I was like, what? And I was aghast at the whole idea that there was this one more thing, and it was a very large one more thing. Along with the kind of, here's this thing you have to do, was the message, but you can choose a production assistant from the pool of production assistants to work with you on that. I thought, well, I'd be an idiot not to say yes to that. And I said, can I pick whoever I want? And they said, absolutely. I said, then I pick Paul Germain. And there was this initial sort of like, well, why Paul? And I said, because he's smart and he understands story and he's good company at lunch. And why are you asking why I'm picking Paul? So I hope Paul will forgive me for this, but here's what I thought it was about at the time. There was a kind of competitive spirit in the production assistant pool for being cool, just like terrific haircuts. There was a lot of attention paid to clothing. Everybody wanted to be like the coolest PA. But there was somebody who just wasn't even playing. And it just could not seem to even like pay attention. And that was Paul. And I completely adored that about him. His attention is on the right things. If we're talking about like why would somebody have any attitude at all about why did I pick Paul, it was just purely that. For people who weren't looking deeply, I mean, Paul is, maybe he'll be okay with me saying this. I think he must have looked 45 when he was newborn. I've never known anybody quite like Paul in terms of affect that has been with him since he was in elementary school. Literally from the first time we ever wandered into the commissary and decided to sit at the same table and have lunch, I held Paul in a very kind of high esteem. Paul was already kind of like a sage to me. I mean, yes, we had roles on the Tracy Ullman Show where I knew I was his boss, but once we would be talking about stuff, I would say, no, this guy has juice. This guy has wisdom. This guy, he's cracked part of the story puzzle that I haven't cracked yet. And I love that about him. That was the beginning of a really fun working relationship that until this time had only really been a handful of lunches. So here's one of my favorite parts of this journey. I had what had mostly been at that point a telephone relationship with Matt Groening, who I found to be just one of the most adorable humans in terms of his spirit and his sense of humor and how nice he was and how funny he was, just sort of like a national treasure. But I had this awful task of I need to get these scripts out of him, some kind of commitment as to what on earth these cartoons are. So I would call him, I kind of ramped it up to about every week, and he would just get all nervous and flustered and say, yeah, they're coming along. They're pretty good. They're coming along. But I don't think he's a very good liar. And it seemed kind of plain to me that they weren't coming along and he had nothing. And so I did something really desperate and without a lot of forethought. I called him up on one of my sort of weekly calls and I said, hey, Matt, it's Jeffrey. I'm not calling about the scripts. And he was like, oh, you're not? And I said, no, this is something else, but we should probably do it in person. Is there any way you can come by like maybe 3:00 today or 3:30, what works for you? And we found a time. And of course I was completely lying. And he showed up, brought him into my office and sat him on the couch. And I closed the door to my office and I said, okay, I'm sorry, I lied. It's all about the script. All I know how to do is hand you a stack of copier paper and a Sharpie, and I'm not going to let you go until you've drawn some characters and the beginning of some sample dialogue. Forget the script. Give me the world of what we're doing here because I have to cast voices. We found this tiny little animation house called Klasky Chupo, and, we like them and they like us, and we think that, they will bend over backwards to do this right. but we need a place to begin. And so he sat and began to doodle his family. I'm tickled to say that I have all but one of these drawings still. Someone, when I had them up on my bulletin board there at the office, someone stole the Bart drawing. But they're unusual. They're unmistakably Matt. They're his style. But Homer hadn't really been found yet. Homer was basically tall Bart in a suit with the same kind of sawtooth buzz cut. But they're these adorable drawings, and that's all I had for what seemed like an eternity, with these little scraps of paper with characters and maybe 4 or 5 dialogue balloons. I was working with a casting director named Bonnie Pietola, and she began sending me the audio cassettes of voiceover talent. I immediately kind of pushed back a little bit. I said, I know that there's this tradition, this grand tradition of women doing kid voices, and I get it. I said, but the thing about Bart is I think it would be terrible if it ever sounded like someone trying to sound young. What we really need is the way that a kid tries to sound older than he is. Bonnie was very polite, but didn't really, know how to respond to this really abstract thing that I was saying. But one day in the stack of cassettes, there was one voice in a whole series of voices by a voice artist named Nancy Cartwright. And there was this one moment where she did a voice that we all now know as the Bart voice, but it sounded like a kid whose voice has not changed, trying really hard to make it sound like his voice is changing, where she forced her voice in this wonderfully awkward place, trying to make it sound lower. I asked for her to come in. I had seen Yardley Smith on Broadway in The Real Thing, and remember her really distinctive voice from that show. I actually thought it was a voice she was putting on for the whole show, and then I realized it's pretty close to her real voice, at least at that age. And as we were bringing the actors in to read with Matt and I, the people outside were just randomly pairing them. They were pairing Lisa's and Bart's. So we were getting our kind of like regular pairs of women who do kid voices for animation, and I was kind of not really feeling it. And we had so little dialogue from these little drawings with the dialogue balloons. We had so little to go from that we had started asking the actors if they wouldn't mind to improvise a little sibling argument. And mostly those were also very lackluster and uninspiring. And then, as fate would have it, Nancy Cartwright and Yardley Smith were paired up in the lobby and sent in together. And I briefly asked Nancy if she knew which voice I was referring to when I described this sort of forced, like a kid making his voice sound deeper. She knew exactly the one I meant. I said, do you mind? Is that painful or anything? Do you mind doing that for this? She said, no, it's fine. And so they just read these 5 little lines of dialogue that we had, and then we did our standard question about, would you guys mind improvising a little argument? And this thing escalated so fast and got so funny so quickly. People were actually concerned in the neighboring offices. They just couldn't figure out what was happening in there. Obviously, I did not do a lot of casting out of there because of what my job was. It was just they were shrieking at each other, but it was funny. It wasn't like out of control. It wasn't like bad improv. It was just hysterically funny. And so I believe in the moment we didn't spill the beans to Nancy and Yardley on the spot, but thanked them and said goodbye. And Matt and I looked at each other and said, oh my gosh, could it be that easy? I mean, that's them. And what had already happened kind of out of Matt's view was I had been told that I needed to try to cast from the cast of the show, the Tracy Ullman show, for the voices for these cartoons, because that meant that they were free. They were already on the show's payroll. And so I had worked a little bit over the phone with Julie Kavner. She allowed me to use the word gravel for that texture thing that she can do. I would just sort of gently say, do you mind like a little more gravel? Do you mind just like a little more texture? Could you pushing on that. And then I found out we had hired a guy that wasn't in LA yet. He hadn't arrived yet. He was still in Chicago, and his name was Dan Castellaneta. So I'm introducing myself over the phone as like some low rent, bottom of the totem pole producer who's trying to talk him into a cartoon voice, but he hasn't even shown up and worked with us yet. But I discovered that he's a mimic of celebrities, and especially that sort of old school, like old Hollywood voices that you can tell he used to do for his parents. And so we were quickly talking over the phone about this drawing that I had in front of me. By this time, we had an updated drawing for Homer. I was no longer looking at the sort of tall Bart in a suit. Homer had gotten a little more refined. We were talking about the voices. He was throwing all these voices at me. He was very generous in that way for me being a stranger and us just working over the phone. He didn't have a fax machine. I remember this. There was no way he had to receive this drawing of Homer. So I'm trying to describe it to him. So I'm doing my best. And he says, "Oh, do you mean Walter Matthau?" I said, "Well, let me hear Walter." And he starts doing Walter Matthau, and it's a brilliant Walter Matthau. And I said, yes. And he's got this upper lip that's like half a coconut. It's like huge. And so he starts distending his upper lip, and while he's trying to do Walter Matthau, and it was Homer. It just sort of came together that quickly. So he got the part over the phone without even being met in person. Never really found one for Tracy, and it just seemed like Tracy had enough on her plate that no one would mind if I didn't actually push on that. And Gabor Chupo used to make this sucking sound for Maggie, pinching his cheek and doing a kind of liquidy sound with his by pinching his cheek and pulling it in and out. And there we had it. They were so simple. They were 10 seconds long. Each moment was timed to be like a 10-second snippet. So they were super short. And, if you've seen them, they're very crudely drawn. I mean, they really are a little alarming looking. I remember Matt was at my office, and I had Gabor Chupo come over, and they had done this thing where they photocopied onto acetate older drawings of Matt's. So there were some Life in Hell rabbits that had been blown up, various drawings, and they'd started to try painting them on the back, the sort of old school animation way. And most of them were various kind of flesh tones for this family. And then at the end, Gabor pulled out this one in this kind of school bus yellow. And once again, Matt and I looked at each other and said, "Oh my gosh, we have to." It's so sick. And it was like an immediate yes to the yellow that I think Gabor was nervous about pulling out. I wonder, I never checked with him later, but I wonder if he was actually contemplating leaving it in his bag and not showing us. But I think he saw that we weren't getting excited about all the rest. That was another turning point, was the realization that they were going to be kind of like Lego brick yellow. There was the very first one was recorded with great fanfare on an expensive soundstage. We had a director that week for that episode of the Tracy Ullman Show, Harvey Miller, I want to say, like an old-time TV director guy. And so everybody was frantic that the recording of these shows was going to be some high-profile event. We needed to dot every I and make sure we're up to union standards on everything. And so that one was kind of big and strange and awkward. There must have been 10 people sitting there listening to the recording and commenting, and it was weird. It was like whatever the opposite of intimate was. It was like the actors were like 30 feet away, and then fortunately everybody got bored with that whole process. Nobody wanted to do that again. And so we had in the soundstage where we shot the Tracy Ullman Show, we had actually built an audio booth up behind the audience that was maybe 6 feet wide by 20 feet long. They just needed a place to record from where they weren't getting any extraneous sound, any audience sound, anything. So we sort of turned it inside out and made it a place that we could sit and record in because it was private and nobody was using it. So I remember doing some in there. It's all very marginal and sketchy and not very well lit even. I remember being strangely dim in there. And then eventually sound editing was this huge issue. Somebody had to just cut the takes out and string things together and build the piece that we would then give to Klasky Chupo. And that was, again, not budgeted for. And we found on the lot a sound editor, and I can't remember what he was supposed to be working on, but there was just nothing for him to do. And so we were literally borrowing his time to assemble the audio tracks for the Little Simpsons and MK Brown shorts.
So we started doing this cartoon, but I didn't know anything about animation. I'm working for people who have very high standards. I need this stuff to really work. How am I going to design this process? Because there's nobody else to do it. How am I going to design this process so I know we're going to deliver something that's going to be of a kind of quality that's going to work for them. And so I came to an idea. I thought, these are going to be 30-second pieces. Matt's a funny guy. He's a newspaper cartoonist. He doesn't know anything about animation. But we write a little script, and that script is funny. And I record the voices, which I knew I could do. And then I cut it like a little radio show with overlapping dialogue, and it's really fast and funny. Then it may not matter what the visuals are because it's going to be funny in and of itself. Each week, Matt and I would sit down at a little IBM PC and type up a little 2-page script for each 30-second piece. I would go in and record the voices. I would go edit it, overlapping dialogue, really fast paced. And then Matt would draw what he thought was a storyboard, which was really a newspaper cartoon, right? We would take them into these animators at Klasky Chupo. They would sit down with us. I would go through it and I'd say, okay, from here to here, this run of dialogue, you do not open it. You don't change it. How it works, the rhythm of it, the spacing of it, it stays exactly as is. Here and here, where there's a visual joke, you can open it up to tell your joke. But here, you keep it like it is. And so that's what they would do. They would animate to the tracks. And that was it. It was just a little tiny kind of like underground operation within the Tracy Ullman show. No one thought of those as being important. What was important was the live action stuff. This little animated thing, nobody took it seriously, which is one of the reasons that we were able to make something really great, because no one was paying attention. It was what I always wanted to do, is direct. And this was a kind of directing, so I loved it.
While Paul was finding his calling, the man who had given him the opportunity to find it was reaching his breaking point.
It almost took me leaving, or close to when I left, to learn what associate producers in television actually do. It really is a pretty well-defined job. Through a horrible perfect storm of my, psychological and emotional damage, plus the things I'm interested in, plus the absolute perversity of Jim Brooks and Richard Sakai as the guys that I like to call not so much good cop, but bad cop antichrist, I basically smiled and said yes to everything they threw at me. Whereas my understanding is that in most television show structures, an associate producer is basically managing the paperwork for post-production. In other words, if the sound guy brought the sound effects, did they get logged? Is the music cleared? Who wrote which piece of music? And is all of the paperwork traveling with the show? And did the editors make the deadline? That's it. And somehow I got involved in designing the live show experience, finding the comics that would warm up the crowd, choosing the band that would warm up the show. They asked me to kind of like find the hair and makeup people and the costume designer and director of photography for the show. And it was just like, okay. I thought that was associate producing. And so they found the perfect like guy who can't say no. And, another favorite memorable moment was we're having one of those bad evenings and all the producers are suddenly now in the editing trailer fretting about one of these shows that will not cut together. It's just nothing's funny. We're all getting bleary-eyed. It's getting to be midnight or after or something. And I turn around and I cannot tell you how my heart sank when I realized that Andrea, the production assistant who basically, sat at the desk outside my office and managed my communication life, was sitting there having so much trouble staying awake. I had no idea she was there. I just literally had been staring at the monitor so long. I had no idea she was still in the room for hours. And I said, Andrea, please forgive me. Are you safe to drive home? Go now. And she says, thank you, and leaves. And Sakai turns to me and said, why did you let her go? And I said, Richard, one of us should be semi-conscious at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think there's pretty much zero chance of that now, but maybe she'll be a little fresher than me tomorrow. What was funniest to me about the whole journey was that I had people pull me aside and say, please explain to me how you get to talk to Richard Sakai the way you do. And I had so much trouble explaining it. It's sort of like it came from an early misunderstanding, but then I got used to it. The early misunderstanding was that I thought that Richard was playing the role of the nasty producer. Like I remember they were pitching, they had I wish I could remember the specifics. He announced that they were making some change. They were doing something in some different way. Again, because I just kept assuming he was like a more rational, like normal person with his emotions parked in more normal places. And I just turned to him and I said, Richard, I have to tell you, I think that's about the worst idea I have ever heard in my life. And what's funny is that we did have this strange little dynamic where he'd say, what do you mean? I'd say, if you do that, then this person is never going to be motivated to contribute anything of value. It screws up this thing. And then this is going to get all out of whack too. Why don't you just do this instead? He was, oh, okay, all right. You figure it out, and people would come out of those meetings like, what did you just do? And I'd say, I have no idea. It's sort of like, it's almost like that Alice in Wonderland thing. If you just take care of the sense, the sounds will take care of themselves. It's just like, if you just take care of the meaning of each of these conversations and try to get hung up on how weird everybody is, maybe we can get something done here. I don't know. I was joking that Brooks was the Antichrist. Part of it is that I had invented a personality for him based on our one early meeting. And the idea that he had the capacity to write characters with startling insight into the human dynamic and the little ways that people hurt each other's feelings. And I was assigning to him a ton of wisdom that I assumed would manifest on the Tracy Ullman show. And it's unfair for me to have done that because, of course, movies are works of fiction. Once I had given them notice, I did a kind of rare, assertive thing and said, you know what, I'm going to insist on an exit interview with Jim. That was a little kind of shocking. And I just said, there's just like a handful of things that I want to try to articulate to you because you're the one who hired me and got me into this. And I just want to say these things because I will just feel crappy about myself if I didn't try. And he said, okay. And I said, one is you've made a profound commitment to a kind of producer personality that is very negative, that is very downbeat or pessimistic, or I guess, let me put it this way, that in replacing me, please know that what you're really replacing is a cheerleader. You need a cheerleader here because Richard gets talking to somebody who's been working, 90-hour weeks. And the next thing he knows, they've quit and they're on their way to their car. And then he's on the phone to me saying, go get them. They're in the parking lot. Go get them. They're trying to quit. Make them stop. And that happened so many times, it's not even funny. Because Richard had some upside down reflexes that I never understood. In other words, we've all been at places where you suddenly turn around and you realize this one person has been carrying too much of a load and they got the bags under their eyes and they are drooping. And that's the moment where most managers on the planet, even the worst ones, will take the person out to lunch and say, look, I can't do anything about your hours and I can't do anything about your salary. But I need you to know we appreciate you. We see that this is an especially rough patch. We're so grateful that you're doing it and hang in there. Okay? That's most managers. Richard, he sees that demeanor on the hardest working person that week on the show. And he pulls him aside and says, if you don't get your fucking act together, I'm going to fire your ass. He couldn't stop himself. That's his instinct when he sees someone in that kind of psychic pain. He has to go there. And so I was trying to basically synopsize that for Jim. He didn't get any of it. He thought he had just graciously spent time with a Looney Tune. Like I had sat and farted and burped and drooled a little bit. It was one of the least satisfying conversations that maybe I've ever had in my life. It wasn't good. I get to this moment of declaring my departure, and now they want to throw all sorts of relief and money at me. And I can't even hear them. I allowed myself to go past the point of negotiation. And so that actually embarrasses me. That feels very immature. There was an ugly bump in the road maybe a year later. I found out that Tracy had been lobbying for my return, which is so sweet. And I mean, I'm not actually even sure what would motivate that. It's not like I had the power to do much that would affect her or impact her life on the show. And so Richard calls me and says, what'll it take to get you back? And I say, Richard, we've been through too much for me to be anything less than completely blunt with you. Agreed? He said, yes. The only thing that would entice me to come back is if I was replacing you. That's literally it. I mean, I don't see that happening, so I don't think there's anything to talk about. He says, no, that's what we want. I'm not going to do this forever. We want to train you up. Have you do my job. I said, really? He said, yeah. And like the next day, a lawyer from Fox calls me to start negotiating. And this is how naive I am. I said, oh, did Richard give his notice yet? And then Lori gets really flustered and hastens the end of the call. Richard calls me back and says, what did you say? And I said what you said. He said, you can't say that. I say, well, what was I supposed to do again? He says, no, you have to trust, that's what it's moving toward. I said, oh, no, but that's why I left the first time. I trusted that you guys were going to do all of these other things that were actually verbal and not contractual, and you never did any of them. And he's like, It was one of the most satisfying / unsatisfying last bumps in the road. And I would like to make myself sound really kind of crafty and smart, but I was actually just stumbling through each of those conversations with barely a clue.
It was around this time that Paul was given the directive to find a new animation title sequence for the Tracy Ullman Show. Just like before, Paul was calling around to animation companies. But this time he found what he wasn't looking for.
Then we had a bunch of things happening, but it just seemed like it was over. And I thought, I just have to take care of my new child. And this is going to be my life. I'm going to be a producer of animation. And I was like, okay with it, but I missed writing a lot. I was kind of burning to write something. And in the middle of this one day, I get this phone call. I was like, Rhythm and Hughes. And the phone call was like, hey, this is the Paul Germain. I'm over to Gracie Comes on. We got a big problem. Tracy Ullman Show. We need a new credit sequence. And he was going on and on. I was like, Paul, calm down. And he's like, what? Joe, is that you? And I said, yeah, it's me, Joe. And everything's going to be okay. It's like, what are you doing, man? And it's like, oh, I'm working at Rhythm and Hughes. You are? Oh, I'm at Gracie Films. It's crazy over here. I'm really stressed out. And I was like, calm down. What do you need? Oh, we need a new credit sequence. Oh, we'll take care of it. So we went over there and we pitched a new credit sequence, and they had done the credits with Klasky Schupo. The guys who were my directors were all fans of Klasky Schupo, and they were like, why would you want to change this credit sequence? And I was like, I don't know. So they just did a computerized version of the credit sequence and I was like, guys, this is not going to get us anywhere. I was like, no, but it's so great. I don't want to mess with it. And I was like, I don't think this is a good idea. So we didn't get the job, but it started up this friendship that had kind of disappeared, because Paul was off doing his thing. I was doing my thing.
Joe's exhausted impression of Paul couldn't have been more accurate. Like Townsend, Paul was burning out from the grind at Gracie Films, a burnout that would reach the end of its fuse when The Simpsons became its own television show.
The Simpsons happened because of Jim Brooks's will and his power to make things happen. Fox thought it was a bad idea. They thought it would never succeed. He kind of said, this is what we're doing. And because of who he was, they went along with it. No one had any idea it was going to become what it became, right? Once they decided to go to series, a bunch of more important people jumped onto the process and were turning it into a series. People with a lot of experience in sitcoms, and people like Sam Simon, who was kind of a brilliant guy, kind of came on and were taking it over, and I was getting sidelined.
For his contributions to the shorts, Paul was made a co-producer, which, like associate producer, is a job that even the person doing it isn't quite sure what they do.
You can be the co-producer. Wow, that's great. Here, go get us pens. I thought my role would be a little better than that. So that was at the point that I did a couple of episodes. I was really unhappy, and I just kind of left.
While Paul was floundering, The Simpsons proved that animation could once again be for adults. But it wasn't that adults were just hungering for animation of any kind. It was the overall package of the project, from its writing to its visual style. When other broadcast networks tried to capture the success of The Simpsons with their own primetime animated programs, they failed miserably, as they had for most of the medium's history. When launching The Simpsons, Matt Groening said, "Part of the reason I'm doing this is because I'm so unhappy with what has been done. Animation for TV is about the lowest form of entertainment in existence. There's been an outcry about violence on TV affecting children adversely. What really affects them adversely is bad animation. Since the Flintstones had gone off the air, it had been the dark ages for television animation. The last primetime animated show before The Simpsons was Hanna-Barbera's Joke Book, which lasted a measly 3 episodes. However, once The Simpsons were being developed, other networks didn't want to be lacking in competition. The next fully animated show on a major network was Fish Police from Hanna-Barbera in 1992 on CBS. It was a police department with fish. The fish wore clothes, and it had John Ritter.
If New York is the melting pot, then Fish City can only be described as the bouillabaisse. Trust me, being a good cop in a bad town can be murder."
6 episodes were made, 3 were aired. It finished 77th out of 90 primetime shows that week, and the LA Times noted it was a blow to the future of primetime animation. Other successes would eventually come, but the most immediate success were cartoons for cable. Meanwhile, The Simpsons was on its way to becoming the longest-running animated television show in history, and Paul Germain was on his way out.
I was 30 years old. I just had a kid. I was kind of disillusioned. I had sort of thought, maybe I'll just go and become a teacher. I don't want to do this anymore. Gracie Films was kind of a trial by fire or a sink or swim, you can think of it, kind of place. You learned a lot, but you didn't know you were learning a lot. Mainly, you just felt like you were under pressure, and it was just hard work and people getting angry, and it was just not fun for me. I thought I was going to become a teacher. I mean, I remember that Brooks, when I was leaving, he gave me a teacher's satchel as a gift. I thought I was washed up in the film business. I thought it was over.
He left The Simpsons. The Simpsons. Paul hopped off the speeding money train, but remember, this was the ground floor. This was before The Simpsons were The Simpsons. And yet, regrets still linger.
Oh, I have very mixed feelings of it. I know it was probably the right thing to do at that time, but I felt bitter about it for years. But ultimately, it wasn't my show. It was Matt Groening's show. A friend of mine once said to me, because I remember being kind of bitter about it when it had done so well and thinking I had really been instrumental in doing the original animation that went on the show. And I really had. But a friend of mine once said to me, you weren't the parent there, you were the midwife. And you need to accept that. And I thought, God, he's right. And once he said that, I kind of stopped feeling the way I had about it. I kind of let it go and said, I was an instrumental part of just the inception of it. But after that, what it became as a series, what the characters became and how they went, I really wasn't involved in that. I can't take any credit for it.
Paul was done. However, right before he was about to leave, he was approached by Gabor Chupo. Paul sets the scene like it's a film noir.
And what happened was I gave 2 weeks notice and I was still working on the Simpsons show, finishing up my work there. I remember I was at a sound facility and things were kind of quiet. And Gabor Chupo came over and he said, "Hey, I heard you resigned." And I said, "Yeah, I gave my 2 weeks notice." And he said, "Why?" And I said, "I don't know. I just didn't like the way things were going. I didn't think it was for me." And he said, "So you've told them you're leaving?" And I said, "Yeah." "And we haven't discussed this before, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Why don't you come work for me?" And I said, "Doing what?" And he said, "Well, I think when The Simpsons takes off, animation is going to go into a new era, and I want to be ready for it. And I want to develop my own shows." And he said, "Why don't you come do development for me?" And I said, "Oh, I've done development. I don't think it's what I want to do." And he said, "Look, come over, do it for the summer. You can't start your teaching until fall anyway. Do it for a summer. If you don't like it, you can leave." And I said,
the decision he was about to make would end up being one of the best and worst of his life, and there was a lot to factor in. He knew the dredges of Hollywood. He knew how unhappy he was at The Simpsons, and he knew the feeling of being slighted on credit and being pushed aside from a position of creative input. But he also knew the rush of cultivating an idea from script to screen, the thrill of directing and producing, burning the midnight oil, and the oh-so-important validation from the viewing public. The allure of Hollywood is that it's a place that you're working with Jack Nicholson. The reality of Hollywood is that you're probably getting him a sandwich. But Hollywood's siren song can blind even the most seasoned and wise. And for Paul, after all, it was just for the summer, just the way Gracie Films had been 6 years earlier. The most important quote in Paul's story is not that he was raised communist, or that he jumped up in a meeting to be part of life in hell. Rather, it was his answer to Gabor's question.
"Do it for a summer. If you don't like it, you can leave." And I said, "Okay."
By the end of the 1980s, Paul and Joe had become realists, practical in their approaches to life. Joe was still a producer at Rhythm & Hughes, working to support his family. And Paul was going to be a teacher, after one summer on Seward Street. They were now in the film business, which they once loved, not for love, but necessity. And so this episode ends on a quote from Langston Hughes. What happens to a dream deferred?
Slime.
Yes.
We have to talk about slime.
You
Where
think,
does slime come from?
You think that slime is just a silly nothing, but it had deep psychological
No, I think it's
meaning.
an institution at this point.
But kids loved it.
Yeah,
They would just,
yeah.
as soon as they would see it. I've been slimed a number of times. I've been slimed in front of my entire staff. And it was, one of the most enjoyable things that can happen to a person.
That's the voice of Geraldine Laybourne in an interview she did with the Cable Center back in 2000. Laybourne was the president of Nickelodeon during its heyday and played a pivotal role in turning the network from an educational slog into a Woodstock for kids. And for those that worked there at the time, slime and Nickelodeon were no laughing matter. The kids' network could be as cutthroat as a trading floor on Wall Street. And Paul Germain and Joe Ansolabehere would learn this all too well. In her early career, Geraldine Laybourne formed a non-profit called the Media Center for Children, in which she developed theories about what children's television should look like. She was one of the first employees hired at Nickelodeon, and it went through several makeovers until she was put in charge. She'd been taking detailed notes on the rise of MTV and applied their formula to Nick, which was tiresomely educational at the time. But to better understand her demographic, Laybourne went back to her roots as a researcher and surveyed children, not only about what they wanted out of television, but also their fears.
And these kids in one group after another came in and told us they were terrified of growing up, they were hurried and pressured, they were terrified of teen pregnancy, teen suicide, drunk driving, they went down the litany. And it was clear to us that in the mid-'80s, these kids were being so pressured to grow up fast that they were missing a childhood. And if Nickelodeon could become a place where, they could just be themselves and be liked for who they were and have it be playful and silly and not so earnest, that we would be doing a great service for kids.
And Nickelodeon took off like a rocket, with shows like You Can't Do That on Television, Double Dare, and Hey Dude. By 1990, it was attracting more kid eyeballs than all three major networks combined. And Laybourne had one more trick up her sleeve, which came to define the network.
In 1989-90, we went out on a limb and invested $100 million on animation from creators who had these characters living inside them.
Paul Germain, creator, Rugrats.
I was 30 years old. I just had a kid. I was kind of disillusioned. I had sort of thought, maybe I'll just go and become a teacher. I don't want to do this anymore. Gracie Films was a trial by fire or a sink or swim, you can think of it, kind of place. You learned a lot, but you didn't know you were learning a lot. Mainly, you just felt like you were under pressure, and it was just hard work and people getting angry, and it was just not fun for me. Like who I was and what I wanted to do with my life, I did not want to be a line guy. That's not who I am. I'm not a money person. I'm a person who wants to make things. And so if I couldn't do that, I was just going to leave the business. But then I ended up having this opportunity that I didn't realize. So at this point, I've left Gracie Films. I've been hired by Gabor, and I was trying to develop animated shows for them. Well, if I were to talk to anybody in Hollywood about development, they'd say development is a job where you're looking for material and you're meeting with writers and artists and you're developing their work and getting it ready to sell. But Gabor didn't know that. He thought development was come up with ideas. So I thought, okay, I'll come up with ideas. So this is in June of 1989. Gabor was banking on the idea that there was going to be interest in his company because of The Simpsons when it came out. It was the first primetime animated show in 25 years. And between that point in the 1960s and now in 1989, there had not been primetime animation. And no one in television thought that any adults would be interested in watching primetime animation. The Simpsons happened because of Jim Brooks's will. Fox thought it was a bad idea. They thought it would never succeed. He kind of said, this is what we're doing. And because of who he was, they went along with it. No one had any idea it was going to become what it became, right? The one exception to that might have been Gabor Chupo. He saw that something was going to happen. So this is in June of 1989. I would come up with an idea. A kingdom of bugs. What's it like? I remember I wanted to do a film noir kind of like newspaper reporter story, but all the characters would be insects, right? I remember that was one of them. And I came up with all kinds of other ideas. I don't remember all of them now. This is a long time ago. Finally, at the end of that summer, we get a call from a woman by the name of Vanessa Coffey at Nickelodeon. In the late 80s, this woman, Vanessa Coffey, who had worked in animation, I didn't know her, came to Jerry Laybourne, who was head of Nickelodeon, and said to her, if you do original animation, you can own it. You can produce it and you can own it forever and you can broadcast it. You're the whole thing. You ought to produce your own shows. And Jerry thought that was a great idea. So she told Vanessa to go out and find shows. And Vanessa, very cleverly, instead of going again to the usual subjects, she went to all the hungry little companies who had more interesting ideas because she wanted to make a splash. She wanted to make a difference and do something in an unconventional way. One of the places she came to was Klasky Csupo, and she said, I want you to pitch ideas to me. Okay, this is what Gabor had been waiting for. So he said, okay, prepare your stuff. We've got a pitch in August for this. So I prepare all my stuff, right? All my stuff. And I've got my write-ups and I've got my ideas and I've got like 9 things. The night before the pitch, Gabor's wife and co-owner of the company, Arlene Klasky, who had been a graphic designer, but had kind of stopped for a while to have kids. So she's got 2 kids, really young kids at home, and she's not in the business anymore. And she comes to me and she says, hey, I've got an idea for a show. And I say, what's that? And she says, I want to do a show about babies. And I say, okay, what about them? And she said, babies. They're cute. How hard it is to raise babies, from the parents' point of view. Just babies. They're cute. They're wonderful. And I thought, okay, let me see what I can do with that. And I thought, that's not a show. That's a topic. I don't know what to do with that. And I said, what do I do with babies? So I went home that night and I was thinking, babies, 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 babies. I was falling asleep and I was thinking about babies. And I remember when my youngest brother, who's 8 years younger than me, came home from the hospital. And I remember coming into his room, and I'm 8 years old, and I come in and I see my little brother in his crib. He can't even lift his head and he's drooling and his eyes aren't focusing. And I thought, he can't be that stupid. There's no way, it can't be true. I thought, he must be faking me out. I bet when I leave the room, he's going to suddenly get cognizant and get up. He's faking us out, right? And I remember that funny, stupid kid idea, right? Babies, 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 babies. And I remember waking up the next morning and thinking, that's cool. That's interesting, right? I just had this thought. Okay, now I go to the pitch. And I sit there and I go with my most elaborate idea, that one about bugs I told you about. And I pitched that. She said, no, next. And I pitched my next idea. It's a little less elaborate. A couple of colored boards, not much. No. Okay, now I go to my next idea, 1-page write-up and a couple of black and white boards that aren't even painted yet. No. And now I go to my half a page idea, but no artwork, and I'm pitching that. No, nothing's going over. Now I'm down to my paragraphs, and then I'm down to my one-liners, and finally I get to my last idea, and I say, okay, a bunch of little babies. They seem incognizant, but the moment the adults leave the room, it turns out the babies suddenly get sentient, and it turns out they can talk. And she said, I love it. Let's go. And that's how Rugrats was sold. Babies, babies, babies. Nothing ever goes well at a pitch. Nothing ever goes well. What I didn't know is that moment when I saved it with that one-liner, that was an amazing moment. That was like, that I was so lucky that had happened. The standard thing is for you to completely bomb. It's just like your first night when you get up in front of an audience as a stand-up. You're going to bomb. Everybody knows you're going to bomb. Well, I didn't know what was going to happen here, and I saved it at that moment, or fate smiled on me, whatever, however you want to look at it. I'm not giving myself credit. It just went over. It just was what they were looking for. What happens in a pitch is you are presenting your idea to a buyer. The buyer is listening to it, and he's got something in his head that he's looking for. Whatever it is, you're praying that what you're selling is something they want to buy. Most of the time, it's not. But every once in a while, you're lucky. Now, here's what was going on that I didn't have any way of knowing. Nickelodeon had decided that their thing was going to be, kids, you're smart, You're what it's all about. You're the future. You know what's going on. Your parents are dumb. They don't get it at all. Kind of a parents versus kids thing. I didn't know that was going to happen. It just did. And I was lucky. I just hit the jackpot. And so they bought it. There are these little pockets of time that happen. If you're lucky enough or if you're wise enough to see them, you can find yourself in them and all kinds of amazing things happen.
Jeffrey Townsend, associate producer, The Tracy Ullman Show.
I had a moment where I wondered if he knew how crazy it was that he gets hired by Klasky Csupo to be their director of development and then turns around and pitches something to them that becomes the first thing that goes into production. I thought, I wonder if he knows that that's never going to happen again. And that never is, that's not in the cards. I had a moment.
It happened because I kept finding myself through the 90s being in the right place at the right time to do things. And looking back on it now, at the time, I thought, oh, this is happening because I'm just Superman. I'm super special. Now I look back on it and I think the reason it was happening is because I just lucked into it. I was like Forrest Gump or something. I was just stumbled onto stuff, but I don't know why. So I went away, came up with a pilot with another guy, a guy by the name of Ben Herndon, which had to do with Tommy, seeing a toilet flush and thinking that it was an animal that was trying to talk to him. But it was the first show that I ever did, and I needed to find young writers to bring into Rugrats.
Joe Ansolabehere, writer, Rugrats.
Still, now it's another year later, and I'm working at Rhythm and Hughes, and this friend of mine calls me up and says, I just saw this ad in the Hollywood Reporter, and they're looking for writers over at the place that made The Simpsons. And I said, really? I know the place that made The Simpsons, and it's Paul and those guys over at Brooks. And they said, no, it's this other company, Klasky Csupo. I was like, that doesn't seem right. And he said, well, here's the number. Call him up. So I call him. I said, I heard this ad. And they go, oh, yeah, we'll put you in charge of that. And Paul answers. And I say, Paul? And he goes, yeah, I just saw this ad, in the Hollywood Reporter. And he goes, oh, yeah, that's me. I said, you work at Klasky Csupo now? He goes, yeah, I'm over here now. And that's my show. And we're looking for writers. And I was like, oh, well, I just wanted to, find out what was going on with it. And he goes, yeah, I was going to call Steve and see if he wanted to write on the show, because I know he's such a great writer, but, oh, man, he's so tough, so difficult to work with. I just don't think I could do that. And I said, yeah, I know what you mean.
I really didn't know anything about Joe as a writer. I mean, I knew him as a guy who I'd worked with on audiovisual services, but I didn't know any of his material or any of his writing. But I was interested in bringing Steve in because I did know Steve.
And then he said, and then the other thing is that this woman we're doing the show with, she only wants to hire writers who have babies. And I was like, oh, yeah, Steve's never going to have a child, so don't worry about that. And I said, well, yeah, never mind then. And I hang up the phone. And then I think to myself, wait a minute. I have a 1-year-old baby. So I called Paul back, and he's like, Joe, I'm calling you back, Paul. And he said, what's going on? He said, I just had a thought. Why don't I got a baby? He said, you do? I have a baby too. And I was like, yeah, we both have babies. Why don't you hire Steve and me together? Because we're a writing team. And he goes, hey, yeah, that's a good idea. And I said, yeah, because I can make sure Steve stays on schedule. I'll keep him straight. And he said, really? You want to do that? Well, come on over and pitch. But it was just one of those things like, wait a minute, I got a baby, like an idiot. But yeah, it's meant to be.
And they came in as writing partners.
Steve and I had a really complicated relationship. We'd known each other since we were probably 22 or something like that. Steve always considered himself an artist. He wanted to live like he was Van Gogh or something. And I wanted to do this stuff, but I had a lot of insecurity about, is my writing any good or anything like that? And Steve, he didn't question it. He just thought he was fucking genius, And I felt like I got torn down a lot by him, My wife at the time said, I don't think you working with Steve is a good thing. It's not good for your ego. Now, I got some ego issues, obviously, but I was like, okay. So anyway, so we kind of split up a few times, I guess is the answer to your question. In the meantime, in order to do the Rugrats thing, I kind of have to partner up with Steve because Paul called for Steve.
And I'd say probably the first one where I really connected and said, yeah, this is the show, was Real or Robots, which was the episode about the kids asking themselves, how do we know that all the people around us are not really just fake robots put here to test us. It's almost like a Twilight Zone kind of thought. And I remember having the thought, I believe it was my idea, and I went to Joe and Steve, and they took it and they really ran with it, and they made it into just this hilarious episode.
And Paul had thrown us this idea. It's like, what if Tommy thought his dad was a robot? And we were like, what do we do with that? That seems kind of kooky. What kind of story can we come up with? How does that connect to a kid? Do I remember that? And Steve and I we would just sit on the phone. I remember lying on the ground at night on the phone with Steve, just talking, going through childhood memories until one of us hit on one. And then that's what we would write about, which I think is the best. Anything you can find that's a universal thing like that.
And I remember thinking, yeah, now we're really getting into what the show is. As we began the series, a lot of the episodes were the babies go to X and wreak havoc. The babies go to a baseball game and wreak havoc. The babies go to a psychiatrist's office and wreak havoc, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we were all beginning to say, boy, this is going to get old really fast. It didn't feel like it was what the show is. That was one of the episodes where it wasn't about wreaking havoc. It was about thought and about being a baby and exploring the world and about funny things that happen when you try to do that and ideas. I created the characters. Craig Bartlett was part of that. But Steve and Joe took them and defined them, especially Angelica and Chucky. And it was a real team effort. It wasn't me. It was everyone.
It's not like, Rugrats was a completely written show. The other thing that was great about Rugrats was that it had this amazing visual side that Gabor and Arlene had put together. So they had all these amazing people working on the show, these great directors like Norton Vergine, who directed some of my favorites, and Howard Baker, who was a really good director. And there was an old director named Jim Duffy, who was just like, never did anything too flashy, but it was always like really funny. And there were these great board guys. And we writers were sort of jammed up in this one corner of this office, but we always had to walk through this room to get to Paul's office. And sometimes it would be great because we would walk through this big giant room with all these artists just working. And we weren't completely separate. We could kind of talk with them. They'd pull us over and say, hey, look at this. And there was this one guy named Jamie Muscoez, who was a really cool guy, and another guy named Jeff McGrath. And they would be working with Norton on a show, and they'd say, we were thinking of it doing it this way. And we'd say, we were thinking of it like that, but we like what you did, and kind of go back and forth. And it was really cool. It was really fun. So it was weirdly kind of one of the few shows where, you really, as a writer, got to really interact with all the artists. And I think that's part of also what made the show a really great thing.
Joe wrote an episode, Chucky versus the Potty. It established the emotional force of the show where you really felt for this character and what he was going through. That was a seminal episode for me. Another one was Angelica Breaks a Leg, Steve Vixton's episode, which was just so solidly funny. It was kind of breaking away from the kid's story. It almost feels like it's not a baby story, really.
And we knew we were making a kid's show. I mean, although there's a point where I didn't know it at the beginning on Rugrats, I was like, it was so artistic when I saw Rugrats the first time. I thought, this is like this underground film almost. And Paul at one point said, Joe, you can't do that joke. This is a kid's show. And I said, it is? I mean, I knew it, but we saw this as a way to do things you could never do on television.
Joe and I always say that we found that we have the greatest success when we are working on something where there's a change happening. There's like a sea change happening, and it hasn't worked itself out yet. At Nickelodeon, it was this brand new animation company on cable. There had never been an animation company on cable. And they were saying, well, what is this thing? We don't know what the structure of this new business is. And Paul and Joe walk in at that moment, and we do our thing, and nobody's telling us not to because there's a change happening and they don't know.
Once I left Gracie Films and became a producer on my own show and eventually a creator myself of my own show and being a producer and being a showrunner, which I was immediately. By the end of 1989, I was running Rugrats. I was the guy. I was the ultimate authority on that. And what I learned about myself is that that's what I want to do. I want to be the showrunner. I want to do the job, make the whole thing, have people working for me, make the creative choices, make the decisions. That's what I love. I had no way of knowing that until that happened. Really, what I love is being in charge and being the decision maker and doing it my way.
You can hear it in his voice, how much Paul loves and desires control. And that, in conjunction with his ever-exacting standards, at times can make him almost impossible to work with. Chuck Swenson, producer, Rugrats.
Although I did quit once, I remember. I think that was in the third season. In the middle of the season, I just said, fuck it, I'm out of here. pardon my French, but it was one of those things where Paul just didn't get, if anything didn't go exactly the way he thought it should go, which is a great thing for showrunner. It's all to the good, but it makes for difficulty sometimes. And I was just had one of those days where I thought, I don't need this. So I just packed up and left. I remember we were upstairs watching an animatic, and Paul would rail. Paul is not a shy guy. He's very outspoken and has very strong opinions, which is also the good. But if you're receiving them on a regular basis, for me, it was a little bit like listening to someone yell at the sun for rising. The sun's going to rise. It rises every day. It does its thing. If you don't want to be in the sun, you should step out and, go into a cave or step into a room, put on a hat, whatever it is. There's lots of ways you can get out of the sun, but the sun's going to come up.
Peter Gaffney, writer, Rugrats.
He's just so manic, it's just, and he's always been like that. We used to call up a number you could call to page people in the building, and we would page Paul, and we would say, Paul Germain, please call 1234. And he would, of course, call that number, not realizing that he was being broadcast throughout the entire building. Hello, who is this? This is Paul. And we played that joke on him about 1,000 times, and it always worked. But he's such a wonderful guy. I've never worked for anybody that was nicer or more generous, but he's also like out of his mind. So. I think that one reason the show is so good is because he would take his time on everything, and he would just make sure it was right. And on Rugrats, we almost always took a full 8 hours or close to it to record 2 11-minute episodes. He would just sit there in that booth until everything was the way he wanted it, and he didn't care how long it took.
Working with Joe Ansolabehere is a little bit different.
One thing about Joe is that he loves getting distracted. So you would go out for like your hour lunch with a million things to do when you got back to the office, and you'd get into the car with Joe, and he would suddenly announce that we were just 4 blocks away from this piece of modern architecture, and we really ought to swing by it. And then it would turn out that it was actually like, a 25-minute drive. Then, you get there and he's lecturing you about modern architecture, and you're sitting there for like 2 hours, and, you finally get back to work around like 3 in the afternoon. You've got nothing done. It's kind of like par for the course with Joe. He will always launch into these amazing digressions. And, pretty soon, before you know it, you're talking about the early history of JPL and L. Ron Hubbard and the science fiction writers in LA in the 30s, and where the term Hotel California initially came from. It's just like, and he knows so much, and he could go on and on. It's just, and it's totally delightful unless you're actually trying to get something done, in which case it's totally maddening. Joe and Paul are both perfectionists too, which is a good quality and a bad quality in when you're working on a schedule in TV. Because Joe is the kind of guy that will, like, if something's bothering him about a script, he'll go take that script and he'll hold on to it for like a month, 2 months, 3 months, while he's trying to figure out, how to resolve that little problem in the second act. By the time he brings the script back, you've forgotten the script even existed. But that's Joe.
That's Joe. With resignation is probably the best way to describe Joe Ansolabehere. At the time, he was deeply set in his opinions about what Rugrats should be, but also secretly harbored imposter syndrome. Joe is mercurial. The same guy that could drive 30 minutes out of his way to look at architecture could also be in a screaming match with any employee at Nickelodeon. And it was this behavior that ultimately led to his premature exit from Nick.
I left Rugrats because I wanted to be respected more. That's really what it came down to. And because I remember that word being thrown around a lot. So Paul had created this show. I came in, he called me looking for my writing partner. He didn't even know I was a writer at that point. So I go into this situation with Steve as my writing partner, and we killed. We wrote the very second one. They wrote the pilot. He and Craig wrote the pilot, The Birthday Party. Steve and I wrote the barbecue script, which was the second one. And we just defined their show for them, not defined it for them. They already had a show, but we were the ones saying it's about a baby's point of view. So all these things came out of that script, like baby's got to do what a baby's got to do, and all these kind of terms that were kind of key to the script. And a lot of it was Steve, and a lot of it was me. But we'd had, a decade of pitching and working in the feature world, really getting beaten up a lot and really thinking about what these shows were about. So in that first season, even though we weren't on staff, we wrote a third of the shows. We wrote tons of scripts for them, 8 or 10, a lot of them. And then they would have us rewrite people's scripts. It's like, we don't have time for this. It was just Craig.
Craig Bartlett was the only story editor running, doing the show. So he was the only guy on staff trying to address everybody's notes, trying to write scripts, trying to do all this crazy stuff. And it was madness. And so we were basically helping Craig. But Craig was a big force in the first season. And I think he sort of saw us as his sort of little mini staff.
So now I'm working on with Steve. Well, Steve never wanted to do Rugrats. He always considered it beneath him because he was this genius, in his mind.
But one day we were at dinner and Steve and I were complaining about something about Rugrats. And my wife at the time, Marie, said, guys, I have a feeling this might be the best show you ever get a chance to work on. This might be the best thing you ever do. And Steve said, "Oh, God, Marie, don't say that." Oh, please don't curse me like that. He just didn't want to be on the show. And he'd always call it, "I don't want to work on this fucking baby show. I don't want to work on this fucking baby show anymore. It's killing me. I got to do some other stuff." So he left. And I was like, I'll do it. I'll keep doing it. I'm enjoying it. Now I really had this feeling of I'm on my own.
Now the second season starts and Craig says he wants to be a producer. Gabor and Arlene won't let him. He leaves the show. Paul comes to me and says, "Will you and Steve like to do this?" And Steve said, "I'm not working on any more cartoons. I want to go back to feature writing." And I said, "I'll do it." And Paul said, "Well, I was kind of thinking you and Steve." Respect issue, right? So I said, "Well, okay." And then we start talking and I say, "I want to do this show differently than you did in the first season. I want to do this as if we are a sitcom from the 60s. I want to have a writer's room. You can be Sid Caesar sitting up there, and we'll get as many funny people as we can, and we'll get us in a room, and everyone will write their own scripts, and then we'll have read-throughs." And Paul's like, I don't know if I was like, "Let's do it." And then we got all excited. And so that's what the second season. So if you watch Rugrats, there's a jump in quality as far as storytelling because the dialogue got better, everything got better. So I'm setting this up.
And I got to be the boss of it. I got to be running the whole writer's room, because when Craig left, it was like, who's going to do it? And I said, "I'll do it." And Paul was like, "Yeah, let's let Joe do it." And then somewhere along the line, Steve came back. He said, "I do need a job." And I said, "Let's hire Steve." But now Steve came back and he was questioning me all the time. Now I was like, "Wait a minute, Steve, I'm the boss. You can't do that. You're not the boss of me." And we had these horrible fights.
And Paul comes to me one day, he goes, "Listen, we need more people. There's this guy named Peter Gaffney, and he's going to join the show." Great. But he's going to have the same job as you. And I was like, well, I've already set this up. Peter and I got along, and so we shared, they called it senior story editor. But then Peter went off for 6 weeks to meditate. And so I was like, God, this is weird. Anyway, in the middle of all this, there's this guy named Mitchell Kriegman.
Nickelodeon had hired this guy, Mitchell Kriegman, to be what they called their story editor. He would read the scripts and give us notes. Initially, he came on very hostile and nasty when I first met him and talked to him over the phone. He was in New York, and he was just mean as hell.
Mitchell Kriegman, creator. Clarissa explains it all.
I'll never forget, I had this meeting with Jerry Laybourne years after Nickelodeon. She was already at Disney, and she just point blank asked me, "How come you were the way you were and you're better now?" And I told her, I could have been raised by wolves, and I would have had more social acuity and awareness than I had.
But he knew a certain amount, and I didn't. I actually confessed to him, I don't know how you structure an episode. What's the structure of the episode? The thing that I've never forgotten, instead of being an asshole about it, what he did was he said, I'll explain it to you. And he sat down and he kind of told me how to structure it. It's like he helped me construct the girders. And we put the episode together, and it worked great. But then as I started getting writers on board, I became more sophisticated. I got people who knew what they were doing, and we started putting it together. He became more of a hindrance than a help. He was just always, knocking everything down and being kind of a dictator about things.
Mitchell Kriegman, creator. Clarissa explains it all.
See, here's another thing I didn't know. I didn't know that he created the show. It wasn't presented to me that he was the show creator. I thought there were two head writers that I dealt with, and the show was a Klasky-Chupo show. I didn't know that he was the creator. And obviously, in my pantheon of positions on a show, the show creator, being one myself, has a special consideration. Very different than a head writer. I mean, not that you shouldn't respect everybody, which I do, and obviously I must have transgressed to some degree. And that's a very different job, working with those people. You're helping them realize their vision. You're not telling them what to do.
My partner, Joe, really resented it because Joe knew perfectly well how to write a script. He was really good at it, and he didn't need Mitchell's help. And as far as he was concerned, Mitchell was just this guy who was arbitrarily telling us what to do and imposing his opinion on the show. And Joe didn't like it, and we started resisting Mitchell and fighting back. That took a while. And I remember there was one time when we were preparing for the second season of the series, when Joe and I had put together what the second season was going to be, and we had all kinds of ideas about how to change it. Mitchell nixed almost everything. He said, no, all these different ideas we had. And I finally rebelled, and I said, I'm not putting up with this. And I went over his head to other executives and got a bunch of stuff approved. And starting then, we started to kind of challenge Mitchell. And then Joe was getting along with him worse and worse.
And the notes are sometimes good and sometimes crazy, because what I didn't realize is Mitchell, and this is what we're doing at Nickelodeon, is like all these executives were giving notes, and they would tell Mitchell, you told those guys that. And Mitchell was trying to like organize all the notes into some sort of logical thing and give them to us.
After I did what I was asked to do, which were the network notes, some of which I agreed with, by the way. I'm not going to say I didn't agree with all of them. I disagreed with all of them. I wasn't a mouthpiece. There are things I was concerned about. And then I was also dealing with my bosses, basically, and sort of addressing their concerns and finding out how to present it. And I was really wound up to present it in a very forceful way. And what I thought was that we were all on the same page at the network. What I discovered was that privately afterwards, I was being dismissed as a lunatic. Oh, that wasn't us. That was just Mitchell.
Some of them disagreed with each other. They were contradictory because they were coming from tons of executives. And so I was getting on the phone with him and going, come on, Mitchell, what's going on? And Mitchell would say, just do it. And I'd say, no, come make me. What are you going to do? Make me do it. I'm the executive. I'm the story editor for Nickelodeon. I'd say, well, you live in New York. I'm here. I have all the typewriters. So I'd go to Paul. Paul would say, oh, but Mitchell's, he's like working for Nickelodeon. He was really helpful to me in the first season, and he gave me some good ideas. And I'd say, fuck Mitchell. I don't need Mitchell Kriegman. I know how to do the show. You know how to do the show,
I got a good story for you about that. So
I'm sort of bad with April Fool's jokes. So there's one time. So I was always threatening to quit. The writers and I had this, we called Paul over, said we had a story meeting. There was this kid who we said, in 5 minutes, call me and ask for Joe.
And all of a sudden the phone rang.
One of the other writers answers and goes, hello? Oh, Joe, it's for you. And I said, who is it? And he said, it's Mitchell. I said, hold on a second, Paul. I got to deal with something. I take a piece of paper, which I'd written out the script already. I was like,
and he said,
hey, Mitchell, how's it going? Yeah, I'm sitting here with Paul, huh? No. We really want to do it this other way. Mm-hmm. No, don't use that language with me, Mitchell. Yeah, fuck you, Mitchell.
Fuck you, Mitchell. Fuck you to hell. I've had it with you.
Fuck you, you son of a bitch, you asshole. And I threw the phone. I was like, I'm fucking out of here. I quit. I hate this fucking job. I'm never coming back. And I stomped out of the room.
And he threw the phone down on the couch and walked out. It's Mitchell, Paul. You take it. And I'm sitting there looking at my world crumbling.
Paul was just stunned. Like and everyone was like acted like they were really stunned. And then Paul.
And I pick up the phone and I go, Mitchell? And someone on the other end goes, April Fools. My heart had practiced was, boom, 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 pounding. It totally got me.
And Paul was like, God damn it, oh my God. But that was my relationship with Mitchell. I hated him.
But he did eventually quit, and it was over those issues. That was what made it really good, because it was very close to what was actually going on.
So things happened, like, for example, this is around the time I quit. Mitchell said to me, I want you to change this thing. And I went to Paul. I said, I tried to change it. It doesn't make sense. Paul looked at it. He's like, this doesn't make any sense. That's not the story. We're going this other direction. I know. I went back to Mitchell and I said, look, Mitchell, I've talked with everybody and we've thought about it. We've tried really hard. And, we just don't agree with this note. And Mitchell said, I don't care if you have all of Writers Guild West telling you that this is the way to do it. You fucking do my note. This is the note. And this is when. And I was like, you know what? I'm done. I don't need this every day. And I just got mad. I said, I quit, Paul. I'm done. And Paul said, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're coming back. I said, no.
Oh, really? That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. That's really heartbreaking to me. I didn't know that. So I don't really think of them as weak, and I don't think of them as poor showrunners. I think they're great. And that's why I went out of my way to apologize when I understood it. And I'm sorry if I broke them apart. I wish I had never done that.
I have a bad thing in my family of quitting jobs. I'm the guy. My dad was a bit of a job quitter, and I'm a bit of a job quitter too. Where I'll just say, enough. If either you do it this way or I'm going to quit, and then eventually people won't do it your way, and then you're like, well, I'm quitting. Then after about 3 or 4 months, you're thinking that was a big mistake. I shouldn't have done that. Then it was pride. Okay, so then I went home, and like that week. That like the next weekend, Monday or something, Paul called me and said, I fired him. I got Mitchell thrown off the show because you can't work with him. And I said, I don't care. I'm done. I asked you for months to deal with this and you never dealt with me, So I was just being a dick. I was just being a little baby. And then I regretted it a few months later, but by that point, Paul had already figured out how to do it without me. But anyway, so that's the story of why I left. It was dumb. It was just dumb. I should have stayed. And Paul always told me I made a big mistake, but I would never admit that to him. But I guess he'll now hear it if you put that in there. But yeah, that's what happened.
Oh, yeah. It's very painful for me. I thought he was brilliant. I loved working with him. I didn't want him to leave. I tried to talk him out of it. He had this quality to him that he would get upset about something and just walk away. And there was nothing you could do to talk him out of it. You couldn't say, what can I do to make this better for you? Nothing would work. He was just bound and determined to leave. There was like some weird ego thing that he had to go. But he was right. I don't blame him. He wasn't getting credit for his work, and he wasn't getting the respect he deserved. And to some extent, I was one of the villains in that story. I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't know I was doing it, but I had to learn my lesson about that, and about taking him seriously, and about fighting for him. It was a period where I was learning to find myself as a producer and how it worked and what I could fight for. And I was reluctant to take people on. I'm much less reluctant to take people on than I was in those days. And it's hurt me. It hurt me in those days tremendously that I wasn't brave enough. I wasn't strong enough. I wasn't sure of myself enough in those days. And one of the ways I wasn't was in defending him and saying to Mitchell, no, we're not going to do this your way. We're going to do it our way. I could have said that, but I didn't know I could say that. And I didn't know what would happen.
I finally called Nickelodeon. I said, look, Mitchell, it isn't working. I need him to be off the show. And they said, okay. And they pulled him off. And then later I found out that all the other shows, the other 2 shows, had thrown him off in the first season. And I was the only sucker who was still taking notes from him.
So I don't really think of them as weak, and I don't think of them as poor showrunners. I think they're great. And that's why I went out of my way to apologize when I understood it. Oh, then what happened, this is the part that was so absurd for me. So at some point, Joe and Paul and Klasky Chupo asked me to be taken off the show. The network said to me, we're not going to put you on the show anymore, but we want you still to do the notes. And we hired an assistant, and she gave my notes. And as soon as they were getting my notes where I was not there, everything was much better again.
Joe wasn't the only one going through knockdown, drag-out brawls at Nickelodeon. Paul Germain was about to go through his own trials and tribulations, which led to the birth of Hey Arnold and the end of Rugrats for him.
The reason Paul got fired specifically from Rugrats is connected to Hey Arnold in a weird way. So, and again, I don't know how much of this stuff is important or how much Paul would want told, but what happened was I'm working freelancing. I live at this point near Craig Bartlett, and we've become really, really good friends. And I'm coming over to have lunch all the time over at Klasky, dropping my scripts off and stuff. And Paul and I had become very tight in the season, like I guess it was 2 seasons that I was the story editor on it. And Paul said, we should do something else afterwards. What do you want to do? And I was like, I don't know, we're working in this animation business, and this is a problem working in the animation business. Neither of us draw. We're really character writing people, I said, maybe we should go talk to Craig. So we had lunch with Craig, and Craig said, I'd love to do something with you guys. And so we started coming up with ideas.
And we decided to put together a company with me, Craig, Joe, Pete Gaffney, John Greenberg, that's 5, and Steve Ixton, 6. And we called it Sly Rikidze. Why do we call it that? Because someone had written an article in TV Guide about Rugrats and said how much the critic loved it, and said it had a sly, wry, kid's eye view of the world. And so Steve came up, I think it was Steve Ixton came up and said, hey, why don't we call ourselves Sly, Wry, Kid's Eye, Sly Rikidze? Lots of people told us this was a bad idea. It was too many people. Lots of people, but we wouldn't listen. And so we would go in and pitch. And, I remember one day we went into CBS, and there was this lady who ran CBS in those days. And we walked into her office, and she said, Jesus, it's like a goddamn locker room in here. I'll never forget that. It just never went anywhere. It was just too many people. It was a bad idea. And we had all these different ideas that we were pitching. I had 4 or 5, 6 ideas. None of them were Arnold. But Craig had been doing Arnold on his own, and he'd been trying to get it going. And that's great. That's fine. Okay, Craig Bartlett had created this character based, in my opinion, on how he saw himself. Craig had been involved on the old Pee Wee Herman show. He had been involved doing what they called penny cartoons, which was about this little girl Penny, but they had this style of clay cartoons, but they were flat against a background, and it would move around and you'd adjust it. They were really sweet. They were really fun. And Craig didn't create that series. Someone else did, but he came in and fulfilled it after they left that aspect of the show. And he then came to work on Rugrats with us. And then at a certain point, using that same medium, he created this character called Arnold, which was this cartoon about this kid who's in church and he daydreams, and you see his daydream, and then he comes back to reality, right? One day we went into Nickelodeon to pitch to them, and we pitched all our ideas. Somehow the executive said, I heard about this Arnold idea. And Craig said, sure, I've got a tape of it here. She said, can I see it? And we played it, right? I remember she went around and looked at us and she said, could you guys excuse us?
And we all left the room except for Craig. And she made this deal with Craig right there, basically. And we were all like standing in the hall, and it was weird. And Craig came out and he was really happy. He was like, I think I just sold my show. And we were like, yeah, but what about us? Now this is a bit of a controversy among our friends because, it was kind of the 6 of us in the room.
Now, I don't really blame him. What could he do? This is something he really wanted to do. And she wanted it. She brought it up. He wasn't doing anything underhanded as far as I was concerned, but he sold the idea in the room. And we were all told to leave. I think the executive was kind of rude, frankly. I don't think that was very nice, but it's what happened.
But the fact was, it was his show. It wasn't ours.
Craig Bartlett, creator, Hey Arnold.
No, actually, we didn't. We didn't make people leave the room. Is that what Paul remembers, or Joe? No, she walked out with us. We were there for a long time. It was a very long meeting because we just hung out and chatted. And kind of late in the meeting, Mary put on my sample reel and saw those Arnold shorts. And then she was like, wow, what's this? And then I showed her the Arnold comic, and it had that specific drawing of Arnold screaming at the punchline of a comic that I'd made for Simpsons Illustrated. And she laughed and laughed. It's like, oh my God, let's do something with this guy. But she didn't have a second meeting with me. She basically told us, well, that was great. It was great to see you all. And as we walked out, she said to me in the hall, hey, come back and let's talk about this Arnold guy. So that's how it went. And then we went, we wanted to all debrief, of course. And so we said, hey, let's go get pizza, because there was a a pizza place we used to go to just around the corner from the studio where we did Arnold for those first years on Vineland. And so we went to that pizza place, and Paul was just like, everybody was kind of depressed, and except for me, of course. And Paul was like, mark my words, that's going to be a series. And he was right. So that was cool. Yeah, well, since it was my thing, you know, I mean, that's one thing that for sure with me is that I'm the creator of Hey Arnold. You know, I don't like to, credit's really important to me on certain stuff, you know, to feel like I like to make sure on the shows that I create that I'm the author of the original idea. And so I wanted to go off by myself and kind of form the pitch now in my head. But I just told him even then, I said, well, shit, if it becomes a show, I want y'all to come write for me. And they kind of laughed like, you know, that's not quite as good as being the creator or something.
Gabor and Arlene started to hear about us meeting again. You know, why are these guys always having lunch together? And figured out that Paul was thinking about another show, what else he wanted to do after Rugrats. But it was his lunchtime. It's not like, you know, we weren't coming over and using the office to meet or something like that. We were just talking about, like, what do we want to do next? And this was the reason Arlene fired Paul, which doesn't really seem like really a good reason to fire someone, that you're talking with your friends about other projects you want to one day do. But that was it. That was her reason. It's like we're pitching. There's not another show anywhere. This is years from now. This might happen if we're lucky.
They were looking for an excuse to get rid of us, and they called me into the office. They said, we heard you're making phone calls in the office. I said, yeah? There's a phone there. Why wouldn't I? Well, you're making non-business phone calls. And I said, come on. Well, you're going to, you know, and that was sort of the end of things. Things fell apart right after that. And the show was coming to an end anyway. I mean, we only had, at that point, 4 or 5 more episodes that were in various stages of completion anyway. So it was an excuse. It wasn't even the straw that broke the camel's back. It was simply an excuse. If we had all been getting along and they knew that the show was coming into an end and I needed to find another job, I don't think they would have had a problem with it. It wasn't a real issue. It was an excuse for something that they wanted to do otherwise. Arlene and I had not gotten along for a couple of years, and I had said some pretty harsh things.
Things you regret?
Some of them. Some of them, and some of them I don't. I was young. I was probably then a little older than you are now. I was 30 years old, and I said some harsh things I don't think I want to repeat right now that I kind of regret. But generally, I felt it was an example. I said, well, I'm doing the damn work. I don't need an extra standards and practices person. Nickelodeon has their own. Get out of my way and let me do my job. Which is what you have to do when you're a producer. To an extent, you're protecting the people below you, which I wasn't doing sufficiently, as we were talking about in that example of Joe. To another extent, you're fighting for your vision and your people's vision above. Now, I didn't have any problems with Nickelodeon. The worst problem we had was that thing with Mitchell and Joe. And that wasn't pretty, but it wasn't the end of the world. It was something we were dealing with and getting past. Other than that, people were getting out of our way and letting us do the show, except for Arlene, who was just a thorn in my side. Particularly me, but the other writers too. I was just the guy who, instead of being nice about it, was being harsh and mean about it in ways that are probably, to some extent, I regret now. But it's who I am, you know. You are who you are. Rugrats was my whole life, my whole work life anyway. When I left it, I was very tired. I kind of needed a break anyway. When the show finally picked up, they put it on prime time and it picked up. The thing that was most painful to me is that all the writers and I were discounted. It was as if we had never existed. You know, Gabor and Arlene were talking about what a great series they had made, and they were talking about the mother and father of Rugrats, and they barely did anything on the series. Gabor designed some of the characters, and that's an important thing. I don't want to discount that. But in the day-to-day running of that show, he wasn't involved at all. And Arlene was a graphic designer. She considered her role to be protecting kids from our evil influence and talking about how bad Angelica was. And these people were taking credit for my work. They'd mentioned, where did the name Rugrats come from? And she said, oh, someone thought it up. I don't know who. I thought it up. It was a word I came up with.
Chuck Swenson, producer, Rugrats.
When I came on board, I think within the first week, I found Gabor sitting at a table, going through a bunch of layouts, correcting them. And I thought, oh my God, what a waste of time for somebody who is at the cutting edge of animation today. You should be doing something to further the company, but you shouldn't have to be the guy that sits there and corrects the stuff. He took that to heart and set off to make the next show. So he did that. Arlene was, I think, really instrumental in keeping the show, as I said, grounded in terms of being kid-friendly. The guys would come up with jokes that she thought was inappropriate, and she'd say, no, that's inappropriate. I won't allow that. I want to remember, the only one I can remember, in Grey Gardens, Peter wanted to make reference to a high colonic. Arlene didn't think that was appropriate for little kids. You can argue whether it is or not, but she didn't think so, and she said, no, I won't allow you to do it. And Peter was sort of a little outraged that it's just, it's a procedure. There's nothing wrong with colonics. But in Arlene's mind, it ties itself to inappropriate things for little kids that they're gonna ask their parents, what's a colonic? And then the parent is gonna have to, explain all that. And there were many instances like that.
At that point in the press, this happened even before he left Rugrats, and he wasn't noticing it. And all the writers were saying, Paul, the LA Times just came out with this great review, and it's all about how Gabor and Arlene created the show, and you're not mentioned. And he would say, oh, that's okay. People will know. And it's like, we were saying to him, people won't know. That's why we wrote that letter, that kind of famous letter that got us all in trouble. All about this, because we were just kind of like a little bit offended because we were being left out, but also the guy who was doing everything else was being left out, who was our boss and our friend. So it was a self-serving thing in a way, because we were saying the writers deserve some attention. The guy who directed the voices deserves some attention. The guy who looks through every single storyboard and decides on what are the character designs in the background, gets to approve all that stuff, deserves a little attention.
The article the letter was responding to had one mention of Paul Germain, which was the following. Although Schupo and Klasky, who created Rugrats with Paul Germain, are no longer involved in the show's writing on a day-to-day basis, they say the scripts are gone over with a fine-tooth comb by the studio and the network. In their defense, that piece was written in 1996. Paul and Klasky Schupo had already had a bitter end to their friendship. As a business and former friends, Klasky Schupo had little reason to go out of their way to praise Paul. And so, the former Rugrats writers penned the following letter, which was published August 3rd, 1996. View from the Rug Up presented an inaccurate account of the creation and production of the Nickelodeon series Rugrats. As the story editors of the original 5 seasons of Rugrats, we'd like to set the record straight. The piece presents Arlene Klasky and Gabor Schupo as the prime movers behind the show, and only toward the end of the article is Paul Germain mentioned in passing as someone they created Rugrats with. In fact, Paul Germain was instrumental not only in creating the series, but in producing every one of the original 65 episodes. The main character, Tommy, was Paul's creation, and in fact, was named after his own son. Paul also created most of the other characters in the series, and the original idea of doing a show about babies who could talk when the grown-ups weren't around was his. He came up with the title, personally pitched the idea to Nickelodeon, wrote, cast, voice-directed, and produced the pilot, and was creative producer, voice director, and head story editor of every episode. Throughout, Paul was the key creative force behind Rugrats, and the Television Academy recognized his achievement with 3 Emmys. The article states that Gabor and Arlene are no longer involved in the show's writing on a day-to-day basis. They never were. In fact, neither ever wrote a single episode, and their input on the script, for the most part, was minimal. Gabor and Arlene are certainly to be credited with designing the striking look of Rugrats, as well as fostering a creative environment in which a unique, story-driven animated series could take shape. But to ignore the fact that it was essentially Paul Germain's show is an unfortunate distortion of facts. Signed, Joe Ansolabehere, Craig Bartlett, Michael Ferris, Peter Gaffney, Jonathan Greenberg, Holly Huckins, Rachel Lippman, and Steve Vixton. Peter Gaffney, writer, Rugrats.
We just felt that the article we were responding to did not do justice to Paul. And, and if you actually read the letter, part of what I say is what a great experience Rugrats was and what a great working relationship we had for the most part. All these stories about the friction involved are really over dramatized. And I know it didn't really end that well for Paul, but, for the 2 or 3 years that we were actually doing the show, for the most part, it was a great relationship. And we had a great relationship with Gabor and Arlene. Arlene would drive us crazy with her very sort of prudish notes. But other than that, it was pretty smooth. However, this LA Times article had said like A, B, and C about Paul that was not true, or had failed to give him credit. I really felt it was important to, just to correct the record on both those points. Everybody was happy to sign it.
I'm bad about that kind of stuff. I'm really the worst. Craig was really nervous about it, and Craig's regretted it sometimes and told me I should never have done that and stuff. But I'm like, who cares? It's like, so, you'll never work in this town again. Okay, big deal. I don't really care.
Yeah, I didn't want to sign it. I felt like, here's what was wrong with that letter to the Times. It basically, like, Paul felt like he'd been wronged, right? That, he'd made those first 60, and then they didn't bring him back to continue to make Rugrats. So he felt bad about that. He felt like he'd been, dropped from the team. And as one of the creators, he felt like he had a stake in it for sure. But I felt like the letter made it sound like Gabor and Arlene hadn't done anything, and I didn't think that was fair. And so, I didn't write it, but if I'd have written it, I would have written something that was a lot more kind of balanced in terms of Gabor and Arlene's contribution, because, it was their company and they were, creative partners. Arlene did a lot of the early design, and, there was, Gabor put a lot of his sensibility in it too, in the pilot. So, that's why I didn't feel comfortable about signing it, but I did anyway, because, everybody else was. I didn't want to be the only one out, so I jumped in. And it was tough. I kind of paid for it. Gabor and Arlene were mad at me for years.
We all owed Paul so much that, the very least we could do was to set the record straight, because he was the show. Paul was the heart and soul of that show, of Rugrats.
When this whole letter thing came out, it was really Peter Gaffney's idea. And I thought, you're going to write to the LA Times? Who cares? It's not like little kids read the LA Times and go, oh, that's wrong, Mommy. They're not going to be upset about it. And I just thought, okay. So he wrote this letter, and the letter was actually it was more strongly worded. It was really extreme. And I had nothing to do it. I read it. I was like, fine, I'll sign it. And then I think Steve Vixton and Craig and maybe Rachel and everybody just kind of rewrote it. I was always like, I'll sign it. I don't care. Let me sign it. So it was never a big deal to me. He sent it off to the LA Times, and then nothing happened. And then it was kind of forgotten. And then all of a sudden it gets printed in the LA Times. But it was just like letter to the editor. It was just like one of them, there was something else about, the roads or something on, the one before. And the one was like, I don't think it's nice that people need to pick up their dog poop or whatever was the next letter. It wasn't any big deal. But Gabor and Arlene got really upset, and then Nickelodeon got really upset. And then it just kind of blew over and was forgotten. I mean, they were really mad about it, but it was kind of just more or less forgotten. And then it somehow got picked up by the New Yorker magazine, and I don't know how that happened. And then we got in a lot of trouble. But by that point, I was on Hey Arnold at that point.
They did me a huge service in doing that kindness to me, and I have not forgotten that they did. It was a dangerous thing to do, and most of them worked in animation after that, but they certainly didn't work at Klasky Csupo. And but that was an extremely painful experience, and it was very painful for me. Very painful. I just thought, I did this thing, I didn't do The Simpsons. The Simpsons were someone else's work. And I hurt because I didn't get to stay involved with this thing that I had been part of. I'd been an important peripheral player in that. But on Rugrats, it was mine. I had, because of bad contracts and because of my lack of understanding of things, I had been in a bad position on it. I don't know what to say. Right, I didn't have an agent, and I didn't ever sign a Rugrats deal. I signed an agreement to come on as a development person for Gabor. not knowing that he didn't know what a development person was. And what I should have done probably was said, wait a minute, you want me to create my own stuff, we're going to have to make a new deal, but I didn't. Although I had it created by credit on Rugrats. It's right there on the screen for everybody to see. But somehow that wasn't enough, right? It's amazing how publicity works. It's amazing how a story can be told whether or not it's true and convinces everybody. We were not getting along. We were in a fight, and it was in their interest to say they created it. It was in their interest to pretend like there wasn't a third person, and so they did.
Yeah, I do remember that. My take on it kind of is, they never mentioned me either. But it wasn't in their interest to mention anyone. They ran a company, and it was in their interest to promote that company. So that's what they did. Gabor drew most of the initial pictures, and it was Arlene's idea to make a show from a kid's point of view. So in their mind, they were the creators. And Paul fleshed that out and made the pitch whole. But it's a company. Companies have their own priorities.
But it's how things work. Tell me honestly, have you never heard of people being denied credit for their work? You've heard of Phantom of the Opera, right? That's what it's about. The guy had his credit taken away and he sought revenge, right? I mean, I'm not saying I did that. I'm not talking about what the, murder. I'm just talking about people taking credit for work they didn't do. You hear about this all the time. This is fodder for material long before any of us were born. Nothing new about this. Let me tell you something. The business is all based on, beautiful buildings where if you go to the other side of them, they're empty flats. They're just pieces of wood. That's how the whole business is, and it's always been that way, in my opinion.
Paul references history and literary examples because out of anyone in the Rugrats fiasco, he mostly blames himself for not knowing better. There was a plethora of historical evidence in front of him. Even his own experience on how quickly he was pushed aside on The Simpsons should have been evidence enough. Paul naively believed that he was the guy on Rugrats, but everyone's replaceable. Rugrats didn't disappear once Paul had left the show after its first 65 episodes. In a cruel twist of fate, the show would become bigger than ever. It would produce over 100 more episodes, 2 spin-offs, and 3 films, with a box office total of over $200 million. The only thing it failed to do was capture the original spirit of the spirit of the original 65, which was the one thing that Paul could hold on to as he watched from the sidelines. For Paul, it was the last semblance of control.
A lot of young people believe that, you either get money or you get credit. That's not true. You get it all or you get nothing. And you learn that. It's a thing you learn. The way business shows you love is by paying you more money. Love in business is money. You need to know that. And when you're young, you don't know that. You're modest and you think, oh, maybe I could live with a little less. They love that in a person. You want to ask for everything that you want. You want to be bold about it and you want to be arrogant about it. That's contrary to the way we were all brought up, right? Isn't that contrary to the way you were brought up? Your parents didn't tell you, brag, brag, brag. Just talk about how great you are. Never tell anybody. Never show any weakness. Never show anybody that you're insecure. If there's an opportunity and someone asks you, can you do this? You say, yes, sir, I sure can. And I'll do it better than anybody else, even if you don't know how. Did anybody ever tell you that? That's the key to success in our business. You have to brag and talk about yourself and be the best thing and tell everybody that you're great, even if there's a part of you that doesn't believe it. Shut that part of you up and tell everybody you're great. Insecurity doesn't get you anywhere in Hollywood. What gets you somewhere here is arrogance and thinking you're the best goddamn thing there is. Then you better believe it, because if they see any weakness, they'll take advantage of you. There's the face you show the world, and there's the face you show, the real face you have underneath. And sometimes you have to do that kind of thing. I am better at it now than I used to be. And I have a better sense at 57 years old of what it takes to succeed and what people want to see. It's a little too late, but I do. But this thing that happened with Rugrats was very painful to me, and it really changed my life to the point where I am just super vigilant about not getting robbed, and not just financially. You know, I look at that stuff very carefully. I'm very paranoid to an unhealthy degree, I would say. On the other hand, I haven't had my credit robbed from me ever again. You know, it's funny. There's a guy that I worked with who was really instrumental in the visual production of Rugrats, named Chuck Swenson, who's an old-time animator. And they asked Chuck a couple of years ago, who did he think really created Rugrats? And he said, why are we even talking about this anymore? It's like going over old football scores. Who the hell cares?
I'm a little more forgiving with people than credit. I think you just do what you do and, you know, live your life, try and enjoy it. Don't get too caught up in the petty details. Because eventually it's over. You know, and the petty details don't matter. Well, they don't say at your funeral, oh, but there were these petty details that weren't taken care of.
And I have to say, I always admired him for that. I really admire that thinking. At a certain point, who cares, right? Sad thing is, I care. I wish I didn't. It's kind of old news, but I do.
Isn't it enough to know that you did it?
No. It's not enough. You want other people to... You know what? There's a movie, there's a famous movie from the 60s. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I remember there's a guy in an insane asylum there's a guy who's claiming that he did something, and we know that he did it. God, what Joe would remember this movie, but I can't remember what it was. It's about World War I. It's a comedy, and it has this really sad ending where this character did this thing. I don't even remember what he did anymore. And he's in an insane asylum. He's claiming, I'm the guy that did this. And everybody's going, yeah. And there's another guy there saying, I'm Jesus Christ. But this guy is the guy that did it. But he's just considered insane. And it's so painful. I'm sure there are people out there who can say, I know I did it, and I don't care who takes credit for it. I just don't care. Doesn't matter to me. I'm good with it. But I'm not one of those people. I want credit for what I did. And I want other people to get credit for what they did. It matters to me.
So, you know, other people have made lots more money than me, people that I've been involved with in business. But I'm quite happy. And I've adopted a couple of kids. You know, I'm 76, and I've got a girl that's 7 and the one that's 13. And, you know, and they're great kids. And it's really, you know, to be at this stage in life, to be able to watch and enjoy a couple of kids find their way, find themselves, find who they are. It's just, you know, it's joyous. It's as good as life gets. And life doesn't revolve around Rugrats. You know, these are the things you do, and if it all works well, then you can get some sense of fulfillment and peace out of that. But I've found that the rest of life is really what's of interest.
In the pines where the sun never shines, you'll shiver when the cold wind blows. There's a grave in the pines where the sun never shines. There's a grave that's shaded with the pines.
I went to a party and I saw Jerry Laybourne across the room, and I hadn't seen Jerry in a long time. You know, I had known Jerry a little bit. I'd seen her a little bit, from the distance when I was on Rugrats. And then when I was on Hey Arnold, I got to know her a little bit better. But then when we went to Disney to do Recess, she ended up working at Disney. And so I got to really know Jerry, and I really, really respect her and like her. And I really think she's a visionary, like one of the few real visionary executives. Anyway, I'm at this party and I see Jerry across the room, and she comes over to me. She kind of waves and she comes over to me and she goes, Joe, and we have this really nice conversation. And as we talked, other people started to gather because she's Jerry. And we're all talking about all the shows we've worked on and everything. And at one point, Jerry said, Joe, let me ask you a question. What's your favorite show you ever worked on? I thought for a second. I said, Recess, no question. And I could see in her face that she was kind of surprised, and her face kind of fell a little bit. And she said, really? Not Rugrats? And I thought for a minute. I said, no, not Rugrats. And she said, why? And I said, because of all the stuff that happened, all the bad stuff that happened, not to the show, but like what happened behind the scenes and what happened to Paul and everything. I don't even know if I don't even think I had to say what happened to Paul. I just said all the bad stuff. And she just got this expression on her face of real, empathy. And she put her hand on my shoulder and she said, "I'm really sorry."
In 1988, Paul Germain was an associate producer on The Tracy Ullman Show. 3 years later, he was the creator and showrunner of one of the most successful children's animated television shows of all time. 3 years after that, he had a hard time finding work. Paul Germain, creator, Rugrats.
After Rugrats, I left the company not on great terms. Gabor and Arlene made a concerted effort to pretend like I didn't exist, and Nickelodeon went along with it, and so there would be stories in the LA Times which talked about how they were the mother and father of Rugrats and never mentioned me. So I was having a tough time getting work after that. It was very ugly. It was mostly like, I remember I had a meeting at CBS and my agent, I finally had an agent at this point, and she said, "I've got one of the creators of Rugrats." And the executive replied to her, "That's not the way we heard it." I was starting from zero, even though I'd created this giant and ran this giant hit. And I had 3 Emmys sitting on my bookshelf at home. Anyway, I was trying to rebuild my career. And my agent called and said, "Look, I've got a pitch for you at Universal. They're doing a project based on the Beethoven movie with the dog." And I go, "Oh, God, that's not what I want to do with my career." And she said, "Look, this is important. I've guided you. You've listened to me so far. Hear me now. You need this. Go over there and take the meeting and see what you can do." Okay. They want to make an animated TV show based on the Beethoven movies. So I watched the movie and I go, "Okay, it's all right." The executives at CBS who have bought the show on the basis of the movie don't like the development for the TV show, and they want to scratch it and start over again. Basically what it was is, you remember those dogs playing poker? It was like that. It was a bunch of dogs in like fedoras and chomping cigars, and there's like hoodlums and stuff like that. I go, "What the hell is this?" Right? It has nothing to do with the movie. So I just looked at this and said, this is ridiculous. But it had been rejected anyway, so it was dead. So I get this meeting. They have me come into Universal, and I meet with their animation division, right? And I sit down, and they say, "We have to come up with something new. Do you have any ideas? All we have to do is we have to capture the spirit of the movies in a TV format. What would you do?" I looked at them and I said, "Look, I've only had a day to think about this. The best I can tell you is, if I were doing it, I would start by saying, the movie is about a real dog and his human masters. And there's a plot, but the dog's just a dog. He's just a big slobbery dog, and the dad doesn't get along with him, and he drips slobber over everything. And haha, isn't that funny?" That's the movie, right? It's like the dog loves the man doesn't like the dog, and by the end of the movie, he grudgingly has some affection for him, right? So I said, if I were doing it, I wouldn't say there's this underground city of dogs. That doesn't interest me. It's just boring. I would say it's animated, so they're going to talk. But otherwise, they're dogs. They do dog stuff. Maybe it's our imagination of, if a dog could talk, what would he say? But they're dogs. That's it. They're talking dogs, but otherwise they're dogs. Now, if you think about it, that's not that different from Rugrats, right? If a baby could talk, this is what he'd say. This is all I said, right? That's it. That was the whole pitch. They looked at me and they said, "That's brilliant. That's brilliant." And they said, Can you stay longer?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Can we take you over to meet with the Reitman people?" So I said, "Okay." So it was hilarious. Have you been to the Universal lot? Do you know the lot? It's a big, wide lot, right? So we got in somebody's car in the parking lot and drove across the lot to the other side, which I thought was the funniest thing in the world. Why couldn't we just walk? But anyway, we drove over in someone's Cadillac to the other side of the lot. I went into the Reitman people, and I said it again, just what I'd said before. That's it. That was my pitch. They loved it. So the next thing I knew, I said, I want to bring my partner, Joe Ansolabehere, on this project. Because by then, Joe and I were kind of decided we wanted to be partners, though we'd never done anything together. So Joe came in as a writer. I was the producer. Joe came in as a writer because nobody knew him, but I was the guy who'd produced Rugrats. So Joe came in as a writer on the project.
Beethoven was a transitional thing in my relationship with Paul. I don't know if he told you this. Did he tell you this whole story? So what happened with Beethoven was, so now I go off and I'm working with Craig. The whole thing happens with Arnold. And we're doing other things too. Craig and we're doing other things. And we wrote a pilot and it was being tested and all this stuff. It's kind of taking its time. And I'm kind of low on money and I don't know what to do. Well, in the middle of all this, Paul, he calls me one day and he goes, guess what? I've got a job. You want a job? I got a job for it. And I said, what's the job? And he said, well, these guys at the Reitman Company, they are trying to make a show out of Beethoven. I said, the dog? The dog, And he's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, a talking dog show. I don't really want to do that. And he said, well, it's a job. I said, okay. So Paul said, I have to go back in and pitch. Would you come with me and pitch with me? So I said, all right.
So Joe came in as a writer on the project. He helped me formulate, plan out what the show would be. We talked about it together. We worked out a plan. And Joe pitched it. He's an amazing pitcher.
We go off and we work on it for a few days and we come up with some funny things. And honestly, I thought I came up with some pretty funny stuff. So Paul doesn't like to pitch very much. So I go in and I pitch it. But all these Reitman guys, they were like, it was like going to pitch to the mafia or something. They're old guys. They're like, yeah, what do you got for me? And it's like 4 guys. And they actually turned out to be really nice, but they scared us a little bit. I remember we pitched something like, here's how we're seeing the show. George is this guy, he's got this dog, and then you see the dog do something, he destroys the house. I remember he destroys the house, and we go through this big, long rigmarole, and he destroys the house, and he rips this, and the guy's chasing it, and things are falling down, and this happens, and he finally gets on, you damn dog, I hate you so much, and he throws the dog outside and locks it to the thing, and he goes inside, and the dog looks to this other little dog that's sitting there, he goes, he loves me, or something like that.
You filthy dog! I'm sick of this! Every time I turn my back, you're messing up something new. You've destroyed my house, you've ruined my life, you're making me crazy! Now stay here, Beethoven, I mean it! Stay here! Hey, Beethoven, how's it going? Pretty good. I think he's starting to like me.
Was not a great pitch, but that was it. And when we said he loves me or something, they just burst out laughing. And they said, that's it. That's the show. And we were like, great.
And suddenly Universal's problem was solved. But the show had to go on the air in September, and it was March. Now, I don't know if you know what that means. That's just insane. It's March. We don't have any characters. We threw away everything that existed from this other idea that I told you about. It was gone. It was out the window. Not by my choice, although I agreed with it, by CBS's choice. So we had to come up with new artwork. We had to write the scripts. We had to write the Bible. We had to hire the actors. We had to do everything. And it was March, and we had to get it on the air in September. That's just insane. We did it. But a lot had to be sacrificed along the way to make it work. And the main thing that got sacrificed was animation. So it didn't look very good. The animation wasn't great. The designs were not my taste. But there's nothing I could do about that. It was a speeding freight train, and I just had to get it not to go off the track, and that was it. And so that was the show. We did a year's worth of episodes. It did really well for CBS. They were going to pick up a second season, but there got to be a political dispute between the woman running CBS at the time and the guy at Universal who was in charge of the animation division. They got into a fight over something, and to punish him, the executive at CBS canceled the show, which was fine. It wasn't a great show. It wasn't a tremendous loss. It was fine.
Now, at this point, he's being represented by this woman, Ellen Goldsmith Vane, who is Gotham. And Ellen gets this great deal for Paul, like good money. And I'm brought in as like a story editor on it for like half the money. And I'm thinking, this is a bad situation. This is like a repeated, Paul's career is doing great, mine's not doing so great. So my feelings were hurt. Poor Paul. I'm sorry I'm telling you these stories with Paul, but you're asking. But I made it clear to Paul that I didn't think this was very fair. And Paul kind of said, it's not. It was kind of a big moment for us because it was like, Paul knew he'd kind of like, not screwed me over, but he was positioned in a different place, And he did take the meeting first and everything, but I just felt like it wasn't fair. And I was having, like I said, I was having issues of respect. So in the middle of all this, Arnold happens. I got a call from Craig or something at some point saying, they're going to make it. We're going to make the show. And I thought, great. This is my way of getting out and actually like proving that I'm something besides Paul's shadow, basically. But I also thought this is going to be a nightmare because Steve and Craig and I have slightly different, I already knew, we have slightly different ideas of what a good kid show is supposed to be. And it's just enough where it's going to cause problems. I thought the executives are going to be hard. There's going to be a hard show. And I know it's not going to be pleasant. And I actually loved working with Paul. I love Paul. He's like my brother. So at one point, I got on the phone with Ellen about something. And she was like, you can't do this. You're hurting Paul or whatever. And I just screamed at her. And that was a big change in our relationship. She kind of like went, oh, he's equals with Paul. I didn't realize that, but you kind of like, it's one of those things, sometimes you just have to scream at people and it's not fun, and it's like it puts your heart in a bad place, I was a bit of a screamer. Yeah, I'd screamed at people. But, I kind of, in my family, Paul and I both have the same thing. We're very loud. We're both the oldest of all boys. So there were 5 boys in my family and 4 boys in Hill's family. And yelling and screaming and hitting is kind of how you say stuff to each other, I don't take it quite as badly when someone, yells. It kind of makes me listen to them. But, I've noticed that sometimes it makes other people, turns them off, But I also noticed that in this town, it feels like unless you're willing to do that every once in a while, people just think you're a pushover, and that they can continue to take advantage of you, I feel like. Maybe a good lesson for you, for all of us.
I was kind of proud of him. She deserved it. Look, this was another learning experience, right? Joe and I had talked about being partners, but we hadn't officially defined ourselves that way. And I got a job offer based on the fact that I was the guy who'd done Rugrats. They hired me as a producer, and then they brought Joe in as a writer. Even though I'd brought him in and we were kind of working as a team, they didn't see us that way. And I was offered basically a much larger amount of money than he was and a much better title than he had. And he thought, why isn't Paul going to them and saying, no, just give me a little less, give him a little more, let's make it equal and fair. I regret it because I should have. Again, it was a period of learning for me, and I really made a mistake. And Joe was really angry and hurt about it. And the result of it was that he walked away. He said, I need to prove to everyone, including our mutual agent, I need to prove who I am and how I can do things on my own, and I'm not just a satellite of Paul. I never thought of him as my satellite. But on the other hand, I didn't fight for him not to be.
Joe's yelling and screaming at his agent and leaving Beethoven also emboldened him when it came to Arnold.
It also put me in this place where I could say to Craig, I'm not doing it, and if you give me a crappy credit, I want to be a producer on the show. I want you to admit that we developed the show with you forever, that it always has to say developed by the 3 of us, because you had this idea, but you didn't do this. If Sam Simon developed The Simpsons, then we developed your show for you. And he agreed to it. So by doing that, it meant that from now on, Paul and I, if I partnered with Paul, we could be partnered as equals. If that makes any sense.
Steve and I became good friends right away too, but Joe especially, man, I felt like I'd found like a blood brother. Because he just he loves all the same movies, and he loves architecture. And we would immediately go drive around LA looking for old, classic mid-century modern LA buildings. And go to, places like the Derby. You know what I mean? He loves that stuff. You go to the Derby, he's like, look, see that little window? You used to be able to you could look through this window and see the room where, Chaplin and Hemingway and, Well, that's Joe. He's one of my favorite people. Joe Ansolabehere is just truly one of the great people.
Craig had worked with me and Steve back when we were partners still on Rugrats. So when he did Hey Arnold, he said, I want you guys to do it together,
So Steve and I went over to Craig's house for nights and nights and nights, weeks and weeks and weeks, basically smoking different things and stuff and drinking and talking. And we came up with what is Hey Arnold, essentially.
Well, Hey Arnold was his baby. I don't want to ever give the impression that Steve and I created Hey Arnold for him, because that's not what happened. What happened was he had a creation and he just wanted to make it into a TV show, and he loved how Steve and I wrote and how we thought about things. And that's kind of what happened. And Steve and I brought everything we had to it. We tried to make it personal to ourselves,
But we always knew it was Craig's. It was always going to be Craig's.
Which was based on Craig's. If you've seen those the little things, if you've seen them, they're silent. They're all inside Arnold's mind. He never speaks. No one speaks, you know? And they're all like, what's in your imagination is kind of what's going on, they're great. I love those things. But we were like, well, that's not going to work for a 30-minute cartoon. We have to actually think of characters and what's the town. So it just kind of got invented on these nights, you know? And the one that I always remember, I think I might have mentioned this to you before too, I told this story a lot because I just remember it so well, is that Steve, I knew he really loved the character of Angelica. And he always wrote these screenplays that were great screenplays about these messed up relationships, you know, men and women's messed up relationships. Very funny, but they were really dark. And in the comic strip that Craig had started to do, the character of Helga, who was a character who was in the little 1-minute animation things, or those few-minute animation things he did, but she was just a girl in the background. But he had done a comic strip where she was kind of like a catcher or something, a baseball diamond. And Steve really liked Angelica, and he said, I kind of wish this girl, like, what if she's like hates him? So we were doing lots of jokes about, stories, or what if this Helga girl hates Arnold, Helga hates Arnold. And I kept saying, why does she hate him? You know, why does she hate him? I get it, guys, I understand, I get, Angelica's a bully, I get you want to do another bully, but why does she hate him, I kept saying. And Craig's wife, Lisa, goes walking through the room at that moment, and she said, maybe she hates him because she's really in love with him. And I just remember looking at Steve, and Steve looking at me and going, oh my God, that's great. And then it was the Steve riff, Steve and Craig and me were all going, yeah, and she has what if she's got a shrine to him, but she'll never tell him, and it was just like, which I think is kind of the key to Arnold, honestly, is that relationship,
The first Arnold episodes were being seen. I think they were being shown around. I don't think it had aired yet. And he showed it to Matt Groening. And because Matt used to be his brother-in-law. And Matt said, you know what I like about this show? That you can be sad, that you don't have to be funny. And I think Craig went, cool, I'm not going to worry about that. And he just kind of went, not funny.
The formula for writing an Arnold episode that we decided early on was, if you look at them, Pigeon Man's a good example, Eugene's bike is a good example. Arnold accidentally causes harm to someone else. Like, he didn't mean for Eugene's bike to get destroyed, or then for Eugene to fall down in the sewer hole or whatever and have to go to be in a hospital. But it still happened because of Arnold. And so those are perfect because Arnold feels really bad and he has to think, and you kind of have a melancholy middle of the story where Arnold's trying to figure out what to do. And then he does something and, like he takes Pigeon Man out for pizza. Re-socializes Pigeon Man a tiny bit to go have some pizza. And you can see Pigeon Man's like, oh, it's great. And he tries to give Eugene a perfect day, but everything goes wrong for Eugene too. So, the fun of those Arnold stories is he's really a good guy. He's trying to make things better. He's very empathetic of other people's situations and is trying to make things better. But what we say is, in this universe, nothing ever turns out right. You might have a moment of glory, and then things are going to, by the end of the episode, go back to the status quo, and you're kind of suffering again. And that was what we said. It was just that we thought that was we all agreed, Joe and Steve and I all agreed that was what childhood was kind of like. You do your best. It's really cool to make a main character be kind of a hero in the sense that he's really trying to, he's trying to help this situation, but he kind of can't. He's just a little kid, and he can't really save the day. And so at the end of the story, they're kind of like, oh, okay, well, thanks for trying. and Pigeon Man tells Arnold, he's like, no, you've shown me that there are people that you can trust, but look, I gotta hit it. I gotta go. And so that's nice. It's like Arnold touched everybody, and he kind of reaches out and kind of makes things a little bit better. And the fun of that storytelling is that it's very poignant. Things aren't truly better. The world is still pretty grim. That's why we like to tell those stories. It's fun. They have a certain depth to them because for a kid show, it dared to say, wow, life's pretty disappointing.
What happened, I was only there for about the first 20. And I thought, this isn't really my experience of childhood. That was what my problem was. Not that I thought it wouldn't be good to do, a show like this. But it's kind of like they were telling us that the character was in 4th grade. And he wasn't. He was really much more interested in sexual things. And that's fine if he's in 6th or 7th grade. That would have made sense. That's what I remember of childhood. So I wasn't feeling connected to it. I was feeling like this is becoming something else. I think a lot of this had to do with Steve and his point of view, and Steve was really wrestling it off into another direction. Steve was fascinated by that dark side, He probably shouldn't have been writing children's television. He didn't really like kids. He didn't have a very happy childhood. He had no reason, but he was funny. It's just that he was a really troubled person. But the thing was, it was like 3 people. It was like 3 friends. It's like if you're playing a game when you're a little kid or something, and 3 guys. It's like somebody always feels like the odd man out. And I just kind of started feeling like I was the odd man out here. It was like Craig and Steve kind of were, taking the show in a place that I didn't really, it wasn't really me. It was more like what they wanted to do with the show. And I kept being the person who was asking the questions like that. I was like, why does it, okay, you want Helga to hate him, but why? I covered my wall with questions about who is Arnold, because I just didn't understand who he was. He wasn't a clear character to me. And I kept saying, is he this? Is he that?
I was always saying, like, who's Arnold? Who's Arnold? And at one point, and I actually stopped production for a while. I said, we need to figure this out. And Craig got kind of annoyed with me. And I would write all over, like it was like a madman from a, serial killer movie where you've written notes all around your walls and arrows and stuff and pictures. And I was like, who is Arnold? And one day Craig came in to my office and he said, look, we really got to get moving again. I was like, I guess got to figure out who Arnold is, And Craig said, all I can tell you is I remember this one time when I was a kid. I was asked by my teacher or something to recite the soliloquy from Hamlet. And so I memorized it. And I went into class that next day and I said, to be or not to be, closed my eyes and I just said it. At the end of it, I opened my eyes and everyone just kind of laughed at me. And I thought, how embarrassing. And I felt horrible. And I walked home. And as I was walking home quietly down the street, just thinking about like how I'd blown it, this car drove by and these tough kids leaned out and they said, hey, Hamlet, nice reading. And he said, in that moment, I thought, they're making fun of me. And at the same time, they're kind of complimenting me. And he said, and I think that's what Arnold's about. And I thought, okay. I don't know what that means exactly, except I know this. Craig is Arnold. That's what I thought. So that's what I kept telling myself after that, is like Craig is Arnold. Or at least Craig's how he sees Arnold,
And so what was happening was we found ourselves writing more about other people.
We had created this whole world of the boarding house with all these characters in it, and Nickelodeon kept killing them because they kept saying, "Oh, you're trying to make the show too adult," and we're like, "Yeah, we are."
When we started and we were first pitching the first episodes, we remember a terrible meeting where we went in and pitched like the first 10 ideas, and they liked like 2 to go forward. And we're like, "Whoa, 2 out of 10, we are fucked."
But Steve saw this. I think he really saw it as his baby, his show, and Steve wanted to make it much more adult. He wanted to make kind of sexual innuendo jokes. He had this one character who lived in the apartment building who got cut out eventually. But, I'll tell you that real quickly. He had this thing, and he really, really wanted to do it. This old lady or older lady who was an alcoholic. Steve loved the idea of alcoholics, which is sad considering that he drank himself to death. But this old lady was an alcoholic, and she asked Arnold to go buy things for her, and she was always inviting him in. And it's like, sit down, Arnold. And she had like a slinky, outfit and everything. And there was always this thing is like, is she trying to like seduce this kid? I mean, and that's what he wanted. Come on, Arnold, let me show you my drawings and stuff. And it was obviously sexual.
Oh, yeah, Lana Vale. Steve and I both thought that was a really funny joke to have Lana say, "How old are you, Arnold?" And he's like 9. And she goes, "Well, when will you be 10?" just so to make it kind of weird, like. And it was, what can I say? A character like that who's kind of hitting on Arnold seemed really funny to us just as we've sat around talking about it. But somehow when we tried to execute it, no way. You know what I mean? The network was like, what? She's hitting on him? That's no way. And trying to design her, we would try to make her kind of more sexy and they'd push back. And God, she ended up I remember in the model, she's wearing kind of more like a little bit of a suit, you know, like almost like a business suit. And I'm like, oh my God, that must have been us trying not to freak out Nickelodeon and have her like in her underwear. And so I just realized, nah, this ain't gonna fly. You know, we can't be doing jokes about Arnold, you know, considering having sex with a lady that lives in the boarding house.
And Nickelodeon was like, you can't do that. And they were always like fighting him. And the problem was, and again, I loved Craig, but Craig wouldn't tell Steve not to do it, but he would also not tell Nickelodeon he was going to, he wouldn't defend Steve either. And so I felt like I was in the position to like defend Steve or tell Steve, change things. Look, why is this my job? I don't want to be the babysitter. And so I started feeling like I was the guy I was sort of the bad guy, and I didn't want to be that,
We just worked all that shit out. That's how it goes. They push back, and then I would be the diplomat and go back and sweet talk them and convince. That's what I did. And Steve wouldn't do any of that. Steve would be like, I'm not talking to him. You go talk to him. And so, it worked. It worked for Joe and Steve to be like, to put their foot down and be like, no, we're going to do it or we quit, and then I'd go and make it okay.
And I kept saying, Steve, you can't do this. It's like, why not? It's funny. Because that was always his argument. If it's funny, do it. So we were trying to think of things like, what could we do? What could we do? And Steve said, what if, instead of that woman, what if it's a husband and wife and it's Gabor and Arlene from, Klasky Schupo? What if it's them? And I was like, what do you mean? And Steve said, we do about a relationship. It's not really Gabor and Arlene, but it's kind of like he's an immigrant, and he's got this wife and she's kind of more sensitive and she's always having her feelings hurt. And I was like, oh, that could be funny. My thing was, why would kids care about that? And then Steve started doing his Gabor impersonations, like he was Oscar Kokoschka, if you watch the show. And it's like, oh, Susie, why are you doing this to me? That kind of stuff.
Steve and Rachel shared an office for a while, and they were like, let's make two characters that are Gabor and Arlene, which is really funny because they aren't. Susie doesn't have anything to do with Arlene, and Oscar is such a loser. And Gabor, he was hugely successful, so it's not like, that's the character of Gabor, this sort of chiseling loser who spends all his time at the track and, never worked a day in his life. Gabor actually gets a lot of shit done. So, but we loved the way, we thought that relationship was funny, their kind of bitchy relationship. And also Gabor's accent. And we thought, he had a lot of Hungarians working with him at the studio at Klasky Schupo. We noticed they all have a really funny way of talking. Their accent, it kind of falls off at the end of this, Susie, make me a sandwich. Like it kind of drops off at the end. And so really more than anything else, we're like, God, let's have a Czechoslovakian border who talks like Gabor. So that's where that came from. But it was really a group effort. Everybody contributed to that.
And I was like, but why do kids give a crap about this, Anyway, at one point, we were kind of debating it, talking about it, and I kept thinking, but why? And Rachel came into my office at one point, and she said, Joe, please let us do this. And I thought, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the person saying no. I'm not. That should be Craig's job, to say what direction I want the show to go. I should be working for him. Why am I doing this? And I just found myself getting more and more bitter about it. Like, I didn't like my creative position there. Like, I was the one they were like saying, if we can convince Joe, it's okay. Convince Craig or follow Craig's lead, So, and then Steve, my relationship with Steve kept getting worse and worse. And it was a bad time.
But Steve at that point was doing a thing where he wasn't, again, he just was kind of blowing it off, because he still considered himself above it, kind of, So he didn't help a lot. Like on the pilot, I was like, come on, Steve, help out. And he would just show, if Craig and I had a meeting sometimes, Steve would come at, if the meeting was at noon, Steve showed up at 4 and Craig's gone already. And he's like, oh man, sorry, I overslept. I mean, he just, and probably the alcohol was probably already involved. I didn't even know that. I don't know. But at this point, Steve and I had become really good friends again. And so he was coming over to the house all the time and he knew my daughter and everything. And we were really close. But then once Arnold really happened, we would have these great moments of doing stuff together. And then Steve would just do these things that I thought, are you doing that purposely to fuck with me? To make me feel bad again? He was doing a lot of that kind of stuff of, I'm a genius and you're my pencil carrier, Like Steve would come in sometimes. Like he wouldn't come in.
And so I couldn't count on him. And I was basically doing what I had done on Rugrats, which was just sort of just take over the writing room. But it just was a disrespectful kind of situation, I felt like. So I started really fighting with Steve. And so that's when it kind of really all went down. I can't say that there was a specific moment, but I just thought, I can't do this.
Once Joe came to work for me, it was sort of like he and Paul had split up, like he left his wife, you know? And Paul called him all the time. Hey, man, when are we going to get our own show going? And so it was just an ongoing thing for the whole time that Joe was on Hey Arnold, was Paul calling him every day and saying, you know, when are we going to get together and do our own thing? So he finally did. And I know he was really frustrated working for Nick on Hey Arnold, and he was happy to bail and go make his own show. And I think that's most of it, which is actually great for Joe, because when people aren't happy on a production, they kind of feel like they could do their own thing and it would be better. Then I always say to him, God, go on, man, go do your own thing and make something better than this. Let's see you do it. And so it was really cool for Joe actually to become the creator of his own show. You know, I mean, there was a lot of arguing and fighting and shit, but I didn't care about that. I was happy to see Joe get his own show. In Joe's case, it was tough because he's a good friend. I didn't want to let him go, especially because it was like, oh, I'm going to miss having Joe around. But yeah, I mean, he had to go do that. So yeah, I got out of his way.
And I was leaving the show. And they didn't really believe I was really going to leave because everyone they knew that were working on something special, but I just couldn't take it anymore. And I knew we were working on something special too. I still read those old scripts and just think, God, I can't believe we were able to get those things passed. So I was done with the show.
I never thought of him as my satellite. But on the other hand, I didn't fight for him not to be. This was a big lesson for me. Once we had that experience, and then he went to work on Arnold, which I didn't do. And then once we reformed, we still remained really close friends, and he forgave me. And I think he saw honestly that I had made a mistake that I regretted. I really did regret it. And since then, we have only worked as partners. We tell everybody we're equals. Same pay, same contract, same responsibility, same everything. We're partners and we do everything together.
I kind of had to do Hey Arnold in order to come back to be with Paul as an equal.
Right after that show ended, and then 6 months later or so, we got the gig at Disney. And the rest is history. As I mentioned to you the last time we spoke, there are these little pockets of time that happen. You can find yourself in them, and all kinds of amazing things happen.
The two had been incredibly lucky that Nickelodeon formed in the first place, with its creator-driven shows, because they bristle at even the slightest notion of go along to get along. It's hard to imagine them rising to the top in any other atmosphere besides Nickelodeon in the 90s. Nickelodeon was dipping its toe into animation for the first time. They didn't have as many standards and protocols, which allowed Paul and Joe to mold Rugrats and Arnold to their taste. However, even the relative creative freedom they enjoyed at Nickelodeon was too oppressive for the duo. So where were they going to go after Nickelodeon? The good news was that Nickelodeon's success spawned copycats, and the most unlikely copycat at that, Disney, the company synonymous with family entertainment, had grown envious of the small cable startup in the mid-90s. And with its purchase of ABC, needed to fill its Saturday morning cartoon quota. Disney went full Nickelodeon by pillaging Nickelodeon creatives, by buying Doug, signing Paul and Joe to a development deal, and snapping up Sue Rose's Pepper Ann out of Nickelodeon development.
We were looking to do something together, and Disney was kind of courting us and saying, we want to do a project with you. But I, in particular, felt that they were only going to want to do stuff with their old characters, like what I used to call Bears and Airplanes projects, the where they take
Baloo,
Baloo flies that airplane, or Darkwing Duck, or one of those kind of things. And I didn't want to do that. I'm not a big fan of those characters, and I didn't want to do a Disney branded project. It was of no interest to me, and I know Joe felt the same way.
Well, you never liked it.
I never liked it. It just wasn't my taste.
I actually like Disney movies, but But anyway, go ahead.
So anyway, in the mid '90s, like around 1995 and '96, they were kind of courting us and asking us to come over, and I would say, I don't think you guys want to do what I do. I don't think you're interested in doing original projects. And they were saying, no, we really are. And I didn't believe them. But there was a big sea change at Disney right around that time, which is that Jeffrey Katzenberg left to go form DreamWorks. And he took with him the two guys who ran the television animation division. And so suddenly there was a change of leadership there. That was the first big deal.
Oh, and there was one more person that Disney was interested in from Nickelodeon. Paul and Joe's 90s nemesis, Mitchell Kriegman. And they were looking for him to run it all, to be head of television animation.
I thought, well, I don't want to work for the devil, but if I could be the devil, maybe it'd be worthwhile. Anyway, so I go through the whole negotiation. We negotiate the whole thing. I'm looking for houses in Pacific Palisades, and I'm not still sold on it just because I'm not executive material, really. And you can see how good I was as an executive at Nickelodeon. And I had a meeting. Mike Ovitz was there, and he invited me to have a meeting with Dean and him in the giant dwarf building. At one point, Ovitz says to me, so why do you think you can run TV animation at Disney?
Consider the circumstances. The pocket that all kinds of amazing things can happen in was about to close off and slice off the heads of Paul and Joe. Remember, Joe and Mitchell had been in screaming matches at Nickelodeon. Mitchell was the reason that Joe walked off of Rugrats. Joe could barely work with Mitchell. There was no chance in hell he was going to work for Mitchell. If Mitchell Kriegman lands this job, there's a certainty that recess never happens. But fate once again smiled on Paul and Joe, and the little pocket of time stayed open.
And I said, I think that's the wrong question. I said, why are you crazy enough to hire me as the head of TV animation? I don't do the normal thing. I said, I'm not going to do Darkwing Duck exactly as it was before. I'll do a new version of Darkwing Duck. I'll do something innovative. I'll do live action. Is that what you want? Because I was truly afraid, and this is akin to Michael O'Donoghue. If you don't know who he is, he was Mr. Mike on Mondo Video and in Saturday Night Live. And again, with O'Donoghue, I had learned that you go into these things and you say, I'm going to do something disruptive. Because you don't want them to hire you and be surprised. And I just thought they should know that I wasn't going to do that, because I didn't want to wake up with them going, well, you said you're going to do this, and I'm not that guy, So I think after that, both me and Disney thought this wasn't such a great idea anymore.
And after that meeting, Mitchell Kriegman was out as head of television animation. The path toward recess could continue.
We didn't completely trust it. And so when we negotiated our contract, we wrote into the contract, we will not do Disney branded material. So we'll develop this for you. We'll come up with several ideas. If you pick one of these ideas that are our ideas and you go forward, then this other deal will click into place and we'll make the show for you. If you don't like it, we'll go away. It was a development deal, but you cannot ask us, and we will not participate in any Disney branded material. And we never did during that 6 years that we were there. So I'll tell you one more thing that Joe didn't mention that's kind of an interesting sideline about how we came to Recess. So when Joe was working on our, which he thought was a great show, and he was really proud of his work on it, but one of the things that they did was the characters were supposed to be 9 years old, And there's all this like romantic interest between them, this nascent romantic interest. So you'll
well,
recall,
not even nascent. So much of it was so sexual, and I'm not being a prude about it. I don't really care, but I just thought, why are we calling them 9 years old? Why don't we call them seventh graders? That's what they are.
So in other words, Joe said to me, it annoys me because it just didn't seem real to him. And he said, I want to do a show about real 9-year-olds, what it's really like to be a 9-year-old from my memory of what being 9 and 10 and being in 4th and 5th grade, what is that really like? We just started talking about, well, what would it really be like? What was school really like? And that was our starting point for coming up with Recess. What was it really like to be in school? How did it feel?
I had a dream, and not a dream, but one of those things where you wake up in the middle of the night, you write something down, and I just wrote the Recess Gang. And I called Paul and I said, I got an idea, it's called the Recess Gang. And Paul said, oh, I don't like gang. What if it's just called Recess? And I said, okay. Even that night, I remember just thinking it's a group of kids, standing together, looking at camera going, fuck this, we're tough, And we started working on it. And then what Paul said is, what makes this animated? I remember that was a big thing for Paul, was like, what is going to make this animated? Why can't we just do a live action Recess? And Paul said, well, what if on the playground it's not completely real? It's kind of magical real. It's like,
so I was really into Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the South American writer. I just happened to have been reading that stuff at that time. What if it's just a little bit not real? Just skewed a little bit. So you've got these 5 kids that seem like more or less real kids, and you can relate to them. The more you move out from the initial group of 5, the more unrealistic it gets, the more magical it gets. And so you have a king of the playground. There isn't really a king of the playground, but that's how it felt when you were in 5th grade and there was some 6th grader who was the boss, who was bossing you around. So we said he's the king of the playground. So the other 6th graders are they're like nobility. Beneath you are these kindergartners. They're like little savages.
This show is kind of about being in the middle.
Disney, this guy Jay Facuto and this guy Barry Blumberg said, why don't you come over here and have this meeting? And we went in the meeting, and we had a bunch of things we liked, and one of them was Recess, which we thought they wouldn't like. We want to do as low concept a show as possible, essentially. And we pitched all this stuff, and we said, so what do you guys think? And they said, well, there's one idea in here that just stands above all the rest. And we honestly didn't know which one they were talking about. And they said, which one do you think it is? And we thought, the time travel story? I don't know. What are you guys looking for? And they said, no, Recess, which I think we called the Recess Gang or something, but Recess. And we were like, really? And they said, what do you think? Well, that's the one we most want to do because it's low concept, but we didn't think you'd want to do something like, oh yeah. So who knew?
Well, when Recess happened, no one had seen Arnold yet because it didn't exist, right? It hadn't come out. But Jerry Laybourne, she knew what it was, and she was going over to Disney, right? So we went to Disney, and I told people at the time, look, there's a show I've been working on that I was instrumental in helping create that has similar elements in that it's about kids, it's about kids. But the thing I don't like about it, I said, was that it doesn't feel like that they're doing a show about kids of the right age. They seem like junior high kids because I knew that's what Steve was interested in, and Craig. That's not how I remember 4th grade. And when I look at 4th grade kids now, that's not how I see them, So I say this in my pitches, right? But people didn't know what Arnold was. Well, now the guys on Arnold, especially a guy named Jamie Mitchell, who's head of the directors, and he would call it Hey Recess and stuff like that, and I would go, come on, man, I'm trying to do something different. Since I know the show so well, I'm actually there could never be a Recess story that would be an Arnold story. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make a show that could not step on you. You could never do Downtown is Fruits, on Recess, because it wouldn't make any sense. And it's just a different world. And so I started getting kind of pissed about it. But I think that's when Steve and I really started not speaking anymore, was when that kind of stuff happened, because I would go see him and he wouldn't even come talk to me. Like, he was mad at me. And I think he felt abandoned, but also I think he felt like I had taken something that was ours, that we'd all talked about together. I don't think it was true personally, but that's how he felt.
Totally. When we saw it, some of the artists on the show on Hey Arnold were pretty incensed. because they were like, what? There's one of every one of our characters. And Tim Parsons drew a very funny drawing where it was the Recess kind of one shot of the gang, and all the Hey Arnold characters that they were doing were in that pose. That was pinned up on the wall for a long time, So we, of course, we were like, what? Geez, 4th grade, black best friend with a basketball and a jersey. What the? We were pretty incensed at first, but whatever, man. Look, every one of these kids shows, Recess included, is somebody's favorite show. It's nice to think of that. Like, why sweat it? Hey Arnold is somebody's favorite show, and so is Recess. So there's room for both.
And so Paul and Joe weren't exactly beloved at Nickelodeon, but maybe a change of scenery would bring a newfound love and respect. Or it wouldn't.
And the people who were the sort of the gatekeepers of the old Disney style, I think they were a little frustrated by us.
Oh, they were scared. We came in with this new way of doing animation. Our process for doing the shows, not only was the content different from what they were used to, but the style of making cartoons was different from what they were used to. So they had this whole system in place for how they did all these, Darkwing Duck and all those kind of cartoons. And I came in, and the process I wanted to use for making these cartoons was very different from the way they had ever done cartoons before. It was kind of the style that I had developed doing Rugrats at Klasky Csupo, and how you wrote a script and how you put it together that Joe was doing was also different from what they were used to. So everything was different. At first, the old guard there, they were freaked out. They didn't know, they were trying to tell us, you have to do it this way. And I was saying, I'm not doing it that way. I'm doing it this other way. And there were some big fights that I had with various executives, not the top executives, Jerry and people like that were kind of on our side, and Barry Blumberg, who kind of ran the division, they were on our side, but the people underneath them,
so the old guard, they were just like completely, they were constantly saying things like, nobody's going to like this. This isn't going to look like this isn't a Disney show and stuff like that,
Yeah, there's one famous meeting.
I don't use names, but
there was one famous meeting that we were at where,
because we'd been fighting.
We've been fighting and fighting and fighting.
Because they had said, we want it to be called Disney's Recess. And we were like, Paul was like, it doesn't look like a Disney show. We don't want it to be like a Disney show. We don't want it to be branded like a Disney show. Why does it have to say Disney's Recess? And then,
but they owned it.
But then we had this fight with them. And we said, well, okay, if you get to put Disney, since he's been dead for 30 years, why don't you get to put our names on it? So we could have Paul and Joe's made Disney's Recess, So we made this big stink about it. And they kind of went along with it. Or they didn't go along. We fought them.
It was a negotiation, but we got
in the meantime.
We're having this meeting, and we're going over the artwork, which we had developed with people that we knew.
There were Simpsons, Rugrats people that we really liked who were alternative.
A cruder kind of gritty look, you might say. We were in this big meeting around this table, and this guy who was like a
pretty big guy,
and he said to us,
we're going to get letters.
We're going to get letters about this. This is not up to the Disney style. And Joe said, I'll never forget this. He looked at me and said, okay, why don't you take the name off then?
Take Disney off.
Take Disney off. No problem.
I actually used some curse words in there, but I said, why don't you take the blanking Disney name off of it then? Because we don't want it on there.
And
anyway.
then they backed off.
And they all just kind of looked at us and looked at each other. And
we're scared now.
They said never, and they just kind of stormed out of the meeting. I was like, these people.
The created by credit.
Well, it's even more than created by. It was also getting your name on the screen.
It's getting your name on this, right at the front. So I had my name on the front on Rugrats, and there were still issues with that. When we did Recess, one of the first things we put in our initial contract, that if we got the show, it had to say created by Paul and Joe at the front of the title sequence and on every advertisement, whatever there was anywhere in the world. If it said Recess, it had to say created by Paul and Joe. So they said it has to say Disney's Recess, and we couldn't. It became clear to us that was a requirement for them. They had to have it. It was a corporate thing, but we demanded that they put created by Paul and Joe, and that right?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is now, but I mean, I know it's Paul and Joe, but I don't remember if it's created by or Joe and Paul's Recess. I can't remember what it was.
Created by Paul and Joe.
Probably right, but it was like and partly this came from Matt Groening, and we kind of watched it from him. And that's the way to do it.
So Matt Groening, if you see any artwork of The Simpsons anywhere, anytime, it's always going to say Matt Groening's name is going to be under it. as if he drew it, which he almost never does. It's almost always drawn by someone else, but it's contractual. They have to do it because otherwise, like, you see these movies that come out, who directed it? Who created the characters? You don't know. It says it's like a Disney movie or it's a Pixar movie or it's a DreamWorks movie. Who did the work? That doesn't matter. It's all that matters is the corporate part.
Yeah, and Paul had just gone through a nightmare experience on Rugrats.
Right. So I wanted to be sure that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So this was in our initial contract, and it was a bone of contention. It took a while it was an arm wrestle, and fortunately they gave it to us.
Paul had made a conscious effort not to let his credit go unheralded on this show. His experience on Rugrats was simply too painful, and it left a cannonball-sized scar.
We fought for that, and mostly I did, because I saw what happened to me, and I wasn't going to let it happen again. I thought, Walt Disney didn't crawl out of the grave and create Recess, right? It says Disney's Recess. Bullshit, right? Disney produced it. They forked out the money. It's my show.
We were hoping to do other shows, and we wanted to be known as Paul and Joe.
That's who the entity is.
We formed a company. We had cards printed, Paul and Joe, Paul and Joe. We wanted,
because we were talking about different names, and it was like, what if it's just Paul and Joe, or Joe and Paul, or whatever. And it was just like two guys made it,
a couple of kids, buddies, which we are.
Yeah.
In spite of their credit win, Paul and Joe were still facing serious opposition to their creative goals at Disney. And the idea of another fight was starting to get to Paul.
Well, what happened was, I can't remember exactly what the reason was, but Paul's a very emotional fellow. So he had this feeling, like, I don't want to work for Disney and all this kind of stuff. But we had this idea. They wanted us. We came over. We pitched it to them. They liked it. We started making it. And pretty quickly, it was like everybody was saying, oh, you can't do that. You can't do this. And Paul found himself fighting. He'd call me at night and goes, I'm so upset about what happened today. I'm just so upset. And it kept getting worse and worse. He'd come to work upset. He was just upset. He felt like he was going to lose this battle. It was going to be, he says, I just feel like I'm in a war. And one night I just thought, what if we make a game out of this, kind of? My wife had this history book of the Civil War, and I just Xeroxed a picture of Grant, and I Xeroxed a picture of Sherman, because I thought they're a team,
Joe comes into my office with 2 framed pictures, and he puts one on my desk, and it's a picture of Ulysses S. Grant from the Civil War, black and white picture of Ulysses S. Grant. And he said, Paul,
I know you're upset. He was like, I'm just so upset. I said, let's look at this differently.
You are General Grant. And he said, and he showed me the other framed picture, and he said,
I'll be Sherman. Let's march through Georgia. Let's just go.
And we are going to burn a path through Disney. We're going to march through Disney and make them do everything our way. And he said, you with me? I said, yes, I am.
And Paul, he just had this, he slowly smiled and he goes, yeah, that could be kind of fun if we think about it. It's like, yeah. What I think I liked most about that moment was watching Paul's face change from an angry Paul in the morning to like this slow smile come out on his face. Because, it just like suddenly made it a game. It sounds like bullies, but we're going to beat some people up who are living in another world. And we're going to drag these people into the next century. But I think when we went over to Disney, maybe for Paul there was a little bit of, I want to prove myself to the world. I want to show them that it wasn't a mistake that I made Rugrats. So anyway, I think Paul was feeling a lot of bitterness over that. Paul takes things very personally, and he's an emotional person. He's very emotional, and also he has a little bit of a short memory as far as how he really felt. Like, so I knew him when he was at Brooks, when he was at James L. Brooks, and he was unhappy a lot of the time there. He was very happy when he was making Rugrats. Very, very happy. But what happened and the show kind of got taken away from him, he just felt really betrayed, and he was really hurt. Then in the meantime, I was working on Hey Arnold, and I was very unhappy there on that show. And so I think I was going through a lot of stuff personally and like psychologically and philosophically, and Paul was too. And I think when we got together, we just kind of said, let's not do this. We've always been good emotional support for each other. I think that's what Paul heard. That's why I think he smiled. I think he thought, let's actually enjoy this, and let's have, let's make this a good experience for ourselves. And we did. And actually, I think it kind of made us better people.
And so the Grant and Sherman strategy was put into effect and began to pay big dividends.
We figured out how to get people on our side. I mean, the main executives, Barry Blumberg, Jay Facuto, there was a guy named Dean Valentine, they wanted us to do it. And Jerry Laybourne came in and they wanted us to do that. They wanted us to push these guys into a certain direction. And the machine, it was a giant machine that just always made this other thing. So basically we were coming out of the system that had been set up at Klasky Shupo. It was set up by Paul and by Jim Brooks and by Gabor Shupo. And if you look at it, even now when you watch The Simpsons, each show has a different director. There's like 5 or 6 directors, and that person directed that episode. And then maybe they directed 4 or 5 other episodes during the season, right? Well, Disney, that's not how they do it. So they have a director for the whole season, for the whole show for that season. And if you look at a Disney show, even now, every single episode will say directed by this one person. Well, that's impossible. That's just a producer, in my opinion. That's not a director, and we lost this battle. This may have been the time when I said, let's do this differently. So what we wanted to have was that same thing. We wanted somebody to be a director. So they would love that show, and it would be all about it, and they'd be fighting for more resources for that particular episode. And you kind of have everybody loving their thing. Instead, they wanted us to have a single person. So we actually hired a single person, this guy Chuck Sheets, who was the overseeing director. But then what we did is figured out a way to give the storyboard artists and the timers a little bit more, we kind of figured out who the people we liked the most were. And we said, this is your baby, you go for it, And so we kind of tried to create different teams for it. That's when we started getting pushback. Just how do you set up this series? How are you going to do it? And that's when around the time where we said, F this, let's do it. Let's just push it. And I don't think we ever lost another battle after that. We were just like, no, that's the way it's going to be. That was when we were just being, no one could kill us, There was the head of production was a guy named he basically was a big executive who was there for all of these different, what Paul calls, bears and airplanes shows, all of the, Darkwing Duck and all that kind of stuff. He was the executive in charge of production. And he ended up leaving about halfway. Well, probably around the first season, he ended up leaving. And I don't think we were the cause of it necessarily, but it got to the point where we'd call and say, we need something. And they'd say, really busy. He's really in the middle of something, and tell him we're coming down. And we would get down there and he'd be already gone. Like he'd be gone for the day. Like he didn't want to see us. So we would don't tell him. We would call up his down there. Yeah, I don't think he's here. And then we go, now's time to go. And we'd run down there and just say, we need more of this. And he was like, oh. And we would double team him so he couldn't get out of the office and stuff like that. We just get what we wanted, and it was pretty funny actually. But to us, rather than taking it personally, we just thought, let's make this fun.
And my God, it worked great. It worked so well. By the end of our time at Disney, they were paying us a lot of money. This is my message for any young people listening to this. It's not money or credit, it's money and credit. When you get it, you get everything. You don't get one of the things and have to sacrifice the other. You get it all or you get nothing. You have to demand it all. You're the most demanding person in the room. You strut around like a peacock and you get everything. That's how it works. As I mentioned to you the last time we spoke, there are these little pockets of time that happen if you're lucky enough or if you're wise enough to see them. You can find yourself in them and all kinds of amazing things happen,
Holly Huckins, writer, Recess.
They honestly, rightly so, could be cocky. And if we'd have, a weekly or bi-weekly note session with an executive, at first they would go up to them, but then they would usually send someone down to us. Politically, that's quite a coup. But they'd come in and they'd give us their notes, and often we'd be telling them to their face, no, you're wrong. And I think all of us were kind of empowered to start doing that, because Joe and Paul were doing it. But I do remember sometimes the executive would go, okay, thank you, good discussion, and they'd leave and then see Joe or Paul just put their notes in the trash. I don't know that anybody kind of does I'm not going to do that, and throw them away.
There's a story I love to tell. Barry Blumberg, who was my boss at Disney and is still a friend, and they had a system at Disney where we would do do you know what an animatic is? Okay, we'd make an animatic and they'd test it with kids because they didn't want to spend the money to test animation. So they would do an animatic and they'd test it with kids. And so we had done this animatic and we painted it and we tried to make it, which is really putting lipstick on a pig. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a storyboard brought to life. It's not animation. But we had to make it good because they were going to test the animation. It cost a lot of money to paint the storyboard, right? There's a lot of money to do this. That money that you were spending was simply to test the product, not anything that you could then use to put on television and show people, right? I thought this was a waste of money. And I went to my boss and I said, look, I've given you a great show and you know it. Why don't we skip this step? Why don't you just pick up the show and let's move forward. Let's put that money in the show because you know you're going to buy it. This is just a waste of time. We have to go through this thing where you test it and then the kids have to tell you they like this and they don't like that, but you're going to buy it. Why don't we skip this? And he laughed at me and he said, that's not how things work. You know that. That's the kind of arrogance I had. By the time I got to Disney in 1996, I was saying, you know you're going to do this. Why are we wasting time? Now, did I really, honestly, absolutely know they were going to pick it up? I thought they would. I thought it would. But I don't know. I can't read the tea leaves and know what's going to happen in the future. I just knew that I'd done something good and I had confidence in my work. I just knew it in my heart and I could just go up and say it. That was my secret at Disney in the late 90s. Is I was so arrogant. I knew I was right. Nobody was going to get in my way. The agent that we had who used to say to us, you know, you guys are fucking pains in the asses. All you do is demand that everything be your way. You know, and people don't like that so much. Maybe it's time for you to get your comeuppance. That was our own agent who said, why are we represented by someone who doesn't like us, you know? But I think that she was right. And I think she was reflecting what people had, what she'd been hearing, right? About us. We were difficult. People have said to our faces, you guys are difficult, you know, a bad attitude. Now, Joe and I have told you how much we love having a bad attitude, how much we enjoy it. That, you know, but that thing where Joe came into my office and he put a portrait of Grant on my desk and a portrait of Sherman on his and said, we are burning a path through Disney, right? We're really proud of that. We brag about it. We tell that story and we laugh. We think it's so funny that we did that. But for whatever reason, that's what people wanted from us then.
So we made the show we wanted, again, for better or worse, you know, and there have been plenty of people who said, oh, these weren't very good designs, or it was ugly in the background. We go, yeah, it was our fault. We made a mistake that time, whatever. Now, we happened to work with several amazing artists, but they had to get what we were doing.
Right.
So
the question is, whose vision are you executing?
For example, like Howie Parkins, who had started off, we'd known Howie forever on Rugrats. He was kind of like, I don't know if I want to work with these guys, because he was coming out of Nickelodeon. In the second season especially, he figured out what we were doing, understood that we were actually using cinematic techniques rather than animation techniques. And he would plus everything. He was amazing.
Yeah, once they thought, oh, I get what you're doing. So I'll give you an example. We had one episode where we wanted to do a parody of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly on Recess. So I was describing it to Howie, who wasn't familiar with the movie. So he checked out the movie on DVD and he watched it.
That's how I remember. Here's how I remember.
Okay, you tell.
How I remember is one of the things we used to do were punch-up read-throughs. This was not something people did. We're doing a punch-up of this thing called Dodgeball City. The big surprise is that Gus turns out to be in his last school. He was like this amazing dodgeball player. And Howie, it's not that he didn't know the movies. He was kind of going, I don't know. And he kept saying, I mean, it's a funny script, but it's like, kids aren't going to get it. I don't understand how I'm going to do this differently. How's it going to be different? At one point, I don't know who said it. Somebody said, what if when you get to the final gun battle, all of a sudden you just hear the Sergio Leone music go, now, 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 and you shrink the top and the bottom of the screen so that it becomes a version of widescreen, which is what those movies were.
So it becomes letterbox.
I just remember Howie going, oh my God, I get it. Like, I could see it in his face. He just got excited. And that changed the whole show. And all of a sudden we went, oh my God, in animation, we could do this. Like, we could make this like a film. We don't have to be stuck to the television rules that that people have been using since Lucy. We could actually make a single camera show, essentially.
My biggest frustration in animation is that I'm not an animator. I can't pick up a pencil and draw what I want. So I have to get other people to do it for me, and to tell this, I have to say, no, I want this angle. So this is especially important when you're doing storyboards. And so I know that stuff, but I can't draw it myself. And that is a huge frustration to me. Joe and I both felt that the closest we came to hitting the vision that we wanted, where everything was in sync and everything was working together, was on Recess. Joe and I were looking back on an episode of Recess called The Kiss, or actually it's called The Experiment, and we were just marveling at how close it is to what we wanted it to be. What we both had in mind when we conceived of it, and how we worked with the writer, because neither of us wrote it, it was written by somebody else, and how we got it just exactly what we wanted and then executed just exactly the way we wanted, stunned us. We looked at it and go, God, I wonder if we'll ever get that close to telling the story exactly the way we wanted to again. The music was right, the editing was right, the dialogue was right, the acting was right, everything told the story just the way we wanted. Maybe you love it, maybe you hate it, I don't know. But for us, it was just what we wanted. It was our vision.
Speaking to their vision, Recess has an anti-authoritarian bent, and of course, it's very liberal. Within the confines of 11-minute episodes, the team tackled issues like religion, capitalism, and peaceful protest.
At the time, I don't think we thought we were doing anything that was that shocking or unusual at the time.
Wait, listen, I'd come out of working for Jim Brooks on Taxi. Those guys were really doing like crazy shit. We didn't even dream of doing that kind of stuff. The stuff we were doing, it reflected our politics. That was really important to us.
Well,
Joe and I are both.
Also, I mean, we are children of the 70s. We loved 70s movies. And the fact is that everything had a political bent. Everything had like this left-wing kind of thing. It's that's where the world was, and that's what we believed in. The Vietnam was war, and still do, yeah. And the other thing was, though, that is interesting about it was that it also fit into, if you're trying to make a show about school or a movie about school, if you think of all those school movies in history, like private school movies where the teachers are putting you down kind of thing, and you're getting swats and stuff like that, those movies were always they have a political slant to them. You almost can't help it. It's like there's people it's the man, are the teachers. And all the different stratas of society of the school, it just made it an easy thing to play in.
And I'll tell you what's kind of interesting is we had to deal with ABC, the network standards and practices people, and we had an educational advisor working on the show. And despite all that stuff, I don't think we ever had any problems with any of this stuff.
No, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I think there's a few things. One is the Reagan era had ended. We were in the Clinton era now. So it felt like for a brief moment that like maybe liberalism would come back. This was someone who was a pot-smoking hippie, who had gotten elected to be president. And then the other thing that happened is the fact is the red states are kind of right. Hollywood is mostly a bunch of liberal people sitting around, and all the cities are actually, but and I think we can look at how television has changed the world in a good way because of that. Honestly, I think we always talk about the Cosby Show, but you kind of look at it and you go, well, you created a world where, to be an African-American middle class, upper middle class family is an okay thing. And it's the way it should be. And it's not, they're not gang members and killers on TV. I mean, that's great. Or you look at something like Will and Grace. We always talk about that. It's like you just created a world where it's totally okay to be gay, and it became a #1 hit show, And it's like that's how you change the world. That's how you make the world a better place.
A little at a time.
Yeah, that's how you make the world a better place. And so that was our idea. That's what we thought, at that time. That said, if I said anything, generally what you would get is pushback are people who are liberal who are afraid to say it. You would get that. So there would be people who said, we don't want to go there. You used to get that. However, we end up walking into this show, and the guy who's the executive is this guy, Barry Blumberg, who we keep mentioning, who was this young executive at the time when he had just gotten his job when we got there.
A little younger than we are.
A little younger than us. And he was eager to prove himself. And he was always pushing us to go farther. He actually wanted us to go places. We were like, really, Barry? You want to let us do that? So it was at the end of the first season, and we had a bunch of writers who, one of the writers on the show, Rachel Lipman, had gotten pregnant and left. Another guy, Peter Gaffney, I think he got another job on another gig. All these people were just leaving, and the budget was out, and I was out, and all of a sudden, I don't even remember what the episode was, an episode got canceled. And I was like, oh no, what are we going to do? And I said to Barry,
I don't know what to do. Like, let's dig out some of these old stories and like, let's do it. And he goes, what about that one about the swinger girl going over the top and disappearing? And I said, Barry, let me tell you what the story is. And I told him the story. He said, yeah, it's a great story. And I said, but Barry, that's an anti-religious story. You're saying that religion doesn't exist in a way, you know? And he said, oh, who believes that? Of course, fine. I don't care. Let's just say it. And I was like, really? You think that's okay to say to middle America? And he said, sure. Come on. It's fun. It's funny. I said, all right. We do this story. So I kept thinking this is going to get killed, you know? And so we weren't, you know, I was going, fine, I'll write it the way I think it should be written. So we recorded it. We took it to the session. I think somebody at the session was saying, you know, this is saying that there's no religion, right? And I was like, I don't know. They said it's okay, you know? So we were just kind of going forward. So it's about to go on the air. I don't know if you remember this. I don't. It's about to go on the air. And somebody, I think it was Tom Rosica or somebody, called me up and said, we got a problem with this episode. Do you realize what you're saying? And we were like, Barry told you, Barry said it was mine. And they only aired it once the first time, in the first run. They probably air it all the time now, but they didn't put it in the rerun schedule because they were so upset. They said, we're going to get a lot of letters. But they didn't get any letters. If anything, it's anti-cult, maybe. It's not saying all religions are bad or bullshit. It's just saying this is how things get out of hand, you know? And
they're afraid that they're going to get letters, that people are going to boycott, there's going to be some crisis. And oftentimes there isn't, because there's several reasons. Sometimes it's because the audience is more open than you thought, or sometimes it's because they didn't see it that way. There wasn't anybody that walked out and said, right. You mean there is no God? No one said that.
It's just about how you see something that you don't understand and you immediately go to, this must be mystical, you know? That's really all it is ultimately. But I don't know if you remember the episode, but a religion does form around Swinger Girl. So, you know, I mean, you know, but a lot of times the other thing that happened too, which was, you know, we knew that we wanted the bad lady to be, you know, Miss Spencer, and we knew the principal would be a funny guy. We needed a good teacher, you know. At the same time, we didn't want her to be boring, you know. She needed to be kind of a goody two-shoes, but how could we make fun of the goody two-shoes? So we thought, let's make fun of ourselves, who are always saying a hippie teacher. She's a hippie teacher, and she's just saying these politically so absurdly that we agreed with. That was part of the joke, but it's like they were always sort of under her breath, and she was saying them.
And so the noble Native Americans shared their bountiful foodstuffs with the undeserving European savages.
And so we were doing these, and we actually had some writers. There were two writers in particular, I won't name names, but you know the names, who didn't like it. They thought we were trying to sneak in messages and stuff. And one guy was more conservative. He's not an extreme right-wing person, but he didn't like it. And the other guy, who considers himself a liberal, he would just get angry, this guy, about, putting political messages in. To us, if you were a conservative person and you heard some teacher, you wouldn't be offended. You think that's absurd. That's typical. Yeah. Those funny, silly liberals. It's a win-win. We have a character, we kind of agree with her. We know she's silly. We love her anyway. And she's saying things that if you were on the other side, you'd think it was absurd, you know? So,
but
anyway.
Meanwhile, we're hoping to communicate to the kids watching the show what we really believe. We're hoping to win over hearts and minds,
little by little. But she's
not so much through that character, but through the things that happen. Like we're saying to kids, like the old Rusty episode, we're trying to say, stand up for your right. If you believe in something, fight for it.
In fact, our original song that we wanted to sing, do you remember the way we pitched it was, all we are saying is give play a chance. That's what we wanted to have them saying, and they couldn't get the right. They said, Yoko says no. So to us, anyway, I keep saying fortune favors the bold because I've been reading all this Roman history stuff with Paul. But we just thought, to heck with it, let's just do what we want. I'll tell you a good example is the Christmas show.
Oh, yeah.
We had this, we want to do a Christmas episode. Disney was pushing us to do a Christmas episode. And we said, okay, what can we do? And we're like, I don't want to do a Christmas show. And people kept pitching things. And what if, Mikey still believes in Santa? I was like, okay. And in this room, in one of these writers' room meetings things, somebody said, what if Santa's black? Might have been me. I don't know. I can't remember who said it.
I don't know.
Oftentimes I don't remember these things. And what I do remember is thinking, okay, that's interesting. One of the writers in particular said, that's stupid. You can't do that. You can't do that. Santa is not black. Santa is white. And we were like, Santa doesn't exist. Santa's nothing. What do you come on? And I said, Paul, what do you think? Do you think that is in any way? And he said, no. Let's just do it. So we just did it. Santa's this African-American guy in a rest home, So we write the script. We take it to the recording booth. Now, James Earl Jones, he hadn't read the script because he's James Earl Jones. Everyone hires James Earl Jones. So he didn't think anything. He's like, what do you want me to do? I'll do this real quick, 5 minutes. He started reading it and he said, wait a minute. Are you saying Santa's black? And we said, yeah, that's kind of what we're getting to. And he said, hold on, I got to read this. Hold on. And he got off the phone. And as I recall, and I might be wrong about this, but I think Allison got a call from his agent, like within a few minutes, saying, you tricked us, or he doesn't know if he wants to do it. And we were like, ugh. So we sat there and we just like, well, the script's going to speak for himself. He's either going to like it or isn't. And then he got back on the phone and said, okay, I can do this. Remember?
Yeah, it was scary. We didn't know.
Like, because to us, it had to be James Earl Jones.
Yeah,
to us, that's the
so
ultimate.
So he was probably reading it thinking, what the hell are these guys saying? Are they going to say something that's going to offend me? But then when he read it, he thought, oh no, this is fine.
Who cares what color Santa is? That's dumb.
And like any great show, they covered one more topic: Robert Goulet.
There was this character that was
on the
Andy Griffith show, who was played by an actor named Jim Nabors, who played this
Gomer
Pyle, who was this kind of this idiot, right? He was
the gas station
and he talked back
attendant.
dancing. He just had this really high voice, and he was just silly. And then he'd
As it
sing, and he
turned out-
sang in this baritone voice.
Oh, this beautiful song.
And it was the funniest thing. You just go, that guy can sing like, it was like a.
And he actually became he had albums out in the 60s.
Because he sang in this, this baritone, serious voice, right? So the initial joke that we wanted to do was Mikey, who is kind of, the sweet kind of dumb guy on the show.
Remember, he wanted to sing it too.
He wanted to sing it, which was not going to happen. So we needed to figure out when he sang, we had this joke going. It's in an episode. What was the episode called? The Voice.
The Voice, yeah, which
where
is one of our favorites.
It turns out that when he sings, he has this magnificent voice, right? And so initially we wanted to get Jim Nabors. We went after Jim Nabors. And
so here's what happened. So Barry said, you got to meet with this executive. We're not going to say her name. And we said, well, we want to do it this way. And she said, well, you can't do it that way. That's ridiculous. No one's going to do that. And it's like, look, well, we wanted to use Jim Nabors. She said, you could never get Jim Nabors. Jim Nabors would never do this. He lives in Hawaii. He's way too big. And we're like, Jim Nabors? I don't know. One of us said, well, what about Robert Goulet? And she stopped and she said, Robert Goulet might do it. Remember that?
I
know. And we were like going, Jim Nabors, Robert Goulet. I don't know what the difference is.
But anyway, so we asked Robert Goulet to do it, and he said yes. It was not even a big deal. So I went to Vegas. We walk in the door, and I said to him, the joke is that you're going to sing this. You're really going to sing it with heart. It's like you're singing Mozart. He goes, Mozart didn't do opera. You don't know what you're talking about. It was so scary, because it's Robert Goulet. But he calmed down after a minute, and then we did it, and it was great.
I'm supposed to sing the national anthem, but something important's happened, and well, I think the nation will forgive me.
Huh? What?
Instead, I'd like to sing a song I've always known, but never really understood, until now.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. No. Oh, I've seen a vision of light. I have seen a vision. But then one day that vision was gone, 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 gone. 'Cause nobody knows the trouble I've seen. No.
It was so much fun working with him and getting him to do it. And he was an older guy. He was having trouble with his voice in those days, so we had to do a few takes before he got it the way he wanted to do it. Really, I was barely directing him. I mean, I was just letting him go and do his thing.
As Recess was coming into its own, Rugrats was becoming a gigantic force of Mickey Mouse proportions. The Rugrats' first film grossed $140 million at the box office. And all Paul and Joe could do was sit and watch.
Well, there was a lot of, I don't think other people on Recess had any feelings about it. Paul more than me, but Paul and I were both really upset about Rugrats. I think all of us who were writers on the show felt like that was our baby, not to, try to be cute about it, but that was our baby. And those were our characters, And we really felt that the next iteration of it, the next 100 or so they made after the first 65, weren't our characters anymore. Like, they weren't speaking the way that they had been speaking. They were kind of stupider characters. They were we never thought our characters were dumb. And they seemed like they were dumb all of a sudden. Like, we always thought that they were smart, but they don't have that much information. They're just little babies. And suddenly they became stupid. And the whole mixing up of words became like every other word was getting mixed up, and it didn't make sense why they were mixing up a word. So we were unhappy with the show, but we didn't honestly watch that much of it. But when the movies came out, at that point, Paul was really already he was having some legal issues with Gabor Arlene and with Nickelodeon. And I don't know how much he told you about all this, but it's kind of a tricky thing. I don't know how much he can talk about it. So then we heard that the Rugrats movie was coming out. And Barry said, you have to go watch this movie. He got some sort of early cut of it or something. And I watched up until the peeing scene, which isn't very, far in. And I was just I was really upset. I hate this. And I got up and walked out, and Barry got really angry at me. And he said, I'm showing you this for this. I said, Barry, you don't understand how emotionally upsetting this is to me. This is very, very upsetting. It's like, I don't know how else to say it. It's like your children were taken from you is what it felt like a little bit. That's overstatement, but it felt like that to some extent. Like, we knew how they talked. We knew how they walked. We knew what the stories were. None of this was working the way we had set it up. And we didn't like it, And we knew that it was going to be a big hit. You could tell it was going to be a big hit. It was in the air. The show was such a gigantic success at this point. But we also thought, it's not what we like, When we had, those first seasons are kind of like, from a story standpoint, they were kind of meticulously put together. And we talked a lot about what were the rules within our world. And all those rules were just blown open. And we just didn't like it, By the time the movie came out, we were actually being told we had to make a Recess movie. And so they were making me do this thing where I wanted to keep it as a little show with these little 11 minutes. I felt like that's where it was really... And I love the Recess movie, don't get me wrong. I like what it is. But I really like those little tiny stories. I just thought that was great.
We had not wanted to do a feature initially. They came to us and said, we want to make a feature out of this. And we said, but it's a small world. It's a little thing. And they said, well, you're going to have to make it bigger.
No, what they said was,
either you do it
or someone else.
Or someone else will. And we thought we better do it. So one of the first things we said to each other was, if we're going to do this, we're going to make a movie that's about what we think about the world. And so we really went, the stuff that was sort of underground and not explicitly said in the TV show, we explicitly said in the movie. We said, these teachers are from the 60s. There's a hippie theme here.
And the problem was there were decisions made in the movie, and we went with it. We enjoyed it. We made it the best we could. But there were things that were made, like the music is a good example. Sometimes we didn't win our fights, And one of them, so we're in a different division now. We're going to the feature division. So we walked in and said we want to do the same thing we did on the TV show. We want to have our own music, our own songs, all new stuff that we composed ourselves or we had composed. And they were like, well, who'd you use? And we said, we want to use this group, They Might Be Giants. And they said, who's that? And we were like, are you kidding? They Might Be Giants, So we reached out to They Might Be Giants, and we called them up and we found, got through to them, and they invited us to a show, and we hung out with them a bit, and they wrote a couple of songs. And we were like, these are the most amazing songs. I don't know if you know the movie very well, but there was one point where we wanted a song at the end of the first act where TJ has been left at home for the summer and everybody else went to camp. And so we wanted a song that was just like loneliness, like, oh, it's a bummer that I've been left by myself, And They Might Be Giants wrote this song that we were all like, wow, this is perfect. They Might Be Giants, and it's amazing, and I love these guys. And
the people at Disney in the feature division said, this is not good music. This is not feature level music. This is nothing. Who are these guys? They're nothing. And we were like, you're kidding, right? I mean, they're that. And so anyway.
And somebody came to me and said,
and
you're going to lose this fight. We
at that for a while, but then
we fought a little bit, but it became clear to us. They said, if you go any farther with this fight, you're going to get pulled off.
So we didn't want to get thrown off the movie at this point because we were kind of into it now. So now we're like, well, what are we going to do? Well, Chris Montan, the guy who's the executive, said, I got an idea. What if you did all 60s music? I mean, you have this theme in here of all this 60s stuff. What if the whole show is just completely 60s music? And we went,
and they're all original. They're all the original musicians. So It's like it became like
needle drop essentially.
Yeah. Well, I always think of it as, they actually released an album for the movie. It became like American Graffiti, where you're using all the original.
We went,
songs.
okay, we could do that. In a weird way, though, it ended up making our, like what Paul said, like the hidden theme of our politics
more explicit,
much more explicit. I mean, it's much more clear to the point where we did a final thing, which we enjoyed doing, and we had one of our best board artists doing it and everything. It was great.
Green tambourine,
which makes no sense, why green tambourine? But we just thought, well, if we're doing, they wanted to do a credit sequence, we were like, okay, let's go hippy dippy on it. Let's have fun.
That's the end credits.
I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of it was this whole thing, that sort of our political take on thing. It's who we are. Our politics are certainly both way to the left of where what the world has gone towards. But I kind of think when we were doing the TV show, we kind of didn't make it explicit. I kind of like that a little bit better. But on the other hand, a movie's a movie. A movie's bigger and broader, and it pushes it out there. And so,
Recess School's Out was caked in 70s film references. And originally, Paul and Joe wanted to cast the biggest film star of the 70s, Burt Reynolds. But their nostalgia for the 70s could not overcome what had become of the genre and many of the stars of that time. And the day they cast Burt Reynolds, they came face to face with the death of 70s filmmaking.
Yeah, I can talk about it. I don't care. It's like, basically, we knew we wanted sort of a celebrity, to play the bad guy, and Disney was willing to pay for a celebrity.
So we had cast Burt Reynolds to play the villain in the Recess movie, and we were going to record it. And so Burt Reynolds showed up for the recording, and I was young. I'm not sure I handled this the best way. I was working with a guy who, at least at one time, had been a big star. I mean, his star had kind of faded a little bit by 2000, I want to say. We got in the booth, and, this is the first time I met him. We didn't have a chance to rehearse or anything. I mean, when you're doing voiceover work, you tend to rehearse on the spot, And so he walked into the booth, and he started doing a voice. Like a funny voice. I don't remember what voice he did or anything. It was a long time ago, but he did some kind of weird thing with his voice. And that's not what I wanted. Our shows are more down to earth than that. And I tried to say as politely as I could. I don't remember exactly how I put it. I'd really like it if you just use your regular voice. I don't want you to do a voice. And somehow he got really offended by that. And got mad at me and started calling me, sort of started demanding that, like, who did I think I was? It was one of those things. And I just thought, what am I going to do? He had a deal to do this job, and it was a pay or play deal. He was going to do it, or, and I thought, I got to make this work somehow. I got to do the best I can with it. And like I was in the control booth, right? And so I got off microphone and I called Joe and I said, you got to come over here. I need your help.
At this point, the way the show was supposed to be broken down is I was supposed to keep running the show, the TV show, and Paul was going to run the movie. Anyway, so and also I didn't really I love going to recording sessions. People think I don't like to be involved with the recording session. I just don't like the whole starfucker thing. I shouldn't say that. Should I use a different word for you? Starfucking, and that's what it was. It was like, I hated to go to these sessions where all the executives, and there's a session, you're trying to work with an actor, and there's 50 people there because it's somebody famous, and I just hated that. So the day we were going to have Burt Reynolds, Paul was really nervous, and I didn't know why he was going to be this nervous. So, I'm at home Saturday. At about 9, I got this call from Allison, who's our director, and she said, you've got to get over here. Burt Reynolds is really beating Paul up, and it's really bad. So I was like, oh, God, okay. So I got in the car, and I drove over, and I'm driving over there, and I thought, okay, what do I tell Burt Reynolds? How can I get, him calm? And I'm trying to think what the movie is now. There's this movie, I always forget the name of it. I remember, I want to say, can't remember. It's with Catherine Deneuve and Burt Reynolds. Have you ever heard of this movie? It was probably the best movie I ever saw Burt Reynolds in it. It's called, I can't remember what it is. Anyway, and I thought, I'm going to mention that. I thought everybody probably mentions Deliverance or, one of those movies where he's driving around in cars and stuff, But I'm going to mention this movie because this was great. And he was great with Catherine Deneuve. I get there. And Paul and Burt Reynolds, I've never seen anything like it. They were just like at each other. Paul would try to give Burt Reynolds direction, and he would say, I know what you're thinking, bearded man. He would call Paul bearded man. And Paul's, look, it's like, I'm just trying to, if you could try it like this. And he'd say, all right, I'll try it. And then he'd do it. And then Paul would say, that's not quite right. It's like, I know. He'd start talking to himself. You goddamn Indian. He would talk, come on, you Indian, you can do this. I'm like, you Indian? He was calling himself an Indian. I was like, what the hell's going on? So they come out of the session, and I said, wow, you were great, Mr. Reynolds. He goes, I just don't understand this kind of acting. It's just not. And I said, I got to tell you, Mr. Reynolds, I've always been such a big fan, and I loved you in this movie with Catherine Deneuve. And it's like, he went, really? You liked that movie? And I said, it was a great movie. I actually do think it's one of the great movies of the 70s, and it's sort of a forgotten classic. And he just started telling stories. He was really into it. And I was like, I remember when, Catherine Deneuve was worried about this, and then Paul came out, and it kind of like, fortunately diffused the tension. But for some reason, they just hated each other, and it was really tense. And the worst thing about it was, we got the tracks back, and it was all over the place. But it wasn't terrible. I think it was kind of something we could have fixed. And if we'd had him come back a few times, and kind of worked with him. But Disney just decided they hated everything about it. And I was like, really? I think it could be okay, and kind of good. And they decided just to recast him with, James Woods. Burt Reynolds, weirdly, just had no self-confidence, which is strange. But then, even at the time, I was thinking, you were the biggest star in the world in 1976, let's say, and now no one will hire you. I mean, that must be horrible, and he was Burt Reynolds. I mean, it was cool, to be in the same room with him.
I'm actually really proud of that movie, even though in many ways it's kind of silly. There's parts of it that mean a lot to me.
Help! Somebody get us out of here!
Calm down, Detweiler. I've got the...
Calm down? We're locked in a giant bird cage while a madman's out there trying to destroy summer vacation? And you want me to calm down?
I understand, but
How can you understand? You're just a grown-up. What do you know about summer vacation?
I'll let you in on a little secret, Detweiler. Every adult you've ever known was a kid at some time in his life. You think we don't remember summer vacation? Riding bikes down by the creek, catching pollywogs in a jar, camping out under the stars? Well, you're wrong. Some days I sit there in my office looking out at you kids on the playground, and I think they don't know how good they've got it. In a few years, they're all going to be grown-ups like me, and all those good times will just be memories for them, too. So go ahead. Put a whoopee cushion in my chair. Cover my carpet with fake vomit. Make fun of my big, saggy butt. But don't you ever say I don't care about summer vacation, because those memories are the last part of childhood I got left.
Recess may have been a big success on television, but the movie did just okay at the box office. However, Joe and Paul were still kings at Disney, and had an overall deal that would allow them to continue to make new projects. But Joe wasn't happy. Because that's Joe.
At that point in my life, again, we had this attitude of like, we're going to be Sherman and Grant, so I was in charge of writing and stuff like that. And they were constantly undoing my schedule, or I don't even remember what it was, or there'd be some things. And I just wanted everything exactly my way, So there was this woman we worked with on so many different things named Allison Bosch. And she's a casting woman. And a few years ago, she said, remember when you threw that muffin at me? And I said, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And she said, oh yeah, you threw a muffin at me. And I was like, why did I throw a muffin? Oh, because I couldn't get somebody or something, and you got mad and threw a muffin. And I was like, I did. Later, I was going through my stuff at home, and I found this Post-it that one of the artists had drawn of Allison ducking from a muffin, and it says, Joe throws a muffin at Allison. And I thought, I guess I did.
Joe was going through some stuff in those days, and he kind of had a temper on him. And I don't even remember what it was about, but I remember thinking, Joe, That's not good. There was another example where he got angry about something and pulled a phone out of a wall.
Yeah, the phone thing was something that I can't remember what it was, but it was something anyway, but I remember getting really angry and all the writers were in the room and I was getting angry and I was kind of yelling at somebody on the phone and I pulled the phone and I just like, God damn it, I pulled the phone out and I just threw it across the room. And I was so mad.
I said, Joe, you just destroyed your phone. He goes, I know.
The reason I remember it is those phones are expensive. They said, I got a call from Barry and said, you're going to have to replace that phone. I was like, fine, I don't care. And it was like $1,200 or something because they're computerized and they're all connected to everything else. And anyway, that's why I remember it. So yeah, I guess I was pretty bad about things at those days. But I barely even remember throwing the muffin, but it's like one of those memories you put back together and go, oh yeah, I did do that. No one actually even ever came and told me I was being bad. It's weird. It's like, what I did think was I need to talk to a doctor about my blood pressure is what I thought, because I was so overly just upset about stuff. Little things that wouldn't make any difference to anybody were upsetting me. But I kind of think, there is a expectation that I think people have, executives have, that you're going to be like that or they don't take it seriously. So you get yourself all worked up in order to like defend your vision and your point of view and your show and all this kind of stuff. And people who are in the way, you just want to stomp right over them, or else you're kind of not doing your job. That's the atmosphere that you're in. We're just doing a little cartoon show, but I'll hear about movie directors or producers doing awful things, and I'll think, well, that is the way people are expecting you to be, and they won't really let you make your show unless you do that. And they call it passion. Oh, he's passionate about it. I remember going to a therapist around that time who said to me, he asked me about passion, how I felt about that as a word. And I said, yeah, I think passion's really important. And he said, that the root of the word means suffering. And I thought, really? Passion means suffering, but it's kind of true. The passion of Christ is the suffering of Christ. I don't know, that kind of changed my mind about, not changed my mind, but it was one of those things where I went, yeah, maybe I need to rethink this a little bit. Is there something that, so I don't know. I didn't think it was over at all. I thought this is how you're supposed to be. It's terrible. But then don't you want to get your stuff made? If you don't present this bad behavior, you're somehow not up to the task in their mind. At one point, because like I said, I went through a divorce and I went through all sorts of stuff in there because I wasn't paying attention to my family, and it was just a bad time in many ways. But I said, I'm going to go to therapy. I'm going to lose some weight, go to therapy, start working out, and I'm going to get my life together. And Mark Drop said to me, oh, don't do that. Don't go to therapy, Joe. And I said, why not? And he said, because it'll ruin your career. And I've heard that since then. People have said that kind of stuff, and I kind of hate to say it. I kind of think it's kind of true. I remember Allison, in fact, on that same subject, Allison around that time said to me, you're just always unhappy. And like I said, I'm remembering this as one of the happiest times of my life because I was getting to do what I wanted, I said, so what? Who cares? And she said, don't you want to be happy? And I said, that's never been my goal. My goal has always been to express myself. My goal has always been to make something of higher quality, and that makes me happy that I've done that. But in the moment, no, I never was thinking about being happy. I would come home really upset about something, and this is again around this time I ended up going through a divorce. But I would come home really upset about something, or I wouldn't come and see my kid until she was asleep at night. That didn't make me happy, but I kind of felt like you had to put in those hours and be that passionate about it to make it as close to what you wanted it to be as possible.
And one of the things that I'm sure Joe would agree with is that whatever you want to say about Recess, hate it or love it, it's ours. We did it our way. If you don't like it, that's our fault. If you love it, that's our credit. Recess really feels like it's ours. It's just the way we wanted it, better or worse.
For me, I think it was probably the most fun I ever had working on a show was Recess. When I look back at it in my life, it's only a couple of years, really 3 years or something of really doing it, and then things kind of changed,
When Paul and I created Recess, it was kind of important to us to make sure that the artists were allowed to walk into the writer's office at any time they wanted and just throw out any idea they had and talk with us and say, I don't understand something. This doesn't work. I like this. I don't like that, And we ended up with this director right away named Chuck Sheets. He went to UCLA at the same time we did. And he, again, shared all the same references. You could bring up Godard and Laurel and Hardy in the same sentence, and he would just giggle and laugh. And Chuck's amazing, and he's done tons of stuff like on The Simpsons and stuff like that. And he now runs the animation department at UCLA. He's an amazing guy. And we had used this guy named Dave Shannon, who was a book illustrator, to create the characters, which were fantastic illustrations. But then we needed somebody to make it animate. And there was another guy named Eric Keyes, who was this young kid we had known on Rugrats. And we brought him in to help us with creating the visual look of the show and being our art director. And Eric was like a really important. There were all these other people who were such important parts of the show that brought it to life visually, Just this huge group of people who really loved each other. Like nobody wanted to go home. It was a real family.
For me, I think it was probably the most fun I ever had working on a show was Recess. Although I ended up going through a divorce as a result of it, and I ended up changing my life in ways that maybe were worse. And I actually think I've always felt bad, like maybe I kind of hurt Paul's career because I was going through so much stuff, But when I look back at it in my life, it's only a couple of years, really 3 years or something of really doing it. And then things kind of changed.
Paul and Joe had burned their path through Disney with Recess, making the show exactly how they wanted down to the tiniest petty detail. And Recess was a hit. It helped Disney's One Saturday Morning on ABC rise 35% in the ratings, tying it with Fox for number 1. But in the grand scheme of things, Saturday mornings simply couldn't compete with the power of Nickelodeon. According to a New York Times article in 2001, what used to be a sacred time for children has really kind of melted into 24/7, said Amy Jordan, a senior research investigator at the Annenberg Public Policy Center at the University of Pennsylvania, who tracks children's programming. Because the change has been so gradual, and you only see one children's show at a time, the transformation kind of sneaks up on you. But in only a decade, it has been profound. Last year, 800 hours of children's programming was shown on American television, compared with 300 hours in 1990. Even more startling, only 11% of children's television shows watched by youngsters aged 2 to 11 appear on Saturday mornings. According to researchers at Nickelodeon, using data from the Nielsen Media Research, that compares to 35% in 1990 and 75% in 1980. By 2003, Disney set the final nail in the coffin for their Saturday morning programming by combining television animation with the Disney Channel. Television animation was booming for Disney. According to the Los Angeles Times, TV animation has become an important contributor to the success of the Disney Channel, which has grown in the last 15 years to more than 83 million households from 14 million. In stark contrast to its struggling ABC Family cable channel, which Disney bought nearly 2 years ago and is trying to retool, the Disney Channel has been a growth engine for the Burbank-based company. Back then, the cable channel vaulted from third in the ratings to first, based on the success of its movies and original series such as Lizzie McGuire and Even Stevens. But the channel has also made inroads among younger viewers, who typically have been the domain of Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. Year to date, Disney Channel ranked number 2 in ratings, closely behind Nickelodeon, among kids 6 to 11, a 53% jump in ratings over last year, according to Nielsen Media Research. Paul and Joe always felt they were in the right place at the right time on Recess. But in fact, Recess came at the wrong time. Had Recess only come along a few years later, it would have been on cable, with 24-hour access to kid eyeballs. Far more than the 3-hour block once a week on Saturdays. Recess could have been a bigger hit for Paul and Joe, and sustain them for a longer period of time. And so it was impossible for Recess to hit the numbers of the original Disney Channel animation shows like Kim Possible and others. The studio didn't need Paul and Joe anymore. They didn't need Grant and Sherman, and they had the metrics to prove it, which became more than evident in Paul and Joe's pitch for Lloyd in Space. Mark Drop, co-executive producer, Lloyd in Space.
They came back from the pitch meeting, and it was very sort of like bittersweet because the Disney company said something very strange to them when they picked it up. The channel said, all right, we're going to pick this up for 39 half hours, but don't expect us to like this show and don't expect us to promote it. It's like, okay, great, cool, we have a series. They don't like it already, and it's not even made yet. It was so crazy. I think they really wanted to be in business with Joe and Joe and Paul really wanted to do this show. But I think the problem was it had a single mother, and they really didn't. I think they had a big problem with that. But again, Joe and Paul wanted to do a show about a single mother. And so it came with some baggage that they weren't enthused about, but they could tell it wasn't going to be a battle that they could win, because then Joe and Paul just would say, well, fuck you, we're not doing the show or something. I wasn't privy to that meeting, so I can't exactly say, but I've always I've talked to Joe about it, and I think that was really what it was. It's just they didn't want a cartoon show to have this downer aspect to it.
So pretty quickly, it became clear that it wasn't going to be the new Nickelodeon, it was going to be Disney. Disney has such a strong identity, and there was no way that it would ever really ultimately change.
At Disney, there was a changing of the guard right around that time. Like when we did Lloyd in Space, we barely got them to approve that because our boss was sort of losing favor at that time, and there was a new group of people coming in, and instead of ABC being the big thing, it had shifted over to the Disney Channel, and it was a new power base, and everything was shifting, and we could see the writing on the walls, and we weren't going to be welcome there. The people that had fostered our career were all either gone or going, and we realized that the party was over at Disney. We kind of knew that. Yeah. We could feel it around 2001, 2002, around there, we began to think, oh, this isn't, party's over, Joe and I had a vision of what this show was going to be, and Mark and Bart, who are extremely talented guys, didn't get what we were doing. And there was a funny adjustment period that was very uncomfortable. And I don't mean funny, haha, I mean funny, like hitting your funny bone funny, where we were where we all had to figure out how to get on the same page, which really meant Mark and Bart had to get on Joe and my page because it was our show.
And believe me, if they didn't like it, they would tell you. It was pretty funny. When we got the pickup for Lloyd, Bart and I went off and we crafted all these stories. I mean, we just went haywire, and we were sort of, we were really proud of what we'd done. And we came in and had this big session with Joe and Paul where we were pitching them all these stories. And a lot of the stories got killed by Joe and Paul. And I remember, yeah, well, it was like, no, I don't think Lloyd would do that. I don't want Lloyd to do that. I mean, Joe was really, he was starting to get a little hot on the collar. And I was too, because I loved what we had done, and I was getting more and more passionate about it. And so was Joe. And finally, I finally said, Joe, why can't we do this? And he said, because it's my show. And he was right. He was absolutely right. And I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. God bless him. I really did learn a lot from them. And in fact, I think it took me a couple of years to learn not to run a show like those guys, because they almost take it too seriously, and they almost get too fired up about it. Believe it or not, I walked into the bathroom when they were both each in their own stall having a meeting, sitting on the toilet. Joe, I got to go to the bathroom. All right, me too. All right, let's keep this discussion going.
Lloyd in Space was a moderate success, but the Disney Channel never got behind it. That show came in during a transition from one group of people running things to another group, and the Disney Channel was kind of taking over. ABC had given up Saturday morning by that time, and the Disney Channel was kind of coming into its supremacy with different people running it, and they weren't that fond of my old boss, and things kind of switched over, and that was right when Lloyd in Space kind of hit the air. And my feeling is that the Disney Channel never really got behind it because it wasn't their show. It did okay, but it never really found an audience. They kept moving its time slot around, which is going to kill a show, because if people can't find it, they give up and the show dies. That's my feeling. It did okay. We did 52 of them when normally you'd do 65 or more. So it was not perceived as a huge success, but it was a moderate success. It did okay. And my understanding is it's a big hit in Europe. So there you go. Also at that time, we both said we wanted to do live action instead of animation. We used to joke about, we had crossed over to another island. We were on the animation island. We went to the live action island. As we were crossing the bridge to go over to live action, the bridge was burning behind us. We were racing from a fire. We could tell that it was over. So two things were true. One, we were going in that direction because that's where we wanted to go. But the other reason that we were going there is because we realized that the old world was ending. The world of storytelling animation was kind of ending and going over to a different kind of animation that wasn't what we did. I'd say a year before we left Disney, so around 2000, 2001, something like that. And I was in my office and I got a call from some kid in some college somewhere asking for advice about the animation business. Oh yeah, come to Los Angeles. There's all kinds of work here. If you come down here and you have any talent at drawing, you're sure to get a job. It's a great time. And I got off the phone and Joe walked into me and said, "What the hell are you saying?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Don't you see that the whole thing is coming crashing down?" I said, "Joe, what are you talking about?" He said, "You must be blind. Don't you see? It's all over. It's coming to an end." And I thought, what? And he started giving me examples of things, and I started thinking, God, maybe he's right. And he was right. Right after that, around 2002, we had this sweet deal at Disney. We were doing great and doing all kinds of shows and doing Lloyd in Space and all that. Everything changed for us after that, for us and everybody else. The animation business, the whole 6 to 11 animation business, where you're making shows for 6 to 11-year-olds, was kind of dying out because 6 to 11-year-olds were in the process of moving from watching television to playing on computers, doing video games, and within a few years, the network Saturday morning model, which was what Recess was a part of, and what Lloyd in Space was a part of, had ended. There was no more Saturday morning. Everything had moved over to Nickelodeon and to Cartoon Network and to the Disney Channel.
And everyone just kind of turned away from this kind of writer-driven 1970s TV style kind of thing, or filmic things. People didn't want that anymore. They were, no, it's easier to do this, So Paul and Joe hasn't really made anything since Lloyd in Space, really, right?
We did do another project. We did, after that, we did Pound Puppies, but that was not a good experience.
Pound Puppies aired on the Hub Network, a cable station from Discovery and Hasbro. And as early as 2014, it would be rebranded as Discovery Family. Paul and Joe planned to resurrect their Grant and Sherman ideals here. But instead of a resurrection, it was the final burial.
Paul has a tendency to push people really hard, really hard. And that's kind of great in a lot of ways if the person's up for it and if they have the resources and if you're not going to hurt them physically or mentally. But
well, it's not so much that I felt like I killed any relationships that were really important to me, but I'll tell you a place where it was inappropriate and ended up being badly. A few years ago, I did a show for a toy company. The project was under budgeted. I knew it was going to be a bad project. I knew it was going to be a bad experience. I needed the money and I took the job. And I decided I'm going to make this great. I'm not going to let anybody stop me. It's not about the money. I'm going to make it great. But there wasn't enough money. There was an overseas company that couldn't do the work because they went with the cheapest company instead of the right company. They didn't have enough time. They didn't put enough money into it.
You know, when we did, I don't know if you know this, but like when we did Rugrats, the budgets were in the 400s. Well, when we were doing Pound Puppies in 2009 or 10, which was a show we really worked hard as far as the writing. We were really proud of the writing. The voices are amazing. It's one of the best casts ever. The animation was $200,000 approximately. And, you know, that doesn't count for inflation or anything. That was, you know, we're talking 25 years before, and it went down 3/5 of the budget. That's madness. And so we couldn't do it, is the point is. So Paul was saying, I want it to be better. I want it to be better. And people were breaking down, you know?
And I had these two young women who were working for me who were inexperienced, but they were talented. And I trained them to do this work. And I worked them and myself so hard. And there was an insistence and they could feel it and they wanted to please me. And one woman just, one weekend we were working crazy overtime hours. And one weekend she just burst into tears because she hadn't had a break.
The other thing that happened in there was that Paul was flying to Toronto, I think it was, where they were doing the animation. And he was like working his ass off trying to get this little animation company that had hardly anybody there trying to get higher quality animation. And he worked his ass off trying to get this thing, and he finally made a pilot that was okay. Like, it was pretty good. You know, we got another 52 stories coming up, and he's gotten one. And he was very proud of it, and he showed it to me, and he said, what do you think? And I said, I think it's okay. Not great, but, you know, it's never going to be great. And he was disappointed. I said, Paul, I'm trying to be honest with you. And he said, but I'm doing the best. I don't know how they're going to do the second show. And I said, Paul.
And he said, there's a scene in The Searchers where John Wayne and his younger companion are on their horses and they come to some evidence and they realize the bad guys they're chasing have tricked them and gone back the other way and that they've gone too far in one direction.
John Wayne immediately starts taking his saddle off his horse to feed his horse and give it water. And the nephew says, what are you doing? We got to get back there. And he said, if we do that, my horse is going to die.
They're hundreds of miles that way. You can't catch up with them. If you try to race after them, all that's going to happen is you're going to kill your horse. You can't catch them. They're too far away. You're just going to punish your horse and it's going to die and you're not going to get to them anyway. And the kid goes, well, I'm going. You're a coward. You're not doing the right thing. And he runs off. They fade out. They fade back in. And you see the kid walking with his saddle over his shoulder because he's killed his horse. And John Wayne comes up slowly and catches up with him and says, killed your horse, didn't you? And he goes, yeah. He said, get on. And they go on. And he said, Paul, you're killing the horse. You're not going to get what you want. It's not possible to get it. You are killing the horse. You're trying to do something that can't be done. You're killing yourself and everybody around you, and you're not going to get it. You're just making yourself crazy, and you need to stop. We eventually left that job.
Like, I don't fight for that stuff anymore, you know? Like, when people push back at me on these kinds of things now, I was like, whatever, it's just a cartoon. It's been my attitude now. When I put it in perspective, I think, who cares, you know? Which is not necessarily the way to make something in this world, you know? If you really want to, like, make something good, you have to really be that passionate about something, I think. You know, we believed in what we were trying to do, and it was important to us. And yeah, I mean, I think we thought we had a chance to do something that we'd always wanted to do. You know, I know we've told you this before. I think we both mentioned. I mean, we sort of saw, and it's silly to think back at it now, in a way, but we saw this as sort of where the 70s filmmaking, you could still do some of that stuff. It's kind of how we saw it, or 70s TV making. We saw these shows as growing out of things like Taxi, or Mary Tyler Moore, or you know, Harold and Maude or something like that. You know, those kind of great comedies that we liked, that had meaning and were emotional and really funny as character comedies. And we weren't seeing anybody doing that at that moment. We felt like we were doing something good. We felt like we were doing something that was of that kind of quality. And then we wanted to push it. And we wanted the next one to be even better, And then we hit the wall, and they didn't, I don't think a lot of people wanted that afterwards. I think because of SpongeBob and then Cartoon Network, it's like no one's really wanted. I think people are starting to want it again. We'll see if Netflix and that kind of stuff. But yeah. Two things happened. One, I went through a period I had incredibly high blood pressure, and I weighed about 260 pounds, 270 pounds. And, I'm gaining weight right now, but I got myself down to about 160 pounds. So I lost almost 100 pounds, right? And I started going to therapy and meditating, ended up getting divorced, going through a lot of stuff, tried to really do that the right way and all this kind of stuff. And in the middle of all this, that was around the time when things were happening like they wanted to make a movie, And I didn't want to make a movie. I didn't perceive this as a movie. I perceived this, and, Paul and I talked about this at the time. Like, I perceived this as something that was little. I wanted this to be like a Francois Truffaut thing. I didn't want this to be a big, giant, Star Trek or something. I wanted this to be small. And I knew, it was the 90s, early 2000s, I guess, by then. And, you could just tell everything had to be big. Everything had to be giant. And I thought, what are we going to do? So Paul really wanted to make a movie because, I don't know if he really, I think at the beginning he kind of got talked into it. And so he went off to do it. When he went off to do the movie, I kind of got left alone with the TV show for a while. And when that happened, it was lonely for one thing, but also I couldn't do everything anymore. I had to do all the things Paul was doing, looking over boards, looking over designs and all this kind of stuff. And I couldn't really hold on to the writing. And it was kind of like, I felt like all the reins, the horse was going too fast and the reins just fell out of my hands,
He had kind of high blood pressure in those days and he had to be on medication for it. He got to a point in his life where he said, I'm sick of fighting. I'm sick of being at war all the time. It's too much for me. It wasn't so much that he hated being arrogant. He just hated, we adopted a pugilistic attitude. We were fighting all the time. And it wears on you to have to fight that much. It was a hard time for him. He really went through some big life changes this would have been the late 90s into the early 2000s. And he kind of emerged a different person. He lost a whole lot of weight. He started meditating. He just became a very different person over that time.
The other thing that happened at the same time was that so things kind of fell apart. The movie happened. SpongeBob came along. All these other cartoons kind of came along. And in order to work in that world, I've had to, just to continue surviving in this world, I found myself working on a lot of that stuff. And honestly, I just don't like it very much. And so, I shouldn't say, God, I'm saying things that are way too strong. It's not that I don't like them. I like cartoons, fine. But they don't speak to me in the same way, or I don't have the opportunity to say anything. If I were fighting for something that was about characters who I thought were really interesting, or a world that I thought was really, or a thematic thing I thought was really interesting and subtle, and that was an extension of that 1970s filmmaking, I think I could probably go back there and fight. Hopefully. I'd like to believe that if I had the chance to make something that I really, really believed in again, but maybe you don't get the chance if you're not that passionate. I don't know. But when you're fighting about, a kid who lives in outer space and rides a surfboard around or whatever, it's like, if they want it to be different, I don't care. Make it any way you want. I'll give you my best shot in a first draft. You want to mess with it for 6 drafts and change it in ways that don't make any sense? Sure, I'll do my best. I'll continue giving it back to you, but I'm not gonna fight you because it means yelling and screaming. And I just thought, really? Do I want to have a heart attack over this? I don't really think so. I want to throw a phone at someone over this or a muffin. It's not worth it.
But that is what being a producer is like. People used to say about me that I was like a tornado, like I was a force of nature. When I'm really on, when I'm producing. Now, I haven't done this for about 10 years, but when I was producing, I just was like a storm, like passing through. I talk really fast and my level of energy is really, really high, and I know what I want. Sometimes people I just leave the room and they go, whoa, at least this is what they tell me. And Joe used to say, you're a force of nature and we have to harness that force. It's really good. And I can be like that. I can be the guy who calls too often on the phone. I'm a lot like a guy who's interested in a girl and keeps calling. Sometimes the girl is going to go, oh my God, this guy is too much for me. I can't deal with it. And say, leave me alone. Don't ever call me again. Other times you get the girl. That's who I am. I was like that when I was younger and, when I was out there, I'm married now. I've been married for 28 years. And so, I don't do that anymore, but I did do it. And a lot of times people would say, you're too intense for me. I'm sorry, but I can't do this with you. You're too intense. Somebody, though, stuck with me and we got married, and that's been a good relationship.
I've always felt bad, like maybe I kind of hurt Paul's career because I was going through so much stuff,
Maybe. I don't think Joe's a worse writer. I think he's just made peace with how the world is. I never make peace with how things are. I always want them to be the way I want. And is Joe's way better? Is my way better? Which way leads to happiness? I don't know. But I know that when Joe and I get good work going, he'll be back to who he is. I think he wants to get back to fighting for it to be good.
I might not be alive now. I might not be as happy as I am now. But I probably wouldn't be alive. I probably would be dead, because I was really heavy and I would get upset about everything. But I was really happy too, in a weird way.
It was during that period that both Paul and Joe see as a golden age for them. However, it was also some of the most difficult times in Joe's life. Most of the interviews you've heard thus far were conducted in 2017. But in 2019, things had changed again for Paul and Joe. The last show that Paul and Joe were able to run together was in 2010, 9 years ago. Paul and Joe had become like their 70s hero Burt Reynolds, huge in one decade and lost in others. There was perhaps no clearer sign to Paul and Joe that an era was over when one of their best friends from college died. Steve Vixton.
I want to say about 2007 or 8. Steve called me out of the blue. I hadn't spoken to him for years, and he said, I've been thrown out of my apartment. I don't have any money. And you're the only person, who I can turn to. And I probably hadn't spoken to him for 5 years at this point. And I said, okay, well. And he said, can I come and stay with you? And I said, well, my brother's coming into town and he's going to stay with me. And this is going to be in a few weeks. Anyway, I went and picked him up and it was really horrible. It was like picking up a wet, stray dog. He had really long hair and his fingernails. He looked like Howard Hughes or something. His fingernails hadn't been clipped. He smelled bad. And he was just on the street and it was raining in Sherman Oaks. And I picked him up and I said, what's going on, man? And he said, I've been locked out of my apartment because I didn't pay my rent. And he said, and what's really upsetting is I have a check for $40,000 in my apartment. I was like, what? You have a check for $40,000? Yeah, I know. It's pretty old. I can't find it. But if I could find it, I could pay my rent. But I can't find it anyway. I think it's in a pile of scripts or something. And I was like, oh my God. So I said, all right, come home with me. So I put him in the shower, and I'm not kidding. The shower had all this dead skin and stuff afterwards. He was really not well. And I remember wandering around my apartment while he was taking a shower and thinking, what are you going to do? What are you willing to do? While he was showering, I sat down, did a little bit of meditation, and I thought, here's what I'm willing to do. He didn't have a car. His car had flat tires. They were in his driveway, and it wasn't registered, and but otherwise he said it worked. So I thought, okay, I'm willing to fix his car for him and get it registered and pay the insurance to get it going. He needs a car. And I thought, what else? I'm willing to lend him some money. This amount of money, whatever it was, $400, let's say, I don't know. I'm willing to do these things. And then that's it. That's what I'm willing to do. And so whatever it was, I wrote down this little list of things. And so he got out of the shower and he said, can I live with you? And I said, I can't let you do that, you know? And I kind of sat down with him and I told him these things. And he said, I really appreciate it. And we got his car out. We got it fixed. We took it to the mechanic. It got fixed up, put new wheels on it. New tires on it. Took it to the registration, made sure it could get registered, make sure it had some insurance on it, and not much, but just enough to keep him going. And got his $40,000 out of the apartment. I did all these things. I spent like a good, several days, most of a week working things through, getting everything up. And then I said to him, there, you're on your back up. Now go, you got to go home, Steve. I remember I was standing in this parking lot with him and saying, I have to say this to you, Steve. You need to go home. You shouldn't go live with Peter. That's not a good place for you. You need to be connecting with your family and getting sober, And I remember him looking at me and saying, I appreciate you saying that. I think that's actually was, I appreciate you saying it, but I'm going to do what I need to do. And I said, okay. It's just that I wasn't using my heart, I was definitely using my head at that moment because I had to protect myself, I felt, And now, do I regret it? Yeah, I do. I regret it a lot. I don't know if I regret that moment, but I do wish I'd reached out to him more, And then that next year was my I had a big 50th birthday party. So I had and I saw him there, and he came with a very beautiful woman, and he had lost a bunch of weight and he looked pretty good. And I thought, oh, maybe he's getting it together, But then fairly soon I learned he was living out of his car. Things had gotten really bad and he didn't have any place. And he was kind of driving back and forth between Placerville area and where his mom and dad were, and then back to, and that went on for maybe a year or something. And then at some point he and his girlfriend broke up and he didn't have a place to live. I feel like he was angry at me at this point because I was drawing boundaries. I was saying, look, I'll go here. I did a lot to help him. And I told him, this is where I'm ending. I'm not going to become somebody who's, making this easy for you. I want you to go to I want you to go into rehab, get yourself cleaned up. Anyway, somewhere in, I think 2010. Yeah, it was early 2010, I think. I got a call from my friend John Rosenthal. And John said, and he'll tell his version of the tale. He called me and he said, Steve's living on my couch. My girlfriend is really upset. He asked if he could stay here a couple of days. It's been a week. What am I supposed to do? So I called his sister, who I'd been in contact with his sister quite a bit. And she said, people have to hit rock bottom before they can come back. And I said, okay. John asked me, John said, I just can't talk to him. Because John looked up to Steve like he was, he really looked up to him as a mentor, as a, and a lot of people did. And so I said, okay. So I drove over there. Steve was sitting on the couch watching TV and he looked up at me and just hatred. It was just hatred in his eyes. Like, I know why you're here kind of thing. And I just sat down with him and I said, Steve, you can't stay at John's house. You can't live here. And he's like, so you're making me leave or something like that. And I said, Steve, I'll lend you some money. Do you need money to have gas to get home? No, I don't need that. I'm not going home. I'm not going to Sacramento. You don't know what it's like up there. And I said, well, what's it like? And he said, I can't eat that food that they cook and I can't live in that house. And I was like, Steve, I don't know what to say, because at that point you have to remember, nobody liked our shows anymore. Nobody wanted us anymore. We were really out. All of us were. Me too. I mean, I was looking for something to do, Around that time, I kind of called Holly, who is a good friend of mine and worked with me on Rugrats, and kind of begged for her, to please take me in over at Disney Junior. And she did. She was great about it. But I didn't fit there either. That's not where I'm supposed to be. So anyway, Steve felt even more bad than I did, I think, because he couldn't get anybody, because he had this additional problem, which was he was drinking, So he got up and he went and took a shower, and I talked to Jonathan a little bit, and Jonathan was shaking because he didn't know what to do. And, he's getting a lot of pressure from his girlfriend to, get this guy off my couch, kind of thing. And I think he was, and this isn't the woman he ended up marrying, it was a whole different woman. But anyway, she was just really upset. And Jonathan didn't know what to do because he loved Steve, just loved him. And so I was the bad guy, I was saying, you got to go. You can't live on Jonathan's couch. You got to go home. You got to go see your mom and dad. I can't take you in. I have a brand new wife and we just moved downtown. And it's like, you have to go to your parents and you have to get, save some money, get a job, save some money, come back down when you're feeling well, And, he came down and he was pissed and he, threw his clothes into the bag, and I kind of walked down with him and he wouldn't speak to me, and he came driving up and he just looked at me. And I was like, he just looked at me like, I hate you. And I was like, oh, fuck. But I never spoke to him again. So, it's funny. I mean, you always wonder what else you could do, or did you make a mistake, But I just thought he would, like his sister said, hit rock bottom, and decide he wanted to save himself. And, like I said, he went up to Sacramento and just drank himself to death. I remember getting a call from his sister about it. As I recall, I got a call from work for her, like a message to call. And as I recall, I didn't actually talk to her until I went home because I thought, I kind of knew what it was going to be about because I wouldn't hear from his sister unless it was something like that. So, yeah, and then she told me. In the end, was a heart attack, probably, but when we went and saw the family, what his mom and dad, they were kind of focusing on the heart attack thing because they didn't want to say what the truth was, which is all his organs were shutting down because he drank so much. He was such an extreme alcoholic by the end that his organs just all died. I mean, and so it was kind of one of those things the doctors basically said, choose your death, choose your reason for dying. But I think in the end, they were kind of focusing on the heart attack. But his sister and I talked about it at the time, and she was saying, yeah, it's like it could have been anything, He just drank too much, He couldn't stop. He couldn't accept that he couldn't stop either, He lied to himself about it. He went into rehab a lot, and they would, he would get vodka somehow in the rehab, and he got home, and when he died, his mom and dad went through the bedroom and just found tons of empty vodka bottles hidden under the bed and in the closet and stuff like that. So I think it was just, choose your type of death, Then a few months went by before they had a ceremony and everything for him. I cut together like a clip of my favorite things, from some of his shows, especially Hey Arnold, but some stuff from Rugrats too. They had a ceremony that was very, very beautiful, and they had all, picture of him and stuff in the church. And then afterwards, we showed some clips, So what I showed was from Rugrats, I showed a little bit of Real or Robots, I think. No, maybe I showed a little bit of the one, the very, like the second one, the one where because there was so much stuff in there I know Steve did, like, that became a big deal for Rugrats. Like, he wrote the line, baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. I remember saying to him, that's not a very good line. Can we do something better? And he goes, yeah, I agree. It's not that good, but placeholder. And I was like, placeholder, moving on, And then I showed from Arnold, I showed my favorite bit, which was maybe my opinion, one of his best things he ever wrote was the one with when Oscar stays with Arnold and takes over his room, and Arnold has to get Oscar and Susie back together. Steve and I had worked a lot together, at that point, even though we were kind of mad at each other at that point. When you're a partner, I mean, Paul and I have this too. When you're a writing partner, you do a lot through a look. A nod means a lot between partners, So Arnold needs to get Oscar and Susie back together, or else Oscar will never leave his room, Arnold does this big date kind of thing up on the roof, and it backfires, and Susie tells him, I want you to be gone. You're a loser. All you've ever done is you're a taker, and leave me alone. And it sinks in, and Oscar goes, "Oh my God, she's right," and he's going to leave, and she feels bad, and she says, "Well, here, let me give you some money." And she gives him some money, and he says, "No, that's okay. You keep the money, Susie." And she says, "What? What did you say?" And he says, "You keep the money." And she says, "Oh my God, Oscar, that's the nicest thing you've ever said." And it's like, "I love you," basically. And he says, "You keep the money?" And she said, "Oh," and she hugs him, and he starts. And so that was kind of the end of the show. And I looked at Steve and I said, "That's really brilliant, Steve." And we just kind of looked at each other, and I said, "He should just keep saying, 'You keep the money.'" Steve went, "Yes," like that. He looked at me, and it was like one of those moments. So it meant a lot. It was probably the last time I remember feeling like that connection with him as a writer, as a partner. I remember when we did the read through for that, and I thought, this script is as good as any sitcom script that was ever written in the golden age that I can think of. It's like a Taxi script. I mean, I hate to say that. I know that's arrogant to say, but that's what I thought when I was reading it. This must have been what it was like to read a Taxi script or an Andy Griffith script or something great from the past, a Mary Tyler Moore or something, and be in the room and hear it for the first time, And I really thought that. And, then it's a kid's show and nobody watches it, or nobody ever comments on it. Nobody gave us Emmys. Nobody ever, Rugrats got Emmys, but none of these other shows ever did. I showed those same clips, at the event up in Sacramento when for his mom and dad and their friends. And people are crying because they just said, "We didn't know. We just thought he was like, this kind of guy who just alcoholic son of our friends, And there were spouses there, and one spouse in particular I remember, who came up to me afterwards and said, "I never really watched your guys' shows," even though, his wife worked on our shows. And he said, "I never really watched them. That was great. That was great writing." And I said, "Thanks." And I was like, because especially, it was, we were doing good stuff. We were taking it seriously. We were trying really hard, And in the case of somebody like Steve, I think, it was the one chance, especially Arnold, it was the one chance to really put out there what he thought about the world, But I really think what was happening is Steve was really talking about his own parents and his own inability to have relationship as a result of what he saw. Like not blaming his parents. I think it's just that sensitive little kid saw that and it messed him up. He was putting it out there, and I felt it was kind of beautiful.
When life gets you down, wearing a frown, don't look away, look up. 'Cause memories true come out of the blue. You know the way, look up. Come on, Arnold.
Grandma, I'm really not in the mood.
When skies are dark gray, things gone astray, don't hide away, look up. Take it.
I had a bad day, nothing went right. I hate my dumb life, I'm down.
When you're feeling under the weather and the dark clouds are getting to you, make your troubles light as a feather, and soon you'll be seeing a bright patch of blue. You gotta look up, you gotta be strong, you gotta take things as they come. 'Cause everything new that happens to you is better when you look up.
It's been years since the cable channels cannibalized Saturday morning cartoons. And now, streaming services like Netflix have cannibalized cable stations. The industry is still constantly changing, and Paul and Joe are changing as well. Since their initial interviews, Paul has reconciled with Gabor Chupo and Arlene Klasky after a 20-year feud.
I suggested it, and I was the one who suggested it, and they, especially Arlene, felt like she had to think about it. And she had to think whether she was willing to relax her guard, because she had felt hurt and attacked, and she wasn't sure that it was something she said, if we do this, you have to meet with me and you have to let me tell you about the ways that I was hurt, and I have to believe that you're sorry about that. And I said, as gently as I could, well, I'm very willing to do that, but you'll have to do it too. You know, you'll have to hear my point of view, and it may not be what you think it is. And we both agreed that was a good idea. And a couple of weeks later, we met at the old studio, which she's still part of it. She still runs. And we met in this room and we talked for like 4 hours. So this took place over a period of a couple of weeks. And then by the end of that period, she actually gave me, I mentioned in passing, and I wasn't looking for anything, that I didn't have any Rugrats cells, or I had one, you know. And she said, here, you can have these. She gave me a bunch of cells. And I thought, wow. It was just like there was, you know, it was, and she had just gone through the most terrible thing that anybody can go through, which is her son died. She had a kid who was in his 30s and he died, right? He had been sick most of his life. He had some, you know, medical problems, and he passed away, and that had just happened, right? And so I think that was a traumatic thing for her and for Gabor, because it was their kid together. And I think it was a period in their lives when maybe they didn't want to have that on their, this ugliness on their, maybe it was, you know, like this is a thing, nobody wants this. Well, I won't say nobody, but there are people who don't want to feel that way. They don't want hatred and bitterness in their lives. If there's a way they can get past it, maybe it would be good to do. But it means everybody has to be willing to make a change. And so, you know, I hope I can live up to the change, because I think it makes me a better person. I like how I feel better. I like this new part of myself.
Yeah. Interviews about it all.
What can I tell you about that? I decided for a number of different reasons that I wanted to not spend the rest of my life in bitterness about that. And I was invited to a lunch where the three of us were invited to a lunch, and we all came to the lunch. And I saw them there, and I suggested we bury the hatchet, and that we did. And I learned that a lot of the things that I had thought were true weren't true, and that a lot of my bad feelings were based on things that turned out not to be correct. And I rethought a lot of things, and I think Arlene and Gabor did too. And we all just made up, you know? And I think, I can't speak for them, but for me, it makes me feel better about myself. And it makes me feel like I can actually let go of this I was holding on for what, 30 years, 20, like, well, going on 30 years, holding on to this big ball of anger and pain. And I was able to kind of let it go to some extent, at least that part of it, you know? And it makes me happier, and it makes me feel better about myself. And that's good. You know, I feel like I've advanced myself as a human being, and I think they have too. And I think we're all looking back on this early part of our lives and thinking, you know, maybe that kind of ugliness isn't the thing you want to hold on to. Not that I'm not saying I've let go of everything, but I've let go of a lot of it. And we're no longer enemies. We're friends. And that's good.
Kind of not really, weirdly. I mean, I think I told Paul, you know, apparently, that's a dangerous question, I'll tell you. I've been telling Paul for years, you ought to just call up Arlene. And he's like, no, I can never do that. I never could do that. And I said to him, look, you know, you can ask him. Paul often forgets things, but I've told him for years and years, just call him up. Just patch things up. Oh, no, they hate me. I hate them. And I was like, well, the fact is there was a real friendship there that started that thing. And there's a lot of water under the bridge. And I knew it was mostly Arlene at that point who was keeping things apart because she was really hurt by what she perceived we did, and maybe we did. I don't know.
He told me one of the coolest things about the whole reboot, or the cool thing about the whole reboot, was that he and Gabor and Arlene made friends again. And I said, God, man, that's fantastic. That's worth all kinds of bullshit to me, to make it where that, like, just that years and years of animosity towards each other, to have that be gotten done with and to enjoy each other's company. I was like, wow, man, really? When he told me that, I was really impressed. And it was totally, I think Paul did all the heavy lifting. He reached out and made that work. What can I say? What we have going for us is that life is really long, and that should be water under the bridge, because that stuff went down almost 30 years ago. And so, you have to get that stuff, get okay on that stuff. Just make peace with people.
And I think she was really hurt. And I think that Paul, it was a big thing for him to do it. It was very difficult. But I think once they sat down together and just talked, Arlene she wanted it to be, I think both of them wanted closure, and it was just nice. I'm really happy about it, actually. So, yeah, not 100%. I'm kind of amazed that it took that long in a way, but I'm glad it's over.
I had these bad feelings, and a lot of them turned out, it's interesting to have reconnected, especially with Arlene, and heard her point of view about what happened and how she was hurt, how her feelings were hurt by things people said. And I thought, I know why I felt the way I felt. I can still connect to that and say, yeah, I get why I was feeling that way. But a lot of it was based on things in retrospect that were misunderstandings. And I was impressed with, especially for Arlene, I was impressed with her desire and her honesty. She does not prevaricate. She doesn't lie. If she says something, it's something she believes. And if you talk to her and you can show her that she's mistaken, she'll rethink them. And that was really impressive to me. And I thought, boy, I misread that all these years.
Rugrats is getting a reboot, but Paul Germain won't be involved creatively. But his credit will be up there on the screen as creator. Paul and Joe still haven't produced a new show together. In fact, Joe up and moved to New Zealand.
Why did I move? Because my wife is from New Zealand, and she couldn't stand, it was a bunch of things. Every time there was a new shooting, she would say, what the hell are we doing here, And then also her mom is getting old, and she just wanted to be near her, and I didn't want to move. That's the truth of it. And she just really wanted to, and so I said, okay, let's try it out for a while, But, and also things weren't going that great. I was kind of going, I don't want to work on another one of these stupid, preschool shows or whatever, and my wife is a costume designer, and she really felt like she could come back here and get work here, but it hasn't been that easy to find work here, to be honest. So I'm still doing stuff in LA.
Oh yeah. We talk all the time. Look, we're best friends, and we're really close, and we have this 30 years of common experience together. So somehow or another, I don't think that's ever going to go. We're really good friends.
Even stranger yet, a year later, Paul would decide it was time to leave Hollywood as well.
Well, the thing, there's a lot of reasons, but really, I just had, my wife, about 4 years ago, my wife and I were on vacation, and we were traveling. Now, she's from San Diego, and she's never been a big fan of Los Angeles. And we had gone to a wedding in New Mexico, right? And we drove there, and it was kind of a magical trip. And we were driving back and going through this, through this part of Arizona where there are some ancient Indian ruins, and we'd just gone to see these ruins and drove for miles into this, I think it was Chaco Canyon, I can't remember. Anyway, we're coming back, And we're driving, and all of a sudden she bursts into tears. And she says, I don't want to go home. I don't want to go back to LA. I'm done. Now, she had said this before, right? But I had always said, yeah, but, my career's here. But I hadn't worked at that point. I hadn't worked in a long time, and I just thought, okay, maybe it's time. Maybe it's just time. At that moment, I just thought, yeah, okay. I said, give me another 2 years. Let me see if I can make things happen. And if I can't, I guess it's over. I'll guess I'm done. And then kind of an amazing thing happened the next year, right?
There are these
which is
pockets of time.
So it was like
that happened
2016 or 17, I can't remember which one.
And all kinds of amazing things happened.
This guy who had been an executive at Disney when we were there back in the 90s doing Recess, he had become the guy. He was running Amazon Studios. He was the top guy. And so I called him up and I said, hey, could I come and pitch you some ideas? And he said, sure, let's have lunch. So we had lunch together, and I was pitching him a bunch of projects, right? Joe was in New Zealand at the time because he had already started traveling back and forth at this point. So he wasn't there, but he knew about the meeting. And so I'm pitching him all these ideas. And he says, some of those are kind of fun, but they're not really what we're doing. I said, okay. And he said, that book that you guys wanted to put together back in the 90s when we were at Disney? And I said, tell me more. I don't know what you're talking about. He said, the one about that teenager who's so wild. And I said, are you talking about Youth in Revolt? And he said, yeah, that's the book. And I said, well, they made a feature out of that in like 2010 and it bombed. And he said, yeah, I know. That doesn't matter because this is a different medium. Right now, what we're doing these serialized shows. And I remember your pitch and I thought this would be perfect for that. And I thought, God, he's right. So this book, Youth in Revolt, they made a feature out of it in 2010, but it didn't work and it bombed. Okay, but some years before that, like 10 years before that, Joe and I had read this book. Somehow we got hold of it because it was done by a Bay Area writer who was friends with some friends of mine. And somehow I got the book when it was new. And I read this book and I said, wow, this is what it's like being a horny teenager. I've never read anything like this. And I showed Joe and he read it. He goes, this is hilarious. I said, we got to make this. I don't know how, but we've got to do it. Now here's the book. This thing is hundreds of pages long, right? I mean, it's picaresque. Do you know that term? It means that it just goes all over the place. It's like you're following this character as he goes from place to place and does all this crazy stuff. And the problem was you couldn't do it as a movie. There was too much story there to do as a movie, which is why, in my opinion, the movie didn't work when they tried to make it, because there's just too much story to go into a movie. And we knew that back then. So when we were pitching it, we were back in the 90s, we were saying it could be a miniseries. Yeah, we thought we could make a miniseries out of it. And that was never going to happen. We kind of knew that, but that was the only way we could think that it was the only medium we could think of where you could tell something that was longer than a movie. To do the story right, it would be longer. There really wasn't anything then. But not long after that, you had HBO doing The Sopranos, and suddenly there was this new medium, right? It wasn't exactly new, but it was becoming acceptable to do serialized television. But that really wasn't something going on at least I didn't know about it, and Joe didn't know about it back in the late 90s when we were pitching this. So we pitched it to our bosses at Disney, the last place on earth that would ever do a movie like this. But we knew he would appreciate it. Our boss Barry would appreciate it. We pitched to him and he loved it. He thought it was really funny, but he said, I can't do anything with this. And we said, yeah, we know. And then shortly after that, we found out someone had optioned the book and we just forgot about it, right? So now it's 20 years later. And all of a sudden, it's brought up in this meeting by someone who had been who I didn't even remember had been at that pitch, right? I thought, wow. So he said, if I could set this up, he said, who made the movie? And we looked it up. We found out who had made the movie. And he said, I know these guys. I'll set up a meeting. Would you be interested in pitching if I could set this up? And I said, hell yeah. So I called Joe and I said, Joe, you're not going to believe what just happened. And I told him about this, and we started studying the book and preparing for this pitch. The pitch took 6 months to set up because the people at the other company, there were all these people that needed to be in the meeting. And it's like the spring of that year, and we
We pitch it, and there's this meeting from the people at the company that made the movie and the people at Amazon, and they're all in this big room, and the pitch went great. It was a really great pitch. And they loved our idea for how we wanted to do it and why we thought we could do something that hadn't been done in the movie and how we were going to take it in a new direction. Everything about it was great. Okay, so I got a call from my friend at Amazon, and he says, "You guys did a great job. I can hardly wait to see your draft." And Joe and I said, we did it. We didn't hear from anybody for another 9 months. 9 months. Nobody called us. The guy at Amazon didn't call us. The guys at the other company, nobody called us. And we started calling around and said, "What happened?" Nobody would even return our calls. We couldn't figure out what was going on. It turned out that what was going on was that there was a fight between Amazon and this other company as to who was going to own the rights to this if it happened. And that took 9 months for them to work out. So it had nothing to do with us, but we didn't know that. So that was at the spring of one year. I think it was 2016, but I don't remember. And then in the winter, like 9 months later, I get a call on my answering machine saying, "Is this Paul Germain who pitched this project at Amazon? If it is, call us back. We're trying to find you." And I thought, couldn't they just call Amazon and ask? But so I call up and I said, yeah, you found me. Yeah. They said, "Okay, we want to make a deal with you guys, I thought, wow, this is so weird. So they made a deal with us. So Joe and I sat down, we started writing this thing, and we were so into it. It was maybe the most fun we've ever had writing something. So now it's like, I want to say 2017, but I can't remember exactly. And we're writing the script, and we're just having a blast writing it. I mean, our creative juices are flowing, and we're coming up with ideas, and how would we do this? And we said, hey, why don't we put some animation in it? To kind of tell this story in all this weird way, and to capture the first person narration in some way, to do it in another way that we hadn't seen. And we were so proud of it, right? They were kind of skeptical about what we were saying, but when they saw the script, they said, we got a call from the people at the not at Amazon, but at the company that owned the rights, and they were saying, "You guys are amazing. It's the funniest thing. We love this. It's just great." We were so excited. They asked us to do a couple more drafts at this point, and we did. And now it's taken us through the summer, just because the way things work, in Hollywood, everything goes so slowly, even though you think, God, you loved it. What's the problem? But anyway, they didn't have a problem. We didn't have any issues. It just took a while to do. So now it's like the end of the summer. And they say, "Okay, we want you to do one more. We want you to polish it. Just give us a polish before we send it to Amazon for those guys to look at." We say, "Okay." So we sit down and we do it. For whatever reason, it's now like it's getting into the end of fall. It's getting to be winter, right? They read this draft. We turn it in. They say, "It's great. We're going to send it to Amazon." 3 days later, the Harvey Weinstein thing breaks. And here's why that's significant. Because we were working for the Weinstein Company. We weren't working for Harvey. We were working for his brother. But the thing had just broken, and we thought, uh-oh, this isn't good. Joe and I turned to each other and go, "This isn't good, but, maybe it'll blow over." No. Okay, we saw how bad it was getting, and we thought, okay, but we had nothing to do with that. And really, we never met Harvey. He had nothing to do with this project at all, right? And in addition to that, the guy at Amazon who's running the company, he wants to make it really badly. 2 days later, he goes down. He goes down in a sex scandal. 2 days later. And the project is dead. Dead. And the Weinstein Company goes bankrupt, and we can't even get the rights to the book are locked up in the Byzantine world of that bankruptcy. We can't even get to the book anymore, and it's dead. And Joe and I thought, this is the best thing we've ever done. People were blown away by it, but we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it's dead.
That was a big punch in the stomach to us, because I think we really felt that this one was going to be it, because we had been trying to get it going for so many years, and that was a really hard one. That was really, really hard. And also, same thing, you kind of think, wow, times have gone by, and it especially that it ended the way it ended, with the whole Weinstein, Roy Price, Me Too kind of thing. You're on the one hand, you're thinking, how could this be happening? This is horrible. On the other hand, you're thinking, well, those are all kind of people who have been doing this kind of stuff for years. And it's like the whole boys club thing, the whole, especially as someone who has a daughter who's 30, who's out there in the world trying to make it as a writer in Los Angeles right now, you kind of think maybe it's someone else's turn. Maybe it's the time for, young women and minority writers and other people and other voices to have a chance to make something, because, old white men, or white men, I should say, have been doing this since the ancient Greeks. We've been saying what we thought the world was all about,
And when that happened, Joe and I looked at each other and said, man, it's over. It's just, it doesn't want to live anymore. It's over. We just kind of thought, well, maybe it's the universe telling us it's time, Maybe that's what that means. And it wouldn't be the end of the world. In a way, it would be the beginning of a new adventure. And I don't know what the adventure is. I'm not leaving because I don't want to do it anymore. I'm leaving because I don't feel it wants me anymore. I came to LA in 1980, right? And I've been here ever since, and I've clung on, because for Joe and me, really, after 2002, 2003, things were not happening the way we wanted them to anymore. We did various things to try to come back in, but the business had changed, and we're stubborn. We want to do it our way, instead of somebody else's way. And the era of get out of our way, we're Grant and Sherman, we're going to march a path through Disney, that's over. It's not, at least for the moment. It might come back, but it's not happening now. And Joe and I just turned 60 this year, and we're thinking, is this what we want to be doing? Trying to fight this fight that people don't really want anymore? They won't want what we're fighting for. You think you're in control of your life and of your experiences and how things are going to go. And if they succeed or fail, it's because of choices you made, and you can look back and figure it out. And sometimes it has nothing to do with you. Sometimes it's just the spin of the wheel. You just ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. There are these little pockets of time that happen. You can find yourself in them, and all kinds of amazing things.
To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, right the unrightable wrong, to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable stars. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or pause, to be willing to march into hell for a heavenly cause. And I know I'll only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest, and the world will be better for this, that one man scorned and covered with scars still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable stars. the brave dare not go. Though the road be forever too high, to try, go your way, what and weary, to reach the unreachable star. Reach the unreachable star. Though you know it's impossibly high, to live with your heart striving upward, to reach the unreachable star.
Marine Private First Class, Gomer Pop.
It'll be interesting to see what I do if I give up the idea of making films, because it's what I've always loved, you know? And Joe and I are both talking about this. If we stop doing this, what will we do? Because it's we both have this passion for this thing, but maybe that's over. Maybe we're moving to another part of our lives. But there's a part of me that still has things I want to do. There's all kinds of things that I set out to do that I haven't done, that I'd still like to do. And maybe I will do them, and maybe we'll come back. You know, Joe has this fantasy that we're going to get a show, and he'll come back from New Zealand, and I'll come back from the Pacific Northwest, and we'll rent a place in LA to be the odd couple, you know, and we'll be living together. He talks about it all the time. He'll tell you about it when you talk to him.